Buzzer Beater. A Utah Fury hockey romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2018 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner. Rule 617(c). A goal shall not be allowed if the following occurs. The puck has not completely crossed the goal line prior to the expiration of the period. Per USA Hockey Rulebook, https. /www.usahockeyrulebook.com/ Chapter 1, Lucy. This was a terrible mistake. Gorgeous women surrounded me. Laughing. Talking. Giddy about where they would be by sundown. I closed my eyes and reminded myself I was doing this for Amber. I could survive 8 days with these people. Are you excited, Lucy? A whole week of sun, sand, and sangria. Amber, my best friend and the bride-to-be, leaned against me and rested her head on my shoulder. Thanks for coming. I know it was a lot to ask, but I couldn't imagine my bachelorette trip without you. I would never miss this. I'd thought up a list of excuses, but in the end, I knew it meant too much to Amber. I couldn't let my best friend down. She squeezed my arm. I know. That's why you're my best friend. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Flight 834 with services to Cancun. We'll be starting the boarding process soon. At this time, we'd like to invite those that will need extra time to board now. It's time. Riley, Amber's cousin, jumped up and soon the other women followed. I sighed and stayed in my seat. There was no point in rushing. They hadn't started boarding yet, and we were all sitting in first class. We didn't have to worry about finding space for our carry-ons, so why stress? I dropped my phone in my purse and counted to 3. I needed to calm down. This was supposed to be fun. I was supposed to let loose. Getting frustrated before we even left would lead to an awful week. Traveling with strangers, well, practically strangers, wasn't a good idea. Even with Amber around. We didn't understand each other's personalities and preferences, yet. I couldn't get frustrated so easily. I stood and forced a smile. Fake it till you make it, Lucy. The announcer's voice boomed. We'd like to invite our priority 1 guests now. Amber clapped her hands. Are you ladies ready? The other girls cheered as they grabbed their bags and walked toward the door. I followed behind the line of supermodel-worthy women I'd be surrounded by for the next week. I shouldn't compare myself to them. Everybody is different, and I'm sure under the perfect exterior they all had their own struggles. I smoothed my shirt over my less-than-flat stomach. Who cares if I wore tummy control bathing suits while they strutted around in their bikinis? Not me. Good for them. Once we got on the plane, they scurried to claim a seat. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. We all had tickets. There was a spot for each of us. It's not like musical chairs where someone will get kicked out. Hey, Lucy, this spot is open if you want. Elena, Amber's college roommate, patted the seat next to her. Thanks. I dropped into the plush chair. It felt like I was sinking into my own bed, only better. No wonder people paid for first class. This was so much better than coach. I wasn't normally one to splurge, but Amber insisted everyone else had bought first-class tickets, so I should. She offered to help me pay for it, but I couldn't let her. I had the money, I just didn't like to spend it. We settled on calling this my wedding gift to her. Frugal parents left their mark. I saved more than I spent and paid off my cards at the end of every month. I could break my rule for my best friend though. 15 years of friendship had yielded much greater sacrifices. Like the time she didn't want to try spray tans for the first time alone. The day before prom. We looked like a pair of tangerines. Or that time she tried to prank the principal, and I had to be her alibi. I'm a terrible liar, but I pulled it off for her. I'm glad there's a familiar face. Elena blinked her thick, false lashes. I was worried I wouldn't know anyone. I smiled at her. We'd met a few times back when she and Amber lived together in college. Me too. I know who they are from helping with wedding planning by email, but I've never really met any of them. We all love Amber. At least we have one thing in common. Amber's cousin Riley was sitting in front of me, bouncing like a child. Can you guys believe how nice this is? Her voice could probably be heard in the very back row. I met Elena's eyes and winced. We'll survive this week, right? Elena laughed. We'll stick together. It was comforting knowing I'd have a partner through this. We were Amber's bridal party. I was the maid of honor, and Elena was a bridesmaid with Riley. Riley was a few years younger than us and by far the most excited to get to Mexico. A flight attendant stopped by and offered us a glass of champagne while we waited for the rest of the plane to board. Oh no. Thank you. I handed the glass back to the attendant. She smiled. Can I get you a Shirley Temple instead? I nodded. Thank you. Elena leaned over me. Actually, that sounds amazing. She passed her glass over and the woman disappeared to the front of the plane. In an impossibly short time, she was back with 2 cute drinks. Thank you. I smiled and popped the cherry in my mouth. So, this is how the other half lives? Elena smirked over her glass and took a sip. I shrugged. I guess. It's a little bit better than the economy seats. She swirled her drink in her glass and I caught that her nails perfectly matched her lipstick. That was a level of beauty preparation I'd never achieve. I'm going to be paying off this trip for months, but might as well go big, right? I'll toast to that. We clinked our glasses and settled in. She adjusted her seat and I reached into my bag for my phone. I hadn't looked at it for just a few minutes and I had 9 emails. Great. At this rate, I'd be buried by the time I got back to the office next week. My assistant was checking my emails while I was gone, and he assured me several times he had a handle on everything. It's not like we have earth-changing jobs, but as a project manager I had many responsibilities. It was like conducting an orchestra, making sure each person was performing how and when they were supposed to. Hey, no more phones, Elena said. You're on vacation. Sorry. I powered it off without reading a single email and dropped it back in my bag. Work stuff. She nodded. I understand. This is the first vacation I've taken in over 4 years, and my boss still had a fit about me leaving. What do you do? I'm a meteorologist. Really? She laughed at my shock. Yeah, I work for a network in LA. Of course, she did. Amber had always told me how smart her roommate was back in college and Elena was stunning. She was the perfect weather woman. It explained her perfect posture and the way her blonde hair fell around her shoulders like each strand knew exactly where it belonged. Did I even brush my hair this morning? I focused back on her. That's kind of amazing. She smiled. Thanks. I really like it. I studied atmospheric science in school and no one understood why. She shrugged. I liked watching the Weather Channel when I was little and growing up in Texas was the best stage for seeing all the crazy, interesting weather patterns. I could picture her in front of a green screen elegantly explaining the sunny weather to Los Angeles. It fit. What about you? Where do you work? Silicon Valley. Her eyes narrowed. Tech company? Yup. One of the thousands. Her lips turned into a grin. I'm sure that's interesting. Do you like living up north? Yeah, it's where I grew up, so I like it. Right. Of course. Amber popped up in front of us with a wide grin. Okay, girls. Are you ready? I could tell Amber was excited to forget our real lives and let loose. I stretched my legs out. To relax? I teased. Amber rolled her eyes. To get this party started? What does that mean? Elena asked the same thing I was wondering. I was going to buy us a round to celebrate. Amber looked to the other girls. Why don't we wait until we get to Mexico before we start getting too wild? I was used to being the one to keep Amber in check, so she didn't push back. She slumped now and rested her chin on the seat. That's so boring. So was drinking on a plane. I sighed. I had a feeling I'd have to be the responsible one on this trip. Ordering a virgin drink for her and Riley every so often. Just turn on a movie and we'll be there before you know it. I assured her. I felt like her mom, but that wasn't new. Amber was the fun one. The one with the wild stories. The one everyone loved and remembered. I was the one behind her, making sure she didn't get into too much trouble. Responsible, cautious Lucy. Growing up, I'd been too afraid to break rules. I didn't want to get in trouble. I didn't want the consequences. Then, my mom died, and I didn't want to make anything harder for my dad. He had enough to deal with without me adding to it. I'd usually gone along with Amber's plans, but I tamed them. Kept her in check. Stopped things before they ever got out of hand. I thought when we went to separate schools, me at Cornell and Amber at UCLA, I'd relax. Not worry so much. But in college there were hundreds of Ambers. Each friend had their own set of boundaries they liked to push. At least with Amber I knew what to expect. By my senior year, I kept to myself. It wasn't worth it to me anymore. The babysitting, the worrying, the calls in the middle of the night from friends that needed a ride. I found a few like-minded people that wanted to put their studies first and pressed on. I might not have had the greatest social life, but I did graduate at the top of my class and landed a great job. I didn't regret it, but I did wonder if I missed out on too much. Did I really live? Was my life what I wanted it to be? Safe, boring, repetitive? This wasn't what I had planned when I was younger. I was going to have excitement and travel, and one day I was going to fall in love. That hadn't happened like I'd wanted it to either. When the plane landed, we got off and found a driver waiting for us with Amber's name on a sign. This is so fancy. Riley squealed and marched forward. Don't tell her most companies do this here. Amber whispered to us. Elena and I locked eyes and laughed. If Riley was this easily amused, this would be a great week for her. I only hoped some of her excitement would rub off on me. After a short drive to the resort, where Riley worried about not having Wi-Fi, we arrived in the lobby and I couldn't help but let out a sigh. It was beautiful. It opened directed to a lush garden and just beyond I could see the turquoise waters. Palm ceiling fan spun lazily above us, stirring the thick air. Now that the traveling was over, it was a relief to finally be here. This is beautiful. Elena leaned against me and sighed. I think we'll have a good week. My shoulders finally relaxed, and I felt the rest of my body loosen. As long as I can spend the majority of the time on or near the beach, I'll be happy. Come on, girls. I've got the keys. Amber waved us over and we followed her to one of the buildings closest to the ocean. We walked up one flight of stairs, then down the hall. Here we are. She handed me and Elena each a key, then unlocked her own door. I opened our door and stepped in. Oh wow. The curtains and windows revealed an ocean view. Sure, you had to stand at a certain angle to see it, but there it was. Heaven. Elena collapsed onto the bed closest to the window. I nodded and sat my bag on the other bed. I'm pretty sure this is it. Chapter 2, Colin. Everyone needed a break. We won the championship. We survived Chloe and Reese's wedding, followed closely by Maddie and Eric's. It had been a whirlwind and we'd been training through the summer. It was time for a vacation. I walked into Ollie and Emma's house with the perfect plan in place. I couldn't just ask everyone to go. Eric and Hartman worked too hard. They wouldn't agree to taking a week off. I needed the women's support first. If there was anyone that could convince these guys to leave, it would be the Pride. There's no way, Eric, a woman said. You can't eat that many. You'll get sick. I walked into the kitchen to see everyone gathered around the island. Eric was standing in front of a tray of cannoli. Madeline was shaking her head. Those are for everyone, Eric. You can't eat them all. Chloe had her hands on her hips, glaring at her brother. Emma patted her on the arm. We have other desserts. If Eric really thinks he can eat them all, he's more than welcome to. But he has to eat each and every one. She directed that comment to Eric, who nodded. I've got this. His eyes darted around. 100 from each of you? The guys started nodding, and when his eyes met mine, I agreed. There had to be 20 cannoli on the tray. There was no way he could finish that. The guy didn't even eat sugar. He'd be sick after one. You have 10 minutes. If you can't finish or you throw up, you owe Emma 200 for wasting them. Ollie said with a smirk. Eric nodded and shook out his arms. I'm ready. Go. Hartman stood across from him with his phone out, watching the timer. We watched as Eric shoved one then another in his mouth at the same time. This is disgusting. Madeline turned and walked away from the show her husband was putting on. I followed her out to the living room. I have something I need to talk to you about. She sat on the couch and raised an eyebrow. Interesting. I sat across from her and leaned forward. We need to get away. She smirked. You and me? Brassard, I'm honored. I cut her off with a laugh. That's not what I mean. The team needs to take a vacation. A trip. We need a break from training, and now that the weddings are over and everyone's back, we all have the time. Plus, I'm pretty sure Kendall has been cleared. It had been almost 3 months since the transplant, and I knew she would love a chance to relax, too. Madeline nodded and slowly smiled. I think that's a great idea, and I'm not one to turn down a vacation. She paused. I don't know how much more time I can take off from work, but I think it would be good for everyone. Plus, team building. I nodded. She got it. We just needed to get the rest of the girls on board, so we could convince my teammates. We need the rest of the women on our side. She nodded and looked to the kitchen and waved. Colby and Kendall came in and sat with us. What's going on? Colby looked at each of us. Brassard here wants to plan a trip but needs us to help convince the guys. Colby beamed and looked to Kendall. That shouldn't be too hard. Kendall shook her head. I can't even get Wyatt to skip a single training session, and you want me to talk him into taking multiple days off? There's no way. Peer pressure. I winked at Kendall. He'll go with everyone else. She shook her head and shrugged. I want to go, but it's going to be tough to convince him. What if we tell them that the gym will be reserved for us for 2 hours every morning? She narrowed her eyes. Can you do that? I leaned back. You're new here, so I'll forgive that question. I can do anything. I'm Colin Brassard. I almost added best defensive player in the league, but I knew that would start a fight. All three shook their heads. Madeline folded her arms over her chest. We'll support you, but don't expect this to be easy. I didn't appreciate Madeline's skepticism. Where do you want to go? Colby asked, and I turned to her. Mexico. Mexico? Kendall sounded panicked. I nodded, and she sighed and fell back into the sofa. What's wrong? She tried to smile, but it fell short. Nothing. I looked around the circle, and they were all looking at her with varying degrees of worry. Are you banned from traveling there? Arrested on spring break? She laughed once and shook her head. No, I just don't know how I'll afford it. Huh. I hadn't even thought about that. Money wasn't much of an issue for me and the guys. We weren't out buying yachts or islands, but a vacation to Mexico was a non-issue. I'm inviting you. I'll cover you. I looked around. I can cover the whole thing. All you guys need to do is come. Madeline shook her head and Colby smirked and nodded toward the kitchen. That's not going to go over well with them. I waved her off. The point is, I don't want anyone to worry about anything. This is supposed to be fun, not stressful. I appreciate the offer, Colin, but I can't let you do that. Kendall paused. I'll figure it out. Guilt washed over me. I should have thought this through. I was sure Malkin and Hartman would pay for their girlfriends, but I didn't know how Colby and Kendall would react to that. I hadn't had to think about a partner in years. Eric had held the title of Team Bachelor, but now that he was a married man it would probably fall on me. It had been years, 5 actually, since I'd had a girlfriend. Learned my lesson from that one. No need for women in my life. They were too much drama. No. They were too much pain. They made me crazy. They made me feel guilty for pursuing my dreams. I'd made that mistake and didn't intend on making it again. Time. I turned to the kitchen to see Eric strutting around with his hands in the air. He's going to regret that. Madeline sounded grim. Pay up everyone. Eric sounded a little too cocky for someone full of ricotta and sugar. Once he got his dues, people trickled into the living room. I glanced at my accomplices and nodded once. Hey, guys. I waited until I had everyone's attention. I've got an idea, and before anyone shuts it down, I want you guys to think about how hard we've been working. Hartman gestured with a sweep of his arm. Just tell us, Brassard. I think it would be a good idea for all of us to go on vacation. I held my hands up as half a dozen mouths opened. It will just be a week or so, and I'll contact the resort to make sure we can reserve the gym for training every day. Hartman looked around the room. I knew he was the key decision maker. If Captain was game, everyone would follow. Eric shrugged, and Noah was nodding. Come on, Reese. I watched him, waiting for any reaction, but he was looking at Chloe. I don't think we can go with a newborn. Ollie scratched his beard. Emma rubbed Ollie's shoulder. It depends on when you're wanting to go. I was thinking this week. Everyone stopped at the same time. This week? Emma asked, confused. How will we get reservations in time? I smiled. I already made them. What? A few people shouted at the same time. I shrugged. I wanted this for everyone. I reserved 6 suites. I waited for them to digest the information. And I chartered a plane. It leaves tomorrow morning at 10. Madeline was laughing, but everyone else looked shocked. I probably should have told the girls earlier, but I didn't want to hear I was crazy. I just wanted to give everyone a break. Chloe looked around and nodded. Okay. Okay? She was agreeing? Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Reese and I didn't take a very long honeymoon. It would be nice to get away as a group before the season starts when we don't have the option. I looked around waiting for the others' reactions. Slowly, more and more people began nodding. I waited for Hartman. He was staring straight ahead. Not giving anything away. Come on. He blinked and met my eyes. Let's go. Cheers erupted, and soon everyone was on their feet. Well, I guess that means the party is over. Emma clapped her hands. Eric turned green and jumped off the couch. I'm not feeling very good. Without another word he took off down the hallway. Emma glared at Hartman and her husband, Ollie. If he doesn't make it, you two are cleaning it up. Madeline cringed and went after her husband. Okay, everyone, I said. Head home and start packing for a week at the beach. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. I headed out the door followed by almost everyone else. Chloe walked next to me. Thanks for doing this. Of course. She smiled. We could all use this to recharge before the season starts. Plus, we'll be tan for the media tours. She shook her head and laughed. I'll see you tomorrow. I waved and got in my car with a sigh. I'd done it. It had been a risk to reserve everything before making sure everyone was on board, but it had all worked out. Everyone was on time. It was a miracle. Ready? I called out and got about half of them to nod. I turned and led the way to the private jet that was waiting just for us. I went up the stairs and stepped into the plane. "Good morning, Mr. Brassard." A smiling woman greeted us. "I'm Stacy, and I'm here to assist with anything you may need on your flight." "Thanks, Stacy." I moved to the back, letting everyone else board. The guys got on and settled on the couches and chairs. Emma, Madeline and Chloe were chatting and claimed a spot on the sofa, but the rest of the girls were still standing at the front of the plane. Kendall's eyes were wide, looking around. Colby's mouth formed a perfect O. I moved forward and waved them forward. "You guys can sit anywhere." Kendall shook her head. "This is normal for you guys?" I shrugged. "Sort of. We don't travel like this all the time, but occasionally." Colby whistled. "Not too shabby, Brassard." I smirked as they passed me. At least they were happy with the trip so far. Chapter 3, Lucy. I'd survived the day babysitting Amber and her friends. Elena had become my buddy in this. Neither of us wanted to start drinking as soon as we got to the resort, so we ended up watching over the other two. Every few drinks, we'd make them drink water and eat food. I'd told the beachside waiter to bring us tacos and water every hour. It had worked for the most part. I wanted to relax. I wanted to let go. Drink, party and laugh the day away. I would have given anything to be able to enjoy myself the way Amber and Riley were. They didn't have a care in the world, but I wasn't wired that way. I couldn't turn the worry off. They crashed and told us they'd wake up to go out tonight. I'm not sure I want to go dancing. Elena was sitting on her bed, looking out the window to the ocean view. I don't either. Hot, sweaty people stuck in a room together bumping into each other sounded like a nightmare. Why don't we just grab dinner and watch the show tonight? We can tell them we have jet lag or something. Works for me. I wrote out a note and slipped into my sandals. We left our room and I slid the note under their door. I was used to being the downer. The one that skipped out on what other people considered fun. It was nice to have Elena to hang out with, even I did feel self-conscious around her. It was hard to feel good when she was several inches taller than me, thin, and blonde. She was gorgeous and looked like a supermodel in a bikini, but she was also one of the sweetest people I'd met. She was genuine and intelligent. She didn't play dumb with the guys that had been around today. I liked that she was real. "I love that dress," Elena told me as we walked down the hall to the stairs. I stopped and looked down. And she found something to compliment me on every few hours. A few days with her and it will start going to my head. Thanks, I needed more resort-appropriate dresses and fell in love with it. The flowy, one-shoulder dress cinched around my waist. The pattern wasn't something I'd ever wear in my normal life. The coral, pink, and orange blurred together like a sunset. It was bolder than anything I'd wear to the office. "It's perfect on you. I wish I had your curves. I keep praying for the day I'll actually look like a woman." I stopped and stared at her. She noticed I'd stopped walking and turned to me. "What? You have the perfect body. I would pay millions to look like you." She smiled gently. "I guess we always want what we can't have." I feel like a beanpole. I have no curves. You're like the epitome of femininity. My brain would not compute. I stared at her in a floral wrap dress that she wore open over her bikini, revealing her perfect cleavage. Another thing I lacked. She was insane. No, she was just being nice. "You're sweet." I continued down the path to the restaurant and she fell into step next to me. The tropical plants almost overtook the walkway. I stared down at the different leaves and flowers as we walked. The humidity wasn't as bad as I'd expected. This place was paradise. We didn't have reservations for one of the restaurants, so we decided to try the international buffet. I had a feeling the resort felt that name made it seem special, rather than a modge-podge of options that didn't necessarily go together. I had a thing. A belief that any restaurant that doesn't specialize in anything means everything is mediocre at best. Elena flicked a glance at me as we dished up from the buffet. Amber hasn't mentioned, are you single or are you seeing anyone? I dreaded that question. It usually came from my family, the people I didn't see very often. I had a feeling Elena wasn't asking to be intrusive, though. I'm single. She beamed. Me too. I just got out of a relationship a few months ago. 3 years together down the drain just like that. I cringed. I'm so sorry. She shrugged. It's for the best. We weren't meant to be together. We were too different. What do you mean? You didn't have similar interests? I had a strange fascination with why people's relationships ended. It was a morbid curiosity. I needed to know, in case I was ever in a similar situation. I wanted to know the signs so I could avoid them myself. She led the way to an open table and we sat. No, I wanted to have kids, a house, and settle down. He thought he could continue living his bachelor life, with the added plus of having me around when he was home. He travels for work and didn't see the point in stopping. I felt like we were together out of convenience. We talked about marriage, but he didn't want the future I did. I know I should have figured that out earlier in the relationship, but honestly, I didn't know what I wanted. It wasn't until I heard his plans that I realized it didn't work for me. I understand. It's good you figured that out before it was too late. She nodded. So, no dramatic stories for me? Nothing recent. I cringed. There was only one story to tell. Only one serious boyfriend. I'd dated through the years, but there was only one man I'd ever loved. Only one man I pictured a life with and only one man that broke my heart. Life is busy. They don't warn you about that in college. You think studying and classes are hard to balance, but the real world is so much worse. I'm dreading having to date again. I don't even know how to do it. It's true. I barely have time to eat, sleep, and work. I don't know how people fit a social life into the mix. I was glad to find someone else who understood the burden of balancing a demanding career. She stopped and smiled at me. I have an idea. I turned to her and hesitated when I saw her grin. What? We both need some fun. We're workaholics being forced to take a break. Let's really go for it. What does that mean? She was making me nervous. We need to do something to remind us we're young, hot, and available. This was going in a bad direction. Like what? She looked around. We're going to find some handsome, single men to help us. I started shaking my head, but she was on a roll. It's perfect. We'll each find a man to take our minds off the fact that we're single and here for our friend's bachelorette party. Doomed yet again to be the bridesmaids. This was not a good plan. It was terrible in fact. A woman like Elena could snap her fingers and 5 men would flock at the chance to spend time with her. I was not Elena. I was generally the type that got overlooked by the opposite sex. Sure, hanging around Elena would bring more attention, but I'd probably end up as the wing woman. I knew how this story ended and I wasn't in the mood. I don't know, Elena. That doesn't sound. She held up her hand. Just give me one night. If we don't find anyone tonight, I'll drop it. I promise. What are we supposed to do with them? I was dreading the answer, but she just laughed. We're going to get them to buy us a drink. I narrowed my eyes. I don't drink. She waved off my concern. A virgin daiquiri. This is an all-inclusive resort. They don't need to pay for the drinks. Her smile grew. That's what makes it fun. It's not a big deal. It's just going to push us out of our comfort zones a bit. I doubted this would be as fun as she thought, but I decided that for once I wouldn't be the fun sucker. Fine. Just one night. We ate for a few minutes before she sat up, her eyes widening. Oh. I looked around to see a large group walk in, filling the small lobby. The men were large, and the women were beautiful. Each man seemed to tower over everyone else in the room. The serfs took immediate notice, whispering and nodding to one another. They gave off a vibe of importance or entitlement. Like they were used to the stares and expected it. I glanced over a few times but didn't want to get caught staring. Elena was at the table when I returned. That's them. What? Those tall, dark, and handsome specimens by the doors. I rolled my eyes. You mean the ones with their beautiful wives? She shook her head. There's 7 men and only 5 women. 2 singles just for us. How'd you count that fast? Practice. She wiggled her eyebrows and I laughed. What if they aren't interested? She shrugged. Lucy, it's just for fun. She gave me a kind smile. We really need to get you to relax. It's not like you can just walk up to them and tell them you've decided that they're going to buy us drinks. She raised a single eyebrow. Is that a challenge? I shook my head. No, absolutely not. She scooted her seat back. It was, and I accept. Before I could get another word out, she was gone. I turned and watched her go back to the buffet area and pick up a plate before stopping to look around. The group was all in there with her. She was probably waiting to see which ones were single. I watched for another second before turning back to my plate. She was more spontaneous than I'd thought. I could see why she was friends with Amber, and I could only imagine the trouble they got into together. A small part of me, okay, maybe it was fairly big, wanted to be that girl. The fun one that didn't think about the consequences and went for things with abandon. But I was old enough to know I wasn't comfortable in that role. I may only be 26, but I'd always been the mature one, the quiet one. I didn't have to worry about waking up in jail or an embarrassing video of me get shared because I didn't take those risks. They might have more stories to tell, but I had a flawless record. Well, unless you count that time I stole a box of crayons from the kid next to me in 2nd grade. In my defense, I really did think they were mine. But what would that matter when I was old? When my children asked me about my life, would they want to know about how I graduated at the top of my class? Or would they want to hear Aunt Amber's story of the time she ditched school and drove to Mexico just to see if their Coke tastes better? Maybe I could find a balance. Be a little of both. This week would be the perfect time to try. The other girls wouldn't care if I made a fool of myself. They would probably encourage it. When Elena got back, I was going to tell her. I'd try a little harder to have fun on this trip. Nothing crazy, of course, but I wouldn't fight finding a few single guys to hang out with. I turned to check her progress and laughed when I saw her surrounded by 4 of the guys from the group. She sure knew how to get things done. Chapter 4, Colin. This woman was crazy. Beautiful, but crazy. She marched up to Ollie without hesitation and began talking with him. I thought at first she was another Jersey chaser, but when I got closer, I realized she couldn't possibly know who he was. She wouldn't be asking him about his opinion on the fried shrimp. As I approached, her eyes lit up. You must be his friend, she said. I looked at him and then back at her and nodded. Yeah, we're friends. Something about her put me on high alert, but maybe it was habit from the girls with ulterior motives. You have another single friend? She asked. So, she was a Jersey chaser. She was just a bit slyer than the others. Yeah. I looked around for Grant. He's over there. Her eyes followed where I pointed, her smile growing. Perfect. Ollie and I exchanged looks while she sized Grant up. Eric walked up to us and nodded at me. Can you grab a drink for Maddie? My hands are full. I looked down at his 3 plates and laughed. First the cannoli, now this? You're off the diet, I see. He glowered. Maddie said I can have a few days off while we're here. I raised an eyebrow. Do you always listen to what your wife says? He laughed once. Always. Hi, I'm Elena. The woman had turned back to us and was now looking at Eric. He looked her over, probably thinking the same thing I was. Hi. My friend and I are here for a bachelorette party and we're wondering if you guys wanted to hang out later. She said it a bit awkwardly, like she wasn't used to being this direct. My opinion of her bounced back to not a fan. Eric shook his head and walked away without another word. Ollie smirked and called for Grant. When he got to us, Elena's face lit up. I guess she found her target. Hi. Her voice was suddenly breathy. Grant smiled. Hi. Ollie looked between the two of them. Grant, meet Elena. Elena, this is Grant. She's single and so are you. Have fun. With that he walked away, leaving me and Grant with this woman. Now how can a beautiful woman like you be single? Grant said smoothly. Elena blushed, and it actually seemed genuine. Guess you're just lucky. Grant nodded and laughed. Feeling like the awkward third wheel, I took a step back. Well, I need to set my plate down and get some drinks. Elena's hand shot up and she grabbed my wrist. Will you at least meet my friend first? I had a feeling she wasn't going to give up until I obeyed. Fine. Grant shot me a cocky smile while we followed her back to her table. A brunette was sitting alone at a table and I figured that was her friend. As we got closer, something about her felt familiar. Maybe the way she tossed her long hair over her shoulder? Elena stopped next to the table and faced us. This is my friend Lucy. In slow motion, Lucy turned as my heart thumped in my throat. No. Her profile. Leave. Her eyes. Get out. Her face. Run. When she looked up at me, I saw the panic in her eyes. She was so beautiful. More mature and filled out, and somehow even more gorgeous than before. I could only imagine what she saw on my face. Guilt, agony, joy, shock. It all coursed through me the second our eyes met. I wanted to grab her and hug her, but at the same time my gut told me to get as far away as possible. Grant extended his hand and greeted her without an ounce of worry. He didn't know. He wasn't around then. I looked over to our table, mentally begging Eric or Hartman to glance up at me. Sorry, I totally spaced getting your name earlier. Elena said with a smile. I blinked and met Elena's gaze. Colin. She beamed. Lucy, this is Colin. I looked back down at the woman that's haunted my dreams for 5 years. To my surprise, Lucy met my eyes and gave me the tiniest smile. Nice to meet you. I froze. Didn't she remember me? There was no way she could forget. Right? I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. You too. Elena tugged on Grant's arm. We're here for a bachelorette party, but the other girls are a little too crazy for us. We're actually thinking of hitting the hot tub later. Meet us there? My eyes dropped to Lucy's left hand. I couldn't help it. I had to check. She must have seen. She tucked her hand in her lap and looked back up at me. Elena can meet you there. I don't think my fiancé would appreciate me meeting you guys. There it was like a bomb. She was engaged. Wait. I looked at Elena, who looked almost as confused as I felt. I nodded with a forced smile. Where's your ring? Grant stepped forward. Yeah, don't girls love showing those off? Lucy glared at me. It's getting resized. Elena cleared her throat. Yeah, it's back home. Perfect timing since we had this trip planned. I was just hoping I'd get her to relax this week. You know, get all of her singleness out. Make sure she doesn't miss out on anything before getting married. Grant nodded like he bought it, but I had a feeling we were being lied to. By both of them. How about we meet at 9? His gaze didn't leave Elena. I think there's a show tonight. She agreed, and I gave Lucy one last look before walking away with Grant. Once we were out of earshot, I sighed. Sorry about that, Grant said. I thought Elena said she had a single friend for you, too. I shook my head. That's not it. What's wrong? I waited until we were at the table before answering him. I sat, finally putting my full plate down. Ollie looked up and smiled. How were they? I met his eyes and almost crumbled. Lucy's here. Several sets of eyes widened, all looking at me. Grant nodded.
Yeah.
But she's engaged. Eric leaned forward. Colin? Are you okay? Grant glanced from me to them. Why wouldn't he be?
Yeah.
She was cute, but there are plenty of single women here. That's not just some random girl, Grant. Ollie spoke low enough for just our table to hear. Who is she? Grant looked confused, along with a few of the women at the table. She's his ex. Emma said, giving me a sympathetic smile. What? Grant whipped his head around to the direction of her table. I grabbed his shoulder. Don't look over there. Why did she say it was nice to meet you? Chloe glared. She pretended not to know you? I shrugged. I didn't know what to say. I had no idea why she was acting like that. I mean, I had a small inkling. It's not like we left things on good terms. In fact, I'm pretty sure the last thing she said to me was that she hoped I lived a miserable life, alone. I deserved it. I deserved every bad look, every insult, every punch to the gut I felt when I thought about her. She'd once been my life. My universe. She was the love of my life, and I destroyed it. She gave me her heart and I stomped on it. She trusted me, and I violated that in the worst possible way. After our breakup, I didn't date. I told the guys it was because girls were an unnecessary distraction, but those who knew me longer knew how Lucy had broken my heart. Well, after I'd shattered hers into a million irreparable pieces. What are you going to do? Emma asked in a quiet voice. I looked up to see everyone watching me. I don't know. That was the best answer I had for Emma's question. It was the only answer I could come up with. This is your chance, Colin. Chloe and Maddie were sitting next to each other nodding. Chloe's right. This is your second chance. Those two were trouble. Always matchmaking, trying to give everyone a happily ever after. No, I think it was meant to be a reminder of what I've done. That earned me sympathetic looks from everyone. I shook my head. Pity was not what I wanted. It's fine, I said. Grant, you go hang out with Elena. I'll do what I can to avoid Lucy. Now that I know she's here, I'll be on the lookout. Chloe sat back and crossed her arms. Maybe this is your chance to talk to her. Fix things? I nodded like I'd actually consider it, but I knew I wouldn't follow through. I had a feeling she was lying about the engagement, but I believed she was here for a bachelorette party, and she deserved a nice vacation more than me. I'd stay out of her way. Colby fell into the empty chair next to Noah and pursed her lips. I hadn't even noticed she was missing. What's going on? Noah asked her. Something suspicious. I looked around wondering if anyone else knew what she was talking about. I wandered around a bit. She looked around the table, finally stopping at me. Her friend, Elena, was talking about how hot some guys across the room were and Lucy was agreeing. Elena challenged her to go talk to them to see if they were interested, and guess what? I wanted to shake her for making me wait. Lucy said he wasn't her type. Not no, I'm engaged or that's inappropriate. She just eyed the guy and said,
Nah.
Either our bride-to-be believes it's all fair game until the wedding day, or she's a big old liar. I didn't want any of them thinking either option about her. I knew it was their instinct to be on my side. To see me as the good guy, but in this situation, I most definitely wasn't. The girls all made eye contact, as if they could read each other's minds.
Oh no.
Reese groaned next to me. They're scheming. No, I spoke up, so I had everyone's attention. I want everyone to drop it. If Lucy wants me to think she's engaged, that's fine. I don't care if she's lying. That was a lie. I cared way too much. I wanted to know everything about her and the past 5 years. Did she get her dream job? Was she happy? Did she miss me? Colby and Kendall looked at each other. I thought I'd at least have Kendall on my side. She was the newest and therefore the least devious of the women. Kendall smiled. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Wyatt turned to her. No chasing her around. You're still supposed to be taking it easy. She rolled her eyes. My kidney won't be harmed by a little recon work. We won't be running after her. More like finding a cabana in the same area. No, I said it again, but no one acknowledged me. In perfect synchronization, the women stood and left together. I had a bad feeling as I watched them leave. I wanted to leave it all alone. Just pretended I hadn't seen her and that she hadn't undone all the progress I'd made in just one look. Well, you're in for one interesting week, Reese said. I glared at him. Thanks for your help, guys. Ollie threw up a hand. You know what they're like. There's absolutely nothing any one of us could say to change their minds. Noah nodded. I've learned not to fight it. It's much easier to go with their plans. They might be right, but I didn't like it. Lucy didn't deserve them following her around and harassing her. Just try to rein them in as much as possible. Eric laughed. I'll tell Maddie and Chloe we won't post their bail if they get arrested. Grant laughed. They wouldn't last 2 minutes in a Mexican prison. That's the point. It should keep them in line. Reese shook his head. I zoned out while they joked about the trouble the girls could cause in a foreign country. The ladies could be evil masterminds when they wanted to be. I just had to hope I wouldn't end up with another broken heart at the end of this vacation. Chapter 5, Lucy. I tried to ignore Elena's gaze, but she wasn't easily deterred. Lucy. I studied my plate like it held the answers to every question floating in my brain. Lucy, you can't ignore me. I could. I would. Elena didn't know me well enough to understand or appreciate my stubborn streak. Lucy. We're not leaving this table until you explain to me what that was about. And now I was being berated like a child. Can't you just drop it? I snapped. I kept my eyes down but I could feel her moving in. Lucy, I know we just met but I promise you can trust me. You have to tell me what's going on. I shook my head, praying she would drop it. I was in paradise and I wanted to enjoy the break from my real life. Reliving the most painful experience of my entire existence wasn't on my to-do list. I'll go talk to him, she said. I met her eyes with what I was hoping was an intimidating stare. She smiled. I will. If that's the quickest way to get answers. Her eyebrow rose in challenge. Too bad. I'd liked her for the past 6 hours or so. Our friendship had been nice while it lasted. I'm not going to talk about it, I said. I stood and walked to the door, hoping the entire time she would follow me and not go to his table. She caught up to me just outside the restaurant, and I let out a breath. I wasn't looking forward to sprinting across the room to tackle her before she could ask Colin anything personal. I'm sorry, Lucy. I didn't mean to pry. I'm just confused about why you lied to the handsome man. She batted her lashes like she was so innocent.
Ha!
I knew she played dirty now. I sighed. It's a really long, painful story. I wasn't foolish enough to think she would drop it after that, but I was hoping she would cut me some slack. Maybe let me talk when I was ready. Which would be half past never. She hooked her elbow through mine and led us down the stone path toward the ocean. We stopped at the wall separating the sand from us and leaned against it. She faced me with a patient look. I know there's something major happening here, Elena said. I know you want to ignore it, but we're stuck at a resort with them. This place is big, but karma likes to take advantage of situations like this and make sure you two run into each other as much as possible. It'll be a lot easier for you if you let me know what's going on. I can only be your wingwoman if I know what position I'm playing. I raised an eyebrow in question. Defense or offense, she asked, am I protecting you and keeping him away or am I working to help him score? She winked while I groaned. Neither. We're just going to avoid him and hope he leaves soon. She shook her head. Not an option. You can't run away when you're literally staying in the same hotel. You'll be a few hundred feet from each other at all times. I started nodding. You're right. I should leave. When I took a step back, she grabbed me by the shoulders and held tight. Lucy. Talk to me. I really didn't want to, but she would go to Amber next. Amber would fill her in and it would become this whole thing. I didn't need that. I didn't want my past to take over Amber's party. With one slow intake of breath, I let it out. He's my one. A complete understatement. Elena's eyebrows pulled together. Your one what? He's my one serious relationship. The one I thought I was going to end up with. The one that shattered my heart. He's your ex? I nodded. Understanding dawned in her crystal blue eyes. So that's why you said you were engaged. You are sly, lady. I nodded again. It seemed like a better option than saying I've been single since the day he broke my heart. That would have been so lame. She cringed. I'm so sorry, Lucy. If I had known it was this bad. She nodded. I wouldn't have pushed you so hard to tell me. She looked out to the ocean. What are the chances? You and that hunk of an ex being at the same resort at the same time? I glared at her. What? He's gorgeous. You can't deny that, plus I could tell you're still hot for him. It was written all over your face. I shook my head. That's not true. She pulled me until I was sitting next to her, facing each other. Tell me what happened? I really didn't want to do this, not out in the open where Colin could find us. Elena didn't look like she was going to move until she had answers though. I sighed and thought back to my college years. We met at the beginning of our freshman year and fell in love by Christmas. We met each other's families, and spent the holidays alternating between the two. We talked about getting married as soon as he was drafted, and I graduated. We had everything planned out. I stopped and took a deep breath. Memories I had long repressed were coming up. He got me through the worst finals week of my life. I got pneumonia and he took care of me, risked getting sick himself to make sure I was okay. We were each other's cheerleaders. He was on the hockey team and I went to every home game. My classes kicked my butt and I almost changed majors, but he spent all his free time quizzing me and helping me pass. I smiled at Elena. We could talk to each other about everything and nothing. Sometimes just being together was all we needed. Just knowing the other person was there. I never felt like I had to try around him. We never felt forced. We accepted and loved each other. Faults and all. I stopped when my voice caught. Then what happened? Elena's voice was cautious. He got onto the Olympic team. Her eyes went wide, and I smiled at the memory. I was so proud of him. I don't think I cried so much in my life than the day we found out he made it. Then I hung my head. But that was the beginning of the end. Her eyebrows pinched together. Why? He left to train with the team. His calls grew fewer and farther apart until I didn't hear from him for a week or so at a time. So, it was the distance? I laughed. No, if that was all, I could have stuck it out. Then what happened? The attention got to him, I guess. She didn't say anything, so I kept going. He became a mini celebrity overnight. At least in that world. I tried to give him space. I knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and I wanted him to enjoy every second. I closed my eyes. When the team got to the Olympic Village, I started to hear things. Girlfriends of the other players reached out to me. I saw stories in the news. I felt something on my arm and looked down to see her holding my wrist. He didn't. I nodded. With at least one girl, but who knows, there's probably more. I wouldn't give him the time of day either. Her eyebrows shot up. How could he do that to you? I asked myself that at least 1,000,000 times. Did you break up with him when you found out? She asked. I took a deep breath. No, I knew how important the games were to him and his team. I didn't want him to be distracted. Elena's mouth fell open. Distraction, my foot. He deserved it. Plus, wasn't he already distracted? She paused. So, you held it together through all the games for him?
Yeah.
The few times he called, I pretended everything was fine. I told him how proud I was and wished him luck. She cringed. You're an angel. I smirked. I don't think so, I just did what I had to. So, what did you say when you dumped him? That was the worst day of my life. Colin said he'd come straight to my apartment when he got in but decided to stop at a few parties celebrating the games before. I waited up for him until 4 in the morning when he knocked on my door acting like nothing was wrong. I was infuriated. I knew he didn't care about me like he used to, but I'd never expected how heartless he could be. I was devastated. I told him he broke my heart and that I was done. Did he know why? I shook my head. He had the audacity to act innocent, like he had done nothing wrong. She looked away for a moment before facing me again. Are you positive he cheated? It wasn't just rumors? I blew out a breath. There were photographs and videos. Huh. Can't deny that. Nope. She squeezed my hand and stood. Well, we're going to have a great week and we'll make sure you and that idiot don't run into each other again. Sounds good to me. But just so we're clear, all those guys he's with, those are hockey players? I looked at her and rolled my eyes. The Utah Fury. She nodded once. You followed his career? I didn't want to admit it, but after everything I told her, this was nothing. I just wanted to make sure his mistake was worth it. And? He got drafted after the Olympics. He's a star on the Fury team. Looks like he got everything he wanted. Except you. She'd mumbled it, but I still caught her words. I didn't want to ask why she thought he wanted me. She might have a romantic vision of him missing me, but she was wrong. When we got back to our room, the girls were laying around watching a movie. Elena dropped on one of the beds and laughed. What happened to your crazy, wild night? Amber groaned. We're old and jet-lagged. We're only 2 hours ahead. Riley threw a pillow at me. Shut up. We liked that excuse. I laughed and sat next to Amber on the bed. She rolled over and sighed. We may have stayed up all night last night talking about coming here. Elena laughed. And now you're too tired to enjoy it. Riley nodded and sighed. I noticed trays waiting on their dresser and smirked. Did you guys order room service? Riley nodded. We didn't even feel like walking down to meet you guys. Elena looked at me. Look at us being the adventurous ones. Amber turned over and faced us. Did you guys see any babes? I eyed Elena, begging her to keep my secret. Not really. Actually, yes. Elena, the traitor. Evidently my telepathy was broken. They sat up at once. Tell us more, Amber practically begged. Just the guys from the Utah Fury hockey team. Riley squealed and kicked her legs in the air. Amber met my eyes and frowned. Is you know who here? I nodded. She swore, and it sucked the air out of the room. What's wrong? Riley asked with wide eyes. Amber seemed to be asking my permission with her eyes. I nodded. Elena knew, might as well get everyone up to speed. Lucy's ex is on the team, Amber said, and he's here. All eyes were on me. How could you keep that juicy bit of information to yourself and not spill it right off? Riley asked with a wicked smile. You're killing us. It's not like we're still friends. We lost contact in college. I tried to deflect. Which one is he? She had her phone in her hands with the team website already loaded. I groaned. Colin. Elena answered. Riley was silent for about 3 seconds. Colin Brassard? Her voice raised an octave with each syllable. That's him. Holy crap, Lucy. He's hot. I was well aware of that. What did catch me off guard was the surprise in her voice. Like she couldn't believe he'd ever been with me. So is Lucy, Amber said. I smiled at Amber, but Riley was probably right. It was shocking Colin had ever been with me, though it felt like a lifetime ago. Riley nodded excessively. No, I know. I totally think you're beautiful. I just didn't expect him to be so. I know. I tried to smile but fell short. Amber reached for my hand. So, are we switching resorts? I laughed. Yes, please. She nodded. Okay, we'll just all get refunds and find another place with availability. I shrugged. Perfect, that sounds easy. She laughed and tugged me until I fell into her arms. She wrapped her arms around me and squeezed. I'm sorry. We'll make sure he stays away from you. Why would you want to stay away from a man like that? Riley asked. He's a liar and a cheat, Elena said, and Riley narrowed her eyes. Maybe he's changed. I wish that were the case, but I doubt it. Fine. She shrugged, but I caught her locking eyes with Elena like she was already up to something. I shook it off and turned back to Amber. I'm sorry, this weekend isn't about me. I doubt we'll see him again. I put an arm around her and squeezed. Let's just focus on having fun and celebrating this weekend for our amiga. She squeezed me back, concern for me still lurking in her eyes. I got a few nods, but I had a feeling they were each conspiring some plot. I'd have to keep my guard up and pray we didn't run into him. Chapter 6 Colin. The girls had been at work and it was only 8 in the morning. They knocked on my door and charged in the second I had it cracked open. We have news. Chloe was beaming, far too happy for how early it was. Go away. Grant groaned and covered his face with a pillow. I felt bad for my roommate for about 2 seconds, then got over it. What did you find out? Maddie was bouncing on her feet. She's staying in this building. Just 1 floor up. I narrowed my eyes. Did I want to know how they figured that out? Probably not. I'd be able to plead ignorance later. That's not all. They're going on the snorkeling excursion today. I fell back on my bed with my eyes closed and groaned. What am I supposed to do with that information? Footsteps sounded on the tile floor around me. I opened one eye to see all 5 women staring down at me with varying levels of excitement. You're going to get dressed, get something to eat, and get your butt on that boat, Kendall said. I glared at her. When had she become so bossy? The other women had trained her already. I can't spend 6 hours on a boat with her. What if she throws me overboard? Or feeds me to sharks? Emma was the only one that looked slightly sympathetic. Or maybe the sorrow in her blue eyes was just morning sickness. Chloe leaned over me. You never got over Lucy. She said it as a fact, I didn't bother arguing. There was no winning with her, plus this time she was right. This is your chance. You made mistakes when you were younger. It's been 5 years, Colin. Colby cut in. I wondered how much she knew. How much they all knew about my relationship with Lucy. I know how long it's been. I nearly growled the words. Must. Not. Take. Out. Frustration. On. Them. Breathe. Maybe she's had enough time to heal, to forgive you. Colby's voice was much softer this time. Emma sat down and grabbed my hand. I know how hurt and sad you were. I remember. I know seeing her is a shock, but you can't believe it's just coincidence you two ended up in the same city at the same resort at the same time. There's just no way. This is your chance. Her eyes glistened, and I blamed the hormones. The woman was crying all the time these days, but that didn't completely negate what she said. As much as I didn't want to admit it, there was just no way Lucy and I running into each other was a fluke. Fine, I said. I'll go, but please promise me you guys will leave her alone? I don't want you hounding her. They each looked at each other as if they were having a silent conversation. After a moment, they nodded. Good, now let me get ready. Finally, Grant grumbled. Maddie picked up a pillow from my bed and threw it at him. Get up, lazy butt. He pulled the blanket over himself in response. The girls turned together and were on the way out when a knock sounded. Kendall was closest, so she opened the door.
Hi, babe.
Kendall beamed. Hartman stepped in and kissed her on the cheek. Hi, ladies. He nodded like it was completely normal for all of them to be hanging out in the two single guys' room. The team is already down at the gym, Hartman said, looking at me and then Grant. You guys need to get down there. I looked at the lump on the other bed. Good luck getting him up. The girls laughed and walked out, probably off to do more scheming. Hartman walked to Grant and swatted him, using his famous slap shot technique. Up. Now. Grant howled but rolled over and stood up. We'll be right down. I assured our captain and moved to get my clothes together. Hartman nodded. We'll be done in time to grab some food before you guys go snorkeling. You're not coming? He shook his head. I thought that would be too much for Kendall, she's still recovering from the transplant. Of course. I felt bad we chose an activity that she couldn't do. Sorry about that. He shrugged. No problem. We're going to hang out with Ollie and Emma. Lay out and relax. I can't complain about that. I smiled and watched him walk out. I guess there was really no losing when you were staying in paradise. There was always the sun and sand to keep you content. I quickly changed into workout clothes and waited for Grant to come out from the bathroom. He was dressed and ready to go, although he didn't look happy about it. You okay, there? He grunted a response. I hoped we'd have the first day off training, but that's the downside to being friends with the captain. No slacking off. Grant grunted again. He'd remember this next time I invited him on a trip. I doubted he'd make this mistake again. When we got to the gym, the rest of the guys were there warming up. I went to an empty treadmill and started walking. Eric was jogging next to me. Hey. I nodded and slowly increased the pace. I'd never admit it to Hartman, but it felt good to get in here. If I went the full week without training, I'd regret it for days when we got back. Hey, you guys might want to take it easy, Reese said, grimacing. He's got a 3-mile run planned to finish. That's fine. I was used to running, so I didn't see what the big deal was. On the beach. I pressed the stop button immediately, and Eric did so too. You're kidding, he said. He sounded as annoyed as I felt. Reese nodded.
Yeah.
So take it easy through the workout. I groaned and got off the machine. Running in sand was the worst. I didn't understand the people that lived by the beach that did it every day. It burned your calves, risked ankle injuries, and took twice as much energy. We were going to die, then have to go swim in the ocean. That sounded like a stellar idea. Maybe this was Hartman's payback for us ditching him. All right guys, he barked. I set up a circuit. Team up and I'll blow the whistle when it's time to switch. I had flashbacks to elementary school's PE classes until I saw the paper closest to me and Eric. Burpees? Eric dropped his head and sighed. How long do you think we'll be at each station? I looked at Hartman, who'd already started single leg box jump. The man was sick. I'm hoping for 3 but planning on 5. Eric smirked. So, it's probably 10. I rolled my eyes and dropped to the ground for my first burpee. No use in trying to fight it. We were stuck in here until Hartman said we were done. At least there was an end in sight. The boat left at noon. If he planned on giving us time to eat and change, we could only go for 3 hours. 3 hours. The beach was empty this early in the morning, so it was easy to pick Lucy and her friends out as they walked across the sand to the wooden dock. I had the advantage. I'd been prepared. I knew she would be there. We were waiting on the dock when she walked up with Elena and 2 other women. By the look on her face, I figured she didn't have the same luxury. She didn't have time to hide her reaction before I saw it and before everyone did, too. Despite her pursed lips and furrowed brows, my heart sped up at the sight of her. The gentle curve at her waist, and her long hair flowing behind her. She looked like she always did in my dreams. I sucked in a breath. I had to make a decision. Quick. What was I going to do? How was I going to react? She had to have told her friends the truth already. I looked around at the women standing next to her. All eyes on me.
Yeah.
They knew. I paused on one. I recognized her. She was Lucy's best friend. Amanda? Alex? Whatever her name was, walked forward until she was a foot from me. A little too close. You. She narrowed her eyes. Hi. Alex. It's Amber. Right. I knew that. I squinted into the sun, wishing for the end to this. I glanced back to where Lucy had been, but she and the other women were gone. Amber nodded to the left and took a step away so the rest of my group could pass us. It seemed like she was only warming up. I'm surprised you remember anything other than how to get your hands up the shirt of the closest girl. I cringed. I could feel the tension from the group as they walked by. They might not be able to hear her quiet voice, but the guys knew the story. How Lucy had been my world until I got onto the Olympic team. Until I got caught up in the brief, fleeting fame. Until I made mistakes and didn't get the chance to explain. Judging by the look on Amber's face, she remembered all too well. I raised my hands in surrender. Amber, look. I'm sorry. For everything that happened in the past. For ending up at the same resort. For running into Lucy. For signing up for the same excursion. But there's one thing that's common with all of those. Her eyebrows rose. Yes? I didn't have control over any of it. Her eyes narrowed into slits. You didn't have control over your hands or lips in the Olympic Village? I groaned. This was a conversation I needed to have with Lucy. Alone. 5 years ago. What does it matter now? I asked. Lucy's engaged. She's obviously moved on. I watched for any reaction. Anything that could tell me Lucy's engagement was a lie. A slight hesitation was the only sign. It matters because you're an insensitive jerk who we don't want around. We certainly don't want to be stuck on a boat with you all day. I felt someone step next to me, but I didn't look. Fine. I won't go. I turned to walk away, but a hand gripped my forearm. I looked down to see Chloe. Her attention was on Amber. A forced smile across her lips and the look in her eyes I'd seen 100 times before. She was about to get her way. Amber, I know this is awkward and a little uncomfortable, but it's a big boat. We can all enjoy the day without stepping on each other's toes. Amber's stone face softened a bit. Chloe had that effect when she wanted to. Plus, I heard there's a wedding coming up. Maddie and I just got married. She paused. Not to each other. She laughed. Anyway, we're still on the wedding high and need a fix. Let's talk about it. With that, Chloe looped her arm around Amber's shoulders and led her away. The two joined the group of women on the boat, moving together to form one mass. It was just a little bit intimidating to see them all together. With the potential to scheme and mastermind. I looked to the rest of the guys and they seemed to have the same thoughts. Eric shook his head and Noah looked nervous. I caught Lucy watching me and I was shocked not to see anger on her face, but remorse. Did she regret coming? Well, if the sharks don't kill us, they will. Reese laughed as he walked past me toward the boat, tearing me away from my thoughts. I followed the group, staying toward the back of the line. I'd respect Lucy's space. She didn't want me around anymore, and I'd respect that. Hopefully the girls could keep her occupied and her mind off hating me. Chapter 7, Lucy. I walked away as soon as I could, dragging Elena and Riley with me. I needed support. A safety net. How was I going to get through an entire day on a boat with him? We'd either end up killing each other, one of us throwing the other off the boat, or the dull ache in my chest might force me to do something stupid. Like talk to him. His voice had been a sledgehammer to the walls around my heart yesterday. The sound of his low baritone brought me straight back to when he'd been mine. The voice that used to tell me how much he loved me. The one that made my worries disappear. The one that stayed in my dreams, haunting me for years. This was going to be a long day. Each smile. Each laugh was a reminder of what we'd had and lost. Maybe Riley was right. Maybe he had changed. I threw out that thought before it could take root. That was a dangerous idea. So that's him? Riley was staring. Not even trying to be discreet. He's even hotter in person. Elena smacked her arm as she stepped off the dock and onto the boat. Not helping. Riley shrugged. What? It's not like Lucy's blind. I'm sure she's aware. I was. I hated that the first time I saw him in 5 years he looked better than when we were together. Broader, fuller, a man. I followed the girls on the boat and was surprised by how little it rocked. I could barely tell we were on the water. I looked back at the dock where Amber was still talking to Colin, blocking his friends from boarding. I watched as he ran his fingers through his bangs, just like he always did when he was uncomfortable. It stung to see a gesture I'd once been so used to. It was his tell, something I'd picked up on from knowing him so well. How was it possible things could change so much, yet stay exactly the same? Come on, let's get our gear first. We followed one of the instructors, Manuel, onto the large boat as he instructed us on what we would need. Pick out a mask, snorkel, and fins. He smiled and waved his hand over the 3 large bins in front of him. Riley and I dug through the first tangled mess. Do you know which the best are? I asked. I'd never been snorkeling before and didn't want to end up breathing water all day. Riley held up a snorkel. Take this one. It has a stopper on the top so water won't get in if you dive under. Huh. Thanks. I took it and looked for a mask. They were all pretty similar, so I took a pair with pink on the sides. At least I wouldn't mix them up with someone else's. By the time Riley, Elena and I were outfitted, the rest of the group was on board. I moved to the side to give everyone space when I noticed one of the wives walking with Amber. They were chatting and laughing like old friends. I narrowed my eyes and watched the rest of the hockey wives mesh in with my friends.
Oh no.
This wasn't going to work. It wasn't safe. I took a step forward when a man got in my way. I looked up and was face to face with Eric Schultz. He smiled at me and stepped back. Excuse me, Lucy. How do you know my name? He winced, just slightly. Everyone on this boat now knows everyone else. We made introductions on the dock. You, Elena, and Riley missed out on that, but Amber made sure we knew each of you. I crossed my arms awkwardly over my chest with my hands still full of my gear. I was also on the team when Brassard joined the Fury. He said it like I should understand his hidden meaning. Okay. So, I was there when he was grieving his only relationship, and I've been with him since. Through the past 5 years of his voluntary isolation. The brooding. The bitterness. I felt like he just punched me in the gut. As if Colin had the right to feel like that. I shook my head. Why are you telling me this? He shrugged. Thought you should know, you aren't the only one that's been hurting. I was hurt, but I've moved on. I tried to sound confident, but I doubted I was fooling him. Then why can't you look at him? Why'd you lie about your engagement? Yes, that was stupid, I see that now, I admitted. So, it's true? Your engagement's a lie? He was grinning, and I let out a sigh. Vacations weren't supposed to be more stressful than work. Don't tell him. Please. Instead of growing even more arrogant, he softened. Lucy, why are you lying to him? What did he expect? I'd seen the man that shattered my world, and I'd bat my eyelashes and give him a hug. Tears stung my eyes. I didn't want him to think I was alone. There, I admitted it. Lame, I know. His eyebrows pinched together. Why? I blinked and almost laughed. Why wasn't he getting this? Guys could be so dense. I wanted him to think I'd moved on. That I wasn't holding on anymore. Eric seemed to suddenly understand. I get that. I'd probably do the same if I were you, but I thought you two were different. Different how? I couldn't believe I was opening up to a stranger, but knowing he knew the situation made me feel like I could talk to him. You were together for years. I know you two went through a lot, and you supported him through the beginning of his career, which is incredibly tough. You guys weren't just another relationship. You could have gotten married. And there was the knife to my heart, adding insult to injury. I know, Eric. I was there. He dropped his shoulders. Then you know why I was surprised to hear that you were engaged. I laughed, a bit bitterly. Why would that be a surprise? Because I still think you two belong together. You don't know me, and frankly, he doesn't either. Not anymore. Eric nodded. I know it's crazy, but I don't think he ever moved on. He's never even had another girlfriend. That thought should have made me feel better, but it just made me sad. I didn't want him to be miserable and alone. I thought he'd moved on before we even broke up. He acted like it. You do remember why we broke up, right? Eric looked up and sighed.
Yeah.
But did you ever given him the chance to talk to you about what happened? Of course. I tried to understand. I tried to be okay with it, but I couldn't. He cheated on me. I'd done everything for him. Supported him and helped him. I gave up so much. And the second he got what he wanted, the second he had a bit of fame and the chance, he cheated. I took a breath, trying to collect myself. How could you think we're still meant to be together? After all this time? He was silent for a few moments. Because the second he sat down at the table after seeing you yesterday, he was crushed. More than I'd ever seen him. It was the most emotion he's shown since I've known him. Sure, he was upset over the news of your engagement. He said with a bite of sarcasm. But seeing you changed him. It's like a part of him came alive. Maybe it's selfish, but I want to see my friend like that all the time. I want him to be happy. What about me? What if it makes me miserable? You haven't been a real person to me, to any of us, until now. You were a memory, a story. Now that we've all met you, I think it's even more important than ever for you two to work things out. I was feeling trapped. Did I not have a choice in my own actions? I did. Just because Eric was some hotshot hockey player didn't mean he got to boss me around. We weren't friends. We'd never even met before this conversation, and suddenly he was diving into my past. The one I kept hidden with a lock? Sorry, I muttered, but that's not going to happen. I pushed past him and took a deep breath as I walked across the deck to Amber. Why are you playing friends with them? She turned from facing Riley and sighed. We can't change the circumstances, Lucy, so I'm trying to make the best of it. We're here to have fun, remember? I rolled my eyes and looked out over the ocean to the land that was growing farther and farther away. Could I make it to shore? I doubted I could swim that far. I looked down at my gear. Well, maybe. Amber grabbed my arm. You're not jumping. I blew out a breath between my lips. I know. I'm sorry, but this is hard enough for me to deal with. I can't stand mingling with all of them. They act like they know me. Amber smiled at the two blonde women passing. They smiled back and paused, but I turned away hoping they would get the hint. Lucy, you can't act like this. It's rude. I could tell Amber was using her fake smile while whisper yelling at me. She'd picked it up from her mom. I don't know these people. I don't have to interact with them. She grabbed my elbow and turned us to face the waves crashing against the boat. I can't imagine how hard it is for you to see Colin again. I know you're hurting. I know, Lucy. I do. I love you and wish I could make all the pain disappear, but this is life. Crap happens, and we have to deal with it. I'm trying to make the best of a tough situation, and I would really love if you would try too. I closed my eyes and sighed. She was right. This was her party, her week to celebrate with us, and I was making it about myself. I was bringing the whole group down and nobody, not even the intrusive hockey players, deserved that. You're right. I'll try to play nice, but no guarantees with him. I didn't have to speak his name for her to understand my meaning. Don't worry. If he comes within 5 feet of you, I've instructed the girls to jump in and intercept. I laughed at the image that brought to my mind. Thanks. Anything for you, babe. She wrapped an arm around me and squeezed. We're going to have fun today. Okay? We might even see whale sharks. I smiled and nodded. You're right. This is going to be fun. We joined the rest of the group as Manuel began giving instructions. I looked around at everyone and froze when Colin's eyes met mine. He didn't blink, didn't move. Once upon a time I thought we could communicate through looks, but not anymore. I couldn't read him. No smile or frown. He just stared until I looked away. I clenched my jaw and turned away. I couldn't let him see what he still did to me. The flutter that was still there. I'd suppressed it, but every second around him made that stupid butterfly stronger. The boat came to a stop. I had no idea how the captain knew this was the place since we were in the middle of the ocean. Maybe this was where the X was on the map. It didn't seem right though. I thought snorkeling was done around land formations or coral reefs. Miguel clapped. Now we'll start here. There's a small reef in front of the boat, so we'll swim and see if anything is around. He slipped his mask over his face and pulled on his fins at the back of the boat before jumping in. I watched him swim to the bow, then everyone followed, single file. Elena stepped next to me. Are you excited? She asked. I looked to her and nodded. We were in Mexico about to snorkel with real sea life. There was plenty to be excited about and I decided to focus on that.
Yeah.
I hope we get to see something good. She smiled. We will. I've never been disappointed on one of these excursions. When it was my turn, I checked that I had everything on correctly before taking a step off the deck and falling into the water. The warmth was a shock. The Pacific Ocean was never this warm. It felt like we were in a nice bathtub. I followed the boat until I reached the rest of the group. Miguel waved at me and pointed to his left. Good stuff. I followed his direction, submerged my masked face in the water, and gasped. Fish of all shapes, sizes, and colors were swimming around a reef formation a few feet under the water. The world around me faded away as I stared down at the swirl of activity below. I dove down for a closer look, smiling at a fish that was curious and brave enough to swim toward me before darting away. I surfaced, blowing out hard to clear the snorkel the way Manuel had instructed. Once I caught my breath, I dove down again. The rest of the group was in sight, but I didn't pay them attention. I got as close as I dared and almost screamed when an eel poked its head out of a hiding spot. Creatures I'd only seen on TV or at aquariums were all around me. It was magical. More than I'd imagined. My poor attitude disappeared by the time we got back at the boat and headed toward the shore. This was one of my favorite experiences of my life. Ever. I completely forgot about everything that was happening above water. Everything from the past, all my work stress and anxiety disappeared. I was simply existing. Observing. I'd never had such a calming, serene experience. I couldn't wipe the smile from my face. Not even when two of the hockey wives sat down across from me and Amber. "Hi, I'm Maddie and this is Chloe." The blonde nodded her head to her friend. "Hi." Chloe, the brunette, smiled. "I know this is weird, and I'm sorry if we've made you uncomfortable." I hesitated before waving off their concerns. "It's fine. We've all had fun." Maddie nodded. "Sorry if Eric crossed the line earlier. I saw him talking to you. He's not normally one to get involved in other people's business, so he must have felt he needed to say something." I shrugged. "It's okay. Is he your husband?"
Yeah.
"And her brother." Chloe smiled. "Sorry for my other half." I looked between her and Maddie, obviously missing something. "Eric's my twin. I tend to feel responsible for his actions." I didn't know what else to say, but I remembered Amber's plea to play nice. "It's really okay, guys. I've seen you before." I blinked, not understanding Chloe's statement. I looked to Amber, but she just shook her head slightly. "At the resort?" "No, at his house," she stated matter of fact. Now I was really confused. "Whose house?" "Colin." Maddie looked at Chloe. "When?" Apparently, I wasn't the only one out of the loop. I was helping him unpack after he bought his house a few years ago. I found a box of old things like pictures, a few books, and his old jerseys. I went through to see how to organize it and I found a box with tape keeping it closed. Maddie shook her head. "I'm not sure what surprises me less, you organizing his house or digging into things you shouldn't." Chloe rolled her eyes. "The point is, I opened the box and it was stuffed full of pictures of you and him." I tried not to react. So what that he'd kept memories of us? So what that it was taped closed and shoved in some random box to be forgotten about? "You two looked really happy." She pushed. I blew out a breath. "We were. Until the Olympics?" Maddie asked. I nodded. "He told me he tried to reach out to you, about a year later." Chloe's deep brown eyes were locked on mine. I closed my eyes while Amber gasped next to me. "You never told me that." I turned to her. There was nothing to tell. All eyes were on me. "He called, and I didn't answer. He left a message about how he missed me and that what we had was special. He wanted to know if there was a chance we could get back together." "Why didn't you call him back?" Maddie asked in a quiet voice. I looked at her, wondering why I was sharing this. I didn't owe any of these people an explanation, but something in me wanted to. I wanted them to know. Maybe I was just sick of holding it in, or maybe I wanted them to see my side. There was no point. Amber grabbed my hand. "Why?" I clenched my fists on my lap. I couldn't give him what he wanted. Chapter 8, Colin. Between the sun, swimming, and constantly being aware of where I was in relation to Lucy, I was exhausted. She seemed to have fun on the boat. I saw her smiling a lot, especially after the snorkeling, which was all I wanted. She deserved to be happy, and if it meant me keeping my distance that was fine. When Manuel pulled out the bins to have us return our gear, I held back until I saw Lucy. When she got in line I stepped in behind her. A million things to say ran through my head, but all I got out was, "Oh." I dropped my mask and bent down to get it, at the same time she did. I stopped and locked eyes with her. My hand was frozen in midair, waiting for her to make the next move. I swear I saw a flicker of something not sad, in her caramel eyes. "Here." She held the mask out to me before standing and dumping her gear in the closest bin. I stood frozen for several heartbeats. That was the closest we'd been in 5 years and it felt the same, yet so different. I blew out a breath and dropped my gear. When we got back to the dock, I headed in the back up to our room with Grant. I can't decide what I want the most right now. A shower, a nap, or food. He grumbled as he slowly trudged up the stairs. I laughed. "I feel the same." I do know that a shower has to come before nap though. I don't want to sleep in sandy sheets tonight. He groaned. But that takes more work. I slapped his back. Sorry. The girls turned in the hallway and were just in front of us. I wanted so badly to stop them to ask what they found out. It wasn't in their nature to mind their own business. They had to know something, but I wanted to respect Lucy's privacy. Give her the distance she demanded. Curiosity won. Hey, Chloe, I called out. She stopped and turned. Yes, Brassard? Maddie looked over her shoulder and shook her head but stopped walking. When we reached them, Grant nodded. I'm going to steal the shower. Sounds good, I said. I watched him walk away before looking at the two, who stared at me with impatient faces. How is she? Chloe looked pleased by my question. I think she's okay. Amber's protective of her, which makes sense, but I think she's okay. That was not the information I wanted. Okay, told me nothing. Maddie pursed her lips. There's not much to tell. Really? She's hurt or was hurt. And I think seeing you here after all this time is a shock. I nodded. I felt the same way. Why do you want to know? Maddie asked with a serious look in her eyes. Why did I care so much? Why did I want to know every word she said to them? Because even though it's been a long time and she hates me, I still want her to be happy. I want to make her happy. You don't want her back? Chloe asked with an appraising glance. I shrugged. We're different people now. I'm not sure if we'd still work together. But if you had the chance? Do I have a chance? Maddie cut in. You're both here. If you ever had a chance, now would be the time. But that doesn't mean it's what she wants. They were infuriating. How frustrating could two women be? I almost laughed. These two were some of the worst when it came to confusing men. No, we don't know what she wants. I'm not sure she does. There is something you should know though. I searched Chloe's face. What? She and Maddie exchanged an indecipherable glacé. I don't know. She finally answered. What? There's something. She paused. She told us that much, but not what it is exactly. Maddie nodded. And even if we did, that's something she would need to share with you. I dropped my shoulders. I felt like giving up. Why was I even fighting for this? She hated me. Fine. They stepped back and turned, leaving me alone to figure out my next step. I walked back to my room analyzing my thoughts and reactions to seeing Lucy again. My heart nearly burst when we locked eyes on the boat. I knew those eyes. I loved them. They used to tell me so much more than her words. I may have moved on, but I never let her go. Maybe I hadn't moved on. Maybe functioning without feeling like my heart had been ripped from my chest, going out with the guys and their girlfriends or wives and not feeling like I was missing out, and telling myself I wasn't sad wasn't moving on. I still missed her. The way she felt tucked against my chest. How she pushed me to always be my best. Her drive and motivation that seemed to rub off on me. Her smile that always greeted me. I knew with a single glance how much she loved me, back then. I never had doubts when it came to her. She was my constant. My peace amidst all the unknowns I faced in college. Admitting that felt like a tidal wave crushing me. I leaned against the wall and stared at the ground. If I could go back and change things I would, in a heartbeat. I would have fought for her. I would have demanded she listen to me. I would have proven myself to her. We could still be together now. We could have had these past 5 years to build a life together. We would have a home, maybe even a family. I wouldn't be going through this alone. I'd have someone to celebrate my successes. Someone to share my life with. Breathing was a struggle. My chest felt like it was ripping apart. I was losing her all over again. I rubbed my hand over my face and tried to take a deep breath. I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Slowly, my body calmed. I hadn't experienced this in years. The panic. The realization that she was gone. It was like I was living that day over again. But I wasn't. Things had changed. I had changed. Maybe this was why we were here. It was time for us to have a second chance. We'd had a chance to live without each other. To miss each other. I knew what I wanted. I knew I had to take full advantage of this opportunity. I couldn't screw this up. Being so close to her reminded me of back when we were in US. When we would move around each other, always aware of one another. I could still sense her. I knew where she had been all day. It killed me to keep my space. I didn't want to do that again. I couldn't be this close, see her, but not feel her. I had to do it. I was going to get her back. I had a plan. I talked it out with Grant and Ollie and they agreed it was foolproof. I just needed to find her now. I had eyes out looking for me too. Everyone in our group knew to let me know if they spotted her or her friends. I felt a little bit like a spy. Maybe James Bond? Did he plot to win back any of his Bond girls? Probably not. He probably wouldn't screw up his chance with them in the first place. Grant and I first headed to the restaurant to check if she was there. Can we get something? Kendall made reservations for all of us to eat at the steakhouse for dinner later. He groaned. But I'm hungry now. I rolled my eyes. He sounded like a toddler. Fine. Whatever. I don't see her. Grant picked a grape off his plate and ate it while we waited in the taco line. It's a little early for dinner. Plus, she could be at one of the other 6 restaurants. I wasn't going to give up this easily. He nodded. This resort is a little too big to track down one person. If it was only us, maybe, but we have 12 people looking for her. True. He put a beef taco on his plate and smiled. We weren't doing much to help at the moment. Man's got to eat though. Eat fast, then we need to make a round. We found a table and ate in record-breaking time. Where should we start? Grant asked the question I was about to ask him. Eric and Maddie are checking the beach. Ollie and Emma are checking the pools. Hartman and Kendall are checking the shops. Reese and Noah said they would check that dolphin encounter place. He laughed. As in they're going to do it. I shrugged. I wouldn't blame them. I was asking a lot of everyone to give up vacation time to help me track down Lucy. Not that I could talk the girls out of something once their minds were set. And who's checking her room? I stopped. I don't know. He shook his head and pulled out his phone. I'll ask if anyone's done that. I couldn't believe I hadn't started there. Although, would that seem creepy? No creepier than sending a dozen people around searching for her. The sun was setting and time for my plans to work out was going down with it. It's a little difficult to have a sunset dinner without the sun. Maybe I should give up. Grant tuned to me. No way. We just got started. We'll find her and if it doesn't work out tonight, we can try again tomorrow. I appreciated his confidence and dedication, but I hated feeling like I was wasting people's time. Let's check in here. Grant pointed at the doors to one of the theaters. There's no show playing. I know, but I heard there's a nice lounge. I followed him in and was surprised by the large room centered around a bar. There were at least 10 bartenders and the room was packed. We walked a little further in until he stopped and looked to me. Do you want to split up? It was a lot of ground to cover, but I felt like less conspicuous staying together.
Nah.
I led us to the right, following the terracotta-tiled path. We walked around the room scanning each table. We were halfway around when he stopped suddenly again. I don't think she's in here. He spun around and started walking back the way we'd come. Wait, I said. We didn't check the whole place. Grant looked at me and cringed. He was lying. He saw something. You saw her? I asked. I turned around and looked for her. Let's just go. I felt him tug on my arm the second I found her. She was laughing. Her head flung back, no worry on her face like this morning. She looked carefree. She smiled across the table at someone. My heart stopped when I realized she wasn't just with Amber and her other friends. There was a man. A man I'd never seen before. He was dark, good-looking and making Lucy laugh. I turned before she could notice me watching her and hurried out of the lounge. I heard Grant's steps behind me, so I didn't bother waiting for him. I should have known. I should have expected something like this. She's single, Eric broke that news to me earlier today, so why wouldn't she get hit on by some stranger in a glorified bar? Why wouldn't she be laughing with him? She deserved to laugh. But why did it feel like I had just gotten slammed into the glass by a 300-pound defenseman? No. That would hurt less. I'd be expecting it on the ice. Not here. You okay? I nodded and turned to face Grant. I didn't see that coming. Me neither. I should have. She's beautiful and available, why wouldn't some guy take a chance? Grant stood there letting me talk. Maybe he didn't know what to say either. When I was done, he patted me on the back. I'm sorry, Colin. I blew out a breath. When was the last time I faced rejection like this? The day Lucy ended things. Why did my greatest pain and my greatest joy come from her? It didn't make sense. I'll let everyone know we found her, Grant said. We can meet up before our reservation. I nodded and followed him in silence. It didn't matter anymore. I wouldn't get the chance to talk to her. Chapter 9, Lucy. Last night I did it. I let go. I was the one that stayed out late and danced the night away. It helped that Elena had met Alejandro and Thomas at the pool and invited them to come out with us. Those two men were sexy, smooth and kept the compliments coming all night. What girl wouldn't love that? I laid in bed smiling at the jumbled memories. You awake? Elena asked. I sat up and smiled at Elena, who was wrapped in a robe. You already showered? She wrinkled her nose. Yes, the day is halfway over. It's time to get up and get some Sunday. Wait. Seriously? I looked to the clock that read 12:15. I can't remember the last time I slept in this late. That's why I didn't wake you. I thought you would need to recover after getting in at 4 this morning. I smiled. I appreciate that. I'd been dead on my feet last night, but it seemed like the rest of the girls, well maybe not Elena, could have stayed out for another 3 hours. I raised my hands over my head and stretched. What's the plan for the day? Amber reserved a cabana on the beach. Sounds perfect. She stood up and pulled on my blanket. Then get your butt up. Fine. I rolled out and grabbed a swimsuit to change into. By the time I walked out of the bathroom, Elena was ready and waiting for me by the door. I grabbed your phone and sunscreen. She patted her beach bag. Thanks. We headed out and met Amber and Riley at the cabana. How are you guys already up? I asked. It was like they didn't need sleep. Or food. Riley laughed. We're used to it. Whatever. Some of us have jobs we have to be up for at normal times. Elena threw back. Riley was an up-and-coming social media influencer, or so she told us. She bragged about not having anyone telling her what to do or when, so she didn't understand the pressure of a normal office job. Stop arguing and lie down, Amber said. I smirked but did as she ordered. Once I was situated, laying on my stomach with the sun warming me, and the sounds of wave crashing, I relaxed. I'd needed this vacation more than I'd realized. Not just the rest, but getting out again. Meeting people. realizing I could still have a good time. Do you want a drink, Lucy? Amber asked. I must have fallen asleep since Amber's voice pulled me out of a dream. Drink? She asked again. Piña colada. I slurred out the words before turning onto my back. Hopefully I wasn't getting too burned. Hey, girls. I cringed at Chloe's voice. It wasn't that I had anything against her, she'd been perfectly nice. It was just that she was always in the same vicinity as him. I propped myself on my elbows. Hi, Chloe. She smiled. We're just down a few, and I saw you guys. How are you? Since we'd seen each other less than 24 hours ago, I didn't know what to say. Good. A very pregnant woman walked up next to her. Hi, I'm Emma. I waved my hand. Hi. I didn't bother with my name. They all knew who I was sure. I'm bummed I didn't get to go snorkeling yesterday, Emma said. I heard it was amazing. I let Amber and the girls pick up the conversation. I didn't get why Colin's friends kept coming around. We didn't all have to be friends because I knew someone they did. We had nothing else in common. I looked away, accidentally finding Colin standing and stretching. I watched him approach a different cabana where his teammates were already lounging. He was bare-chested, with ripped muscles from his punishing workout. He moved slowly, like he had all the time in the world, a glorious hockey god, and my throat ached with longing. I needed to tear my eyes away, but I was frozen appreciating that body. Good grief, did the man know what a carb was? It just made me feel worse. I tugged the bottom of my suit, trying to cover even an inch more of my legs. I snuck a glance his way again. This time, he caught me watching him. Trapping my gaze. He blinked several times and visibly swallowed, an accusation in his eyes, before he flicked his glance towards the sea. That was different from the stare down we had before. What? I didn't want him to stare at me. No. I wanted him to move on. Be happy far, far away from me. Right? Something had changed though. You guys didn't tell him anything, right? I realized I'd blurted that out, interrupting their conversation, when the girl's eyes turned to me. Sorry. Chloe shook her head. There wasn't anything to tell, but no. We didn't. She paused. There's obviously something, but it's not my business. Or anyone else's. I nodded. Thanks. I think you should talk to him about it. Whatever it is. Emma said, massaging her belly. I pursed my lips but didn't say anything else. They wrapped up their conversation before walking away. That was rude. Elena said, lowering her glasses to meet my eyes. I know. I thought maybe they told him something. Why? How would I explain to her that it was because Colin looked away? She would think I was crazy. Just a feeling. She watched me for another second before laying down. They were right. You do need to talk to him. Amber and Riley agreed. Great. They were all against me now. I laid back down and closed my eyes. Soon, they were talking about something new and hopefully forgot about me. Everything that happened between me and Colin was painful, but I'd moved on. It had been 5 years since we broke up. Obviously, I was over it. Or I had been. Until I saw him again and remembered what it felt like to have his eyes on me. To feel like I was the only woman in the world. He'd always made me feel loved and secure. I craved that again. Plus, that body and those lips were otherworldly. I opened one eye and stole a glance at his sun-kissed skin. But I knew there was more to him than just his exterior. Good and bad things. How caring and thoughtful he could be. He remembered each time I had a test and had meals sent to me before, so I wouldn't have to worry about taking a break from studying, and afterward there was always a bouquet of white tulips waiting for me when I was done. It was silly, especially when I compared it to his mistakes. He wasn't perfect. Neither of us were, and I hated that the outside world, even these girls, couldn't see that. I knew better, and any communication with him would lead to more pain. Talking to him, even just catching up, wasn't worth ripping open that old wound. My life was moving forward, things had happened since we were together, and Colin had no right to know. Then why couldn't I relax and stop thinking about him? I rolled over to my stomach, hiding my face in my folded arms. Who would have known flying a country away would have brought me back to this? A tap on my shoulder pulled me out of my spiraling thoughts. I looked up, blinded by the sun.
Yeah.
You should probably cover up or reapply. You're getting really pink. Elena said while lifting her sunglasses to look at me. I groaned and grabbed my cover-up from my bag. Thanks. I'm going to head back to the room for a bit. She nodded and relaxed back in her chair. I was able to sneak away without questions from the rest of my group and relaxed once I got to my room. The air conditioner was on, keeping it nice and chill. A much-needed reprieve from the hot, humid air outside. I set my bag down on the bed and turned to the TV and froze. White tulips. A clear vase with a bouquet of white tulips was sitting on the dresser. I took a step closer. How did these get here? Did someone have a key, or was it room service? Was I being pranked? I looked around the rest of the room, but nothing was out of place. No one was hiding with a camera waiting to jump out. Taking a step closer, I noticed a small white envelope sitting in the flowers. I reached out and took it, holding it in my hand. I turned it over, but it was blank. I could throw it away. Put the flowers in a trash bin out in the hall. No one would ever know. The girls wouldn't ask about it. No one would pressure me to tell them how I felt about it. I wouldn't agonize over what it meant. It would be like it never happened. The idea was promising, but I knew I'd regret it in a second. I'd wonder. I'd stay up all night thinking about it. I'd probably get back home and agonize over not knowing. Fine. I tore open the envelope and ripped out the card. Dinner? At 7? See. That was it? How much more cryptic could you get? I assumed it was from Colin, but who really knew? It could be anyone. One of his teammates pulling a prank, maybe. How would they know about the flowers though? I set the card on the bed and flopped down next to it. I stayed like that until Elena walked in. Her face appeared over me, looking down with concern. What are you doing? Questioning life. She nodded. Okay, how's that working for you? Any answers yet? I shook my head. Where'd the flowers come from? Judging by the pitch of her voice, she knew. I think Colin. You think? I slid my hand on the bed until I found the card and held it up for her. She took it from me and smiled. Looks like you've got a date tonight. He didn't even sign his name. I could pretend not to know and deny him. She slapped my leg and sat down next to me. We all know who it's from, Lucy, so don't try using that excuse. I threw my arm over my eyes and groaned. I don't want to, Elena. Why not? Because. Is not an answer. I groaned again. Come on. We both know I'm not going anywhere until I have the answers I want. I fought the urge to stick my tongue out at her. She'd probably grab it and hold until I told her everything. He hurt me, I said. I know. I don't want to get hurt again. I felt movement and looked over to see her lying next to me, watching. This is different. You're not in a relationship. You're not at risk for anything. You two can just talk. I don't want to talk. She blinked and waited. I know. No one can force you to go, but I really think it would help you. I think you need closure. I looked up at the ceiling. That was one thing I didn't get when everything happened. I didn't give Colin the chance to tell me why. I didn't want to hear it. I knew enough to know he'd cheated, and I wasn't willing to see what else would happen. I didn't want to wait around for him to leave me. I wanted to end it before it could get worse. before I felt for him even more. I didn't want to forgive him, because then I would fall again. The heartbreak would be even worse the next time, and I didn't think I'd survive it. I shook my head against my pillow. I just don't know why. It was a loaded statement. I didn't know why he wanted to have dinner. I didn't know why we'd run into each other. I didn't know why we were both still single. I didn't know why my heart exploded the first time I saw him again. I didn't know why he cheated. Elena nudged me with her elbow. There's only one way to get the answer. I stared at the ceiling. I have to go? She nodded. I closed my eyes. Could I do this? Could I face him? You can do it on your terms, Elena said. Meet where you want to, stay as long as you want, only talk about what you're comfortable with. I opened my eyes. How? She smiled. I'll make sure. I blew out a long breath. Okay. She sat up. Really? I nodded slowly. Okay, I'll take care of everything. You just relax, and we'll get you ready later. I didn't fight her on it. I'd given up control, and it was a tiny bit nice to have someone else take over. I just hoped I didn't regret it tomorrow. Chapter 10, Colin. I wiped my sweaty hands on my pants for the third time. It was 7:04 now. She was late. What if she wasn't coming? Was Elena coming and talking to me all a huge scheme? Was this payback? I dug my feet into the sand and looked over at the private table waiting for us. I'd made reservations at a restaurant in town that I'd heard great things about, but Elena told me to keep it simple. That Lucy would be more comfortable if we stayed here. I understood that. Worst case scenario, she could leave and be back to her room in minutes, not stranded in a foreign city. I checked my watch again. Another minute had passed. I felt the eyes of the wait staff on me. They were here as an arrangement for the beachfront dinner the resort director put together for me. I could feel their whispers and judgments. They knew I was being stood up. A figure walked out of a building, headed straight for the beach. I clenched my fists and hoped it was her. I studied the graceful walk, the gentle sway of the hips, the way the hair flowed behind. It was her. I knew before she was close enough to make out her features. The sunset backlit her, creating a halo around her body. I forced myself not to look away, but it was hard seeing her look so beautiful and reminding myself she wasn't mine. When she was near, I stood and met her halfway. Hi. Hi. She sounded as nervous as I felt. Thanks for coming. She nodded. We're seated this way. I led her to the table and pulled out her chair. It was a challenge to move it in with the legs sinking into the sand, but I pulled it off without making a fool of myself. By the time I sat down across from her, she was sipping her water, looking around with a curious expression. How do you pull this off? She asked. Her soft voice was like a time machine, taking me back to lazy days in her dorm, late-night conversations about our future. The first time she said I love you to me. I shook away the mental images and smiled. I had the help of a few friends. She almost smiled, but it disappeared. A server walked over, saving us from an awkward silence. It killed me. We were never like this when we were together. We talked all the time, telling each other anything and everything. What we'd done that day, who we saw, what classes were driving us insane, what we wanted to do in the future. Our future. Good evening, the server said. My name is Luis and I'm pleased to assist you tonight. We will be starting with a salad course, then papadzols, a local specialty. Thank you. I addressed him as he nodded and walked away. He returned a moment later with 2 salads, placing them in front of each of us. Enjoy. He disappeared again, giving us privacy. Lucy stabbed her lettuce with her fork but didn't take a bite. I'm happy you came, I said. The waves crashing next to us were loud enough to drown out the nerves in my voice. She sucked in a breath as her eyes met mine. Why did you ask? I wanted to catch up. She narrowed her eyes. Why? I didn't get it. Why wouldn't I want to? We broke up 5 years ago. Haven't seen or spoken to each other since, and we still wouldn't have if we hadn't run into each other. She had a point. But we did. Run into each other. I feel like it happened for a reason. She cringed, just slightly. You don't think it's coincidence? I shook my head. No. I don't. She stayed silent, so I started to eat. I noticed she only took a few bites. Maybe this was as hard on her as it was on me. Luis appeared and removed our salads before returning with our entrees. We got 2 enchiladas with a yummy-smelling red sauce, topped with hard-boiled eggs. I couldn't wait to dive in, but I looked up to see Lucy staring at her plate. Is something wrong? After a beat, she finally met my eyes. Yes. My stomach sank. Was she allergic to something and I forgot? I held up my hand to signal for Luis, but she stopped me with a raised hand. It's not the food, Colin. I closed my eyes when she said my name. It was the first time she'd said it since we saw each other in the restaurant. It felt familiar. Like a link to the past. To us. What is it? I asked. She studied me, and I couldn't help but feel like I wasn't measuring up. I can't just sit here and pretend like we're old friends catching up for old time's sake. I nodded. I wanted to pretend like this was easy or normal, but it was hard for me too. What could I do? I'm sorry. My throat tightened. I wish I could take back the past. I wish I could take away her pain. Her brows pulled together. For what? I let out a half chuckle. Where do I start? Her eyes dropped to her plate, but she didn't make a move to start eating. I'm sorry for not appreciating you when we were together. I'm sorry for leaving things the way they were before the Olympics. She cringed. Maybe this wasn't the right route, but now that I was getting this off my chest, I couldn't stop. I wasn't kind to you. I shook my head. That was an understatement. I'd become an egotistical jerk once I started getting some publicity. It went straight to my head, but I was 20. It was too much too soon, and I had no guidance on how to navigate my new reality. I made so many mistakes back then. I should have brought you along with me. She looked away to the crashing waves. That was your journey, Colin. Not mine. It should have been ours. I watched her, waiting for her to turn back to me. When she did, her beautiful brown eyes were glistening. I'm so sorry. It hurt to see that I was causing her pain once again. Why are you doing this? She asked. I wanted to reach out. To touch her. I want you to know that I recognize the mistakes I made, I said. If I could go back and change things, I would in a heartbeat. I'd been able to quash the regrets of that time for a while. I'd put it out of my mind and focused on my life and career that seemed to be going in fast forward. I went from playing in college to the Olympics to being drafted without a moment to catch my breath. I know I hurt you in ways I can't imagine. I promised you so many things and broke every single one of them. You don't need to forgive me, but I needed you to know. She stared at me, a new look of determination. Why? I paused. I thought I just answered that. Why what? I felt like a total idiot for asking. I had a feeling this was one of those if you have to ask, you're in too deep questions. Men fall for this trap all the time. It was my turn. She drew in a long breath. Why did you do it? I racked my brain for what she could mean. There were hundreds of possibilities, but addressing the wrong one would lead to more pain. I couldn't guess wrong. She rolled her eyes. Why did you cheat? She might as well have just sucker punched me. I was prepared to talk about anything and everything, except that. It was the one thing she didn't let me address when I came back after the Olympics. The one thing I didn't get to explain. Now that I had my chance, I felt like someone had their hands clutching my throat, slowly suffocating me. Would she believe me after all this time? After thinking the same thing for years, could I change her mind? The pictures. She closed her eyes and I could practically see her folding into herself, shielding herself. They looked bad, I know, I said, but they weren't the whole story. I waited for her to react, but she simply opened her eyes and waited. The girl was a skier from Italy. She was low on the ranks and had no chance of placing and getting a medal. She was desperate for any publicity. She cut in on other people's interviews and made sure she was already dressed scantily, hoping to draw in the camera. The team knew to stay away from her and all the other women there. We were there to win. She lowered her gaze onto the table. We were doing really well, I continued, and once we made it to the finals, the press hounded us. Not just from the US, but it seemed like every reporter wanted to film or talk to us. The girl noticed this, and she became focused on the team. I took a deep breath. I wasn't her only target. She was all over all of us. Most of the reporters ignored her, they knew what she was doing, but after a picture circulated of her kissing one of the other guys on the team made the news, she threw herself at us whenever a camera was around. I paused, hoping she would speak. She had to know where this story was going. Right? I was just one of the many guys that got caught in her crossfire. She kissed me on several occasions, but I always shoved her away. I tried to stay away from her, but she was like a leech. She looked up to the sky, still avoiding my gaze. "You're 5 years too late with your apology," she said, finally staring me in the eyes. "I tried to explain to you when I first got back." "Oh, you mean when you partied all night and expected me to stay up waiting for you? My love died for you that night. Why should I have given you a chance to explain? You had the chance, but you blew it. I hadn't been partying. I stopped by to see my coach and it turned into a celebration with the rest of my team. I tried to let Lucy know I'd be late but my phone had died. Just another thing I never got the chance to explain." She saw the pictures and made the obvious assumption. I couldn't blame her. I'd been an idiot. I'd neglected her. If I'd been in her shoes and saw pictures of her kissing another man, I'd be livid. It was a mistake. I should have left and gone to you earlier. I looked up and relaxed a bit now that she was finally meeting my eyes. That hurt. I won't downplay it, but that wasn't the only reason things didn't work out, Colin. It was just the nail in the coffin. I wanted to argue and tell her that we were fine back then. We could have made it, but I was the one off traveling the world. I'd left her behind. I know. I messed up 1,000 times. She sighed. It takes two to make a relationship work and I think it takes two to ruin it. We weren't right for each other. I didn't believe that. If the circumstances had been different, if I didn't make the Olympic team, I think we would have stayed together. She folded her napkin and sat it on her untouched plate. "Thank you for tonight. It was very thoughtful and I appreciate your apology. I forgive you, but I think I should go." I stood as she did. "Lucy, please. Stay." She smiled sadly. "I don't think that's a good idea for either of us." I watched in silence as she walked back to the resort, leaving me alone at a candlelit table for two. Somehow, I'd ruined it. How someone can blow an apology is beyond me, but I managed it. Obviously, the feelings I had about fate bringing us here, about this being our second chance, was one-sided. Lucy was the one that got away, and it seemed like she was going to stay that way. Chapter 11, Lucy. I was pretty proud of myself for keeping it together through dinner. Well, we didn't really get around to that. By the time my feet hit the sidewalk, the tears were rolling. I didn't even bother trying to fight it. That had been too overwhelming. Too much. I didn't know what was going to happen when I saw Colin standing on the beach with a romantic setup behind him. I didn't even know what I wanted to happen. Enter a time machine to take us back to when things were good?
Yeah.
Maybe that. Him apologizing for the past was unexpected. I didn't think he would bring her up either. I was unprepared for that. I didn't want to relive the worst experience of my life on the beach, but he went for it. He brought it up, and all the old feelings resurfaced in an instant. Could I believe him? I stumbled on the uneven sidewalk and there were arms out to catch me. I expected to fall, but hands caught me. I blinked through the tears and almost laughed at who I saw staring at me like I'd lost my mind. Lucy? Chloe said. Oh my gosh. Are you okay? Madeline accompanied her. What's going on? Madeline asked. It's been a rough night. I sniffed and instantly their arms went around me. I was in the middle of a group hug from the wives of my ex's best friends. Could things get any weirder? Let's go, Chloe said, and we were walking again. I didn't bother asking where we were going. I just followed along, grateful to not have to think for a few seconds. We arrived at an enormous suite and I was led to a plush couch. I sat and ran my hands over the cool, smooth fabric. So, this is what a presidential suite was like. I looked up at the large living room and noticed the ocean view. If this was my room, I'd have a hard time leaving it to go outside. Voices floated around me, the girls directing each other. I leaned back and dropped my head against the couch, letting the tears leak out of the corners of my eyes and down my jaw to my neck. As relieved as I was to finally get those things off my chest, it didn't bring me the closure I expected. Seeing him, thinking about what we had just made me miss it all even more. It was like my heart was breaking all over again at the loss of us. This whole trip was a mistake. I might not be especially happy with my life, but it was stable. This week uprooted everything. It was a disaster. Someone sat next to me and took my hand in theirs, but I didn't look over. I stared up at the ceiling and wished I could rewind the past 3 days. It's going to be okay. I recognized Madeline's soothing voice and squeezed her hand. There was a knock at the door and chatter, but I ignored it. If only I could ignore everything that was said tonight. All right, Lucy. We have supplies. Chloe's determined voice pulled me out of my own thoughts. I turned my head sideways and looked at the coffee table. Chocolate bars, chocolate-covered strawberries, and an enormous chocolate cheesecake was sitting on it. Chloe leaned forward, offering me a pink drink. It's a strawberry daiquiri. I didn't know what you liked, but I figured that would be safe. She handed me a glass. I took a sip of the frothy drink and sighed. It's delicious. She smiled, and I took in the rest of the room. I'd thought it was just Chloe and Madeline, but the other 3 women were there, watching me. You guys didn't have to do this, I said. I really appreciate it, but you should all be out with your husbands. Emma waved off the comment. They're fine without us. I sat up and smiled. Sorry, I was kind of rude on the boat and ignored everyone. She laughed and nodded to the woman next to her. I wasn't there, so don't feel bad. Kendall and I were lounging at the beach instead. I'm Colby. The woman with honey-colored hair smiled at me and I relaxed a little bit. They were all so welcoming. Not the stuck-up snobs I'd expect athletes' wives to be. Nice to meet you all. Trust me, we're all very excited about meeting you. Colby stated and the rest of the women nodded. We've known about you for years, Emma said. I think I speak for everyone else when I say that I'm happy to finally meet you. Emma's words caught me off guard. Why? Her smile grew. You've been like a phantom. Everyone knows that once upon a time Brassard had a heart and believed in love, but it was before he came to the Fury, so no one's actually seen it. Now we all have. She tilted her head like she knew more than she was letting on. I couldn't believe he'd really never dated anyone else. Colin really hasn't had another relationship? Chloe and Emma shook their heads. Nope. He's gone out when we've forced him, but he doesn't really care about any of the women. Emma cut Chloe off. He says we're too much drama and too much of a distraction. They all giggled, but Madeline chimed in. He's probably been panicking this past year. This made them laugh even harder. I looked to each of them waiting for an explanation. Chloe was the first to settle down. It started with me. Emma threw up her arms. What about me? I sat there growing uncomfortable at not being in on the joke. Madeline looked at Emma. You and Ollie have been together forever. You're the cornerstone of the team, but the recent surge of relationships started last season. Chloe turned to me and smiled. Last season, Reese Murray joined the team. You need to tell her you work in the office, Colby interjected. Chloe nodded. Right, I work as the director of marketing for the Fury. I met him, and sparks flew even though I was not interested in dating a player. I mean, I'm around the guys 24/7. I thought my personal life could be a break from it all. The rest of the girls snickered, but I didn't get it. Again. Chloe's whole life revolves around the team, Madeline said, interrupting Chloe. Even when she's not working, she's doing something that connects to the team. I appreciated being caught up. So, fate pushed us together, Chloe said, and we fell in love. We kept our relationship a secret from everyone, even my twin who's on the team. That was shocking. The girl really did need another hobby. Chloe scrunched her nose. I was so nervous to tell everyone. I thought the team would hate me, but it all worked out. She sat back with a smile like her experience would somehow help mine. It didn't. At least not in the way she seemed to think. I'm happy for you, I said. That's great that you guys got things worked out. I didn't know what else to say. I'm married to her brother. Madeline spoke up. I was his physical therapist after he got injured. Another relationship that never, ever should have happened, but it did. I nodded. Now I was catching on. They both beat the odds, so I could too. That was a nice thought, but neither of them had baggage like me and Colin. I was Noah's personal assistant when we started dating, Colby chimed in. I guess our situation isn't as applicable to yours. I smiled and nodded. I hated Wyatt when I met him, Kendall said. I poured salt in his coffee instead of sugar. Kendall said it so matter-of-factly I couldn't help but pause before joining in the laughter. I raised an eyebrow. Really? She nodded, looking proud with a smug smile. I was, and still kind of am, a Baltimore Harbors fan, so when I had the chance for some payback, I took it. I shook my head. And now you two are together?
Yeah.
Kendall said. He even gave up a kidney for me. So don't think just because you and Colin have a few things in your past to get over you can't make it. I fell back into the sofa. I think a little prank is different than lying and cheating. The room fell silent. I went to stand up, but Madeline put her hand on my arm. Don't go. We're just trying to help. It didn't seem like I had a choice without becoming a drama queen. Plus, I hadn't had any cake yet and it was singing my name. I'm sorry, Lucy, Kendall said. I wasn't trying to downplay what you've been through. I looked at her and smiled. No, I know. There's just no future for us. Colby scooted forward and began slicing the cheesecake, offering me the first piece. You look like you need this. Thanks. I laughed and took a small bite of the smooth, rich cheesecake. It was definitely what I needed right now. As much as I want to sit here and convince you to give Colin another chance, I know there are some things you just can't get over. Madeline smiled sadly at me. So, let's forget about the whole male species for the night. Elena and Amber thought I'd be on my date all night and made plans to go into town for a dance club. If I went back to my room, I'd be there alone. And sad. And not have any cake. That sounds wonderful to me, I said. Chloe grabbed the remote and turned on the TV searching for a movie for us to watch while Colby and Kendall rearranged the furniture, so we all had good angles. Emma ended up sitting next to me, bringing a plate of sweets with her. I'll share. She offered her goodies and I took a strawberry. Thanks. How does a Mission Impossible sound? Chloe called out. Guns, and car chases, and explosions. No kissing or romance. Just what I needed. Perfect. We settled in and munched on the desserts in contented silence as the movie started. Now that my tears had dried up and I wasn't the center of attention, I finally relaxed. How lucky that I'd run into them on my way to my room. I couldn't imagine the state I would have been in all by myself. Probably sobbing on my bed in the dark. This was much better. You know. Emma leaned over and whispered low enough so no one else could hear over the movie. Things might seem insurmountable, but if you love someone enough, anything is possible. She sat back and didn't say anything else. She was right. Love could conquer all, but I didn't love Colin anymore, and he definitely didn't love me. At least, that's what I was trying to convince myself of. Plus, things had changed. I'd changed. I wasn't the woman he knew in college. I couldn't give him everything he'd always wanted. At least not the perfect family he always said he wanted. I was okay with that. I'd accepted it years ago, and I wanted to move on. I really didn't want to have to talk to him about it. I looked around the room at these incredibly kind and caring women. I doubted they would drop the subject either. I just had to survive 4 more days. Chapter 12, Colin. I had to do something. There had to be something I could do. I stayed up all night racking my brain for something to show her how I felt. She was the one that got away. My first and only love. Seeing her again was just a confirmation of what I'd always thought. I'd never dated again, I'd never been interested in another woman, because it was her. All along, she was the one. I had less than a week to prove that to her. Make her understand how I felt and feel now. I'd been so young and dumb, but I learned my lesson. I wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Plus, I was different. I was in a different place in life. I was grounded. When I was in college, I didn't know what would happen in a month or a year. I'd been a tornado blasting through life, destroying others in my path. I hung my head and continued walking down the jungle-lined path to the front desk. This was the only idea I'd had. Forced bonding time. Get her in a situation where she couldn't run. A man was standing behind the reservation desk, so I walked up and gave him my best grin. He looked up from his computer and looked slightly taken back. Hola, señor. How can I help you? I need to book an excursion for a group of 17. The man nodded and began typing rapidly. For what day? Today would be great, or tomorrow. His brow furrowed, and he scanned the computer screen before typing again. We can do deep-sea fishing, snorkeling, or one of the 2 water parks. I shook my head. We have a pregnant woman and 2 that can't do anything too strenuous. Maybe this wasn't going to be as easy as I'd planned in my mind. He nodded once and went back to typing. No ziplining, horseback riding, or kayaking then. I almost groaned. Those all sounded like so much fun. We'd have to come back when everyone could participate in things. Got it, he said. I waited for him to explain, but he just kept staring at his screen, typing, then staring again. Yes. 17 booked for 11. Meet in the lobby by 10:45. Did he realize he didn't tell me what the activity was? Had I missed it? What will we be doing? He looked around before leaning toward me over the counter. I have a friend. I narrowed my eyes. What on earth had I gotten myself into? What does your friend do? He gives tours. He looked around again. The hotel doesn't sponsor him, so I'm not supposed to book guests with him. I nodded once. Tours of what? Tulum, Chichen Itza, and a cenote. He was speaking words, but I didn't understand. What are those? Mayan temples. You go see the temples, then you swim in a cenote. A what? He trailed off, making swimming motions with his arms. A cave of water. You swim. Swim in a cave? I doubted the girls would be down for that, but I just wouldn't tell them. And they can get us all today? He nodded. It will take 2 vans, but he says he will be there for you at 11. Okay. He nodded. It's $3,400 US. I reached into my back pocket and pulled out a credit card. Thank you so much. After paying and promising to be back at the lobby by 10:45, I hurried back to my room to tell everyone. Hopefully, they wouldn't fight me too much. I turned down the hall toward my door but stopped when I heard giggling. The pride. Should I turn around? Hide? Thank you guys for last night, a woman said. I needed that. Lucy? Anytime. It was so much fun. I narrowed my eyes at Chloe's voice. What was going on? I peeked around the corner and saw Lucy walking in the opposite direction. I waited for her to turn toward the beach and out of sight before stepping out. Instead of going to my room, I knocked on Chloe and Reese's door. Chloe answered, still in pajamas. Hi, Colin. I looked over her shoulder to see the rest of the women lying on the couches and bed. What's going on? Chloe shrugged. We had a girls' night. With Lucy.
Yeah.
She's the best. Did you know she can lick her elbow? I thought it was impossible, but she can. Colby shouted from the couch, trying to lick hers. I did know that. But why did they? What happened last night? We ran into Lucy on our way back from dinner last night. Chloe paused, glaring at me. She was upset, so we brought her back here and binged on chocolate and Ethan Hunt all night. You watched Mission Impossible? Only 3. We couldn't stay up after that. I shook my head. These women were a bit much at times, and trying to keep up with them was impossible. I came here to let you guys know I booked an excursion for today. We have to meet in the lobby at 10:30. Yes, I lied, but I knew these women too well. They were late for everything, except games. Kendall walked to the door and folded her arms. Is it something everyone can do? It is. I made sure. She nodded. Okay, we'll be ready. Wait, aren't you going to ask what it is? Emma shouted from the living room. Kendall sized me up. No, Brassard knows better than to let us down. Huh. I hadn't been threatened by anyone off the ice in a while. I just nodded and backed away. Be at the lobby by 10:30 and wear a swimsuit under your clothes. Chloe slammed the door as I questioned whether I should have told them 10. I walked to the next door and knocked. A few seconds later, Hartman answered.
Yeah.
I booked us an excursion. We need to be down at the lobby by 10:45. He raised an eyebrow. Just us? I ignored his wink. No, everyone. We need to train. His one-track mind was exhausting at times. We can do some squats while we climb the Mayan temples. He tilted his head back. Really? We're going to see the temples? I nodded. Yes, and I told the girls 10:30 to give them a buffer, so don't tell them. He laughed. Good idea. Fine, we can skip training today. Gee, thanks. I started walking away. Can you tell Murray and Schultz? I'll tell Ollie on my way to my room. Sure. He followed me out and headed in the opposite direction. I went to knock on Ollie's door when Emma walked up behind me. I can let him know. Thanks. I paused, and she turned and eyed me. Is there something else? I looked at my feet and realized how dumb I was for planning and paying for Lucy and her friends to come. What if they already had plans? Was I setting myself up for rejection? I did something stupid. Emma's smile grew. Tell me something I don't know. I narrowed my eyes. What are you talking about? She shrugged. Nothing specific. I dropped my head back and groaned. She told you. Not as much as we wanted, but
Yeah.
she was really upset when we ran into her. She told us just a bit of what happened. I met her gaze. So, you know how important it is for me to fix things. You think there's something to fix? Of course. We were together for years. We were great together. I made mistakes back then, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try again. I have a chance with her again, something I never ever thought would be possible. I'm not going to waste it. So, what are you planning? I reserved spots for her and her friends to come today. Her eyebrows shot up. Wow. I was not expecting that. She bit her bottom lip. That's risky. I nodded. I need your help. What can I do? If I invited her, I know she would turn me down, but if you or some of the other girls did, she might say yes. She nodded a few times before looking back up at me. I'll try. Thank you. She held up her hand. Don't thank me yet. I'll try to get them to come, but I can't make any promises. I nodded. Got it. I was about to turn and leave, but something about her expression made me pause. It was like she wanted to tell me something else. Emma? She blinked and tried to smile, but it didn't last. There's something. I'm just not sure if I should tell you. What? I tried to keep the panic from creeping up, but no good news could come from her right now, not if her eyes told me anything. She was worried. It was something Lucy said last night. I was ready to pull the words out of her.
Yeah.
She said she forgave you a long time ago, but that there's no future for you guys. What was that supposed to mean? She did? Emma nodded. I just thought it was strange. How upset she was after having dinner with you, but then she said she'd forgiven you. I just didn't get it. Why wouldn't we have a future? If we could put the past behind us, there's no reason we couldn't. I suddenly felt confident about winning her back. There's nothing stopping us if she forgave me. That's what I was thinking, but there's obviously something she isn't telling us. I nodded. Do you think she'll tell me? I don't know. I hope so, and maybe now that you know you can talk to her. Not about the past anymore, but about who she is now. You need to get to know her again. That hadn't crossed my mind. I'd been so focused on the us of 5 years ago, I hadn't even considered how we're different. I expected her to be the same girl from college and she wasn't. I definitely wasn't the same person. You're right. I'm going to try today. Good. I just have to convince them to come. She rolled her eyes. I gave her a hug. Thank you. She squeezed me back. You're welcome, but you owe me. I stepped back. Count me in for the first babysitting shift. I'm holding you to that. She laughed. I'll let you know when I talk to her. Thanks. I hurried back to my room and relaxed once I was inside. Hey, you get it figured out? Grant was lying on the bed watching TV.
Yeah.
We're going on a tour to the Mayan temples and then swimming in a cenote. He nodded. Cool. The girls are coming? Emma's going to invite them now. He looked up from the TV and laughed. You too scared? No, I just thought her odds were better than mine. Pretty smart actually. He turned off the screen and swung his legs off the bed. I'm going to get some breakfast before we go, want to come?
Yeah.
That would distract me for maybe 20 minutes. Hopefully Emma found Lucy soon and could convince her to go. I hoped this wasn't a wasted effort. Chapter 13, Lucy. It wasn't that I wished I'd never met the Fury women, but at this moment I wasn't their biggest fans. Emma dropped by my room to invite all of us to a Mayan temple tour. Apparently, they had 5 extra spots. I was going to turn her down, it felt like a setup, but Elena accepted before I had the chance to protest. I couldn't turn her down after that. I'd seem like a jerk. I thought it was just the girls. I was pretty sure Emma had strategically presented the offer in a way that made it seem like it would just be a girls' trip. Clever that one. I'd have to watch out for her. The guys were trickling into the lobby while their wives gave them a hard time for being late. A short man with a thick accent clapped by the doors and began waving us along. Hola. I'm Alma, and I'm here to take you on the tour. 8 people in each van. Thank you. He repeated that as we separated into 2 groups. I thought my group would stick together, but Amber stayed with me and waved off Riley and Elena. We'll see you guys there. I opened my mouth to argue, but she shoved me through the open door. Sit in the back row. I bent down and walked past the first two empty rows before taking a seat in the back. It was beginning to feel like a setup. Amber was standing outside the van talking with one of Colin's teammates. Emma climbed in but sat in the first row. Hey, honey, she said, waving at me. Glad you're in the fun van. I narrowed my eyes. There's a difference? She held up her purse. I've got snacks. I laughed and sat back. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. Maybe Colin would be in the other. Dang it. He got in right when I thought I'd avoided the awkward situation. He smiled at me and sat in the middle row. Without a word he pulled out headphones and slipped them on. Huh. I wasn't expecting that. I thought he'd used this opportunity to trap me into another awkward conversation about our feelings. Ali, Emma's husband, and Grant, the other single guy, climbed in. Amber was still outside talking to the player. I was pretty sure his name was Reese. Chloe climbed in and stared at the rows. There were 2 spots open next to me, or one with Emma and one with Colin. Chloe, sit back here so you can sit with your husband. She smiled. You don't mind not sitting with Amber? Not at all. In fact, she'd probably want to sit next to Emma anyway. Fresh ears to listen to all her wedding details. Chloe sat next to me and buckled in. Are you excited? I nodded. I've always wanted to see Chichen Itza. Me too. From photos, it looks kind of surreal. Amber and Reese finally got in and soon we were on our way. I had no idea what the itinerary was, but after almost an hour of driving I was getting restless. How much longer would we be driving through jungle? I stared at the back of Colin's head, his thick dark brown hair. This was his chance to corner me into a conversation. Why wasn't he taking it? After about a half hour I gave up the staring contest with his hair, and leaned against the window and shut my eyes. A sudden jolt caused me to hit my head and I opened my eyes. The scenery hadn't changed and at first, I didn't know if I'd been asleep for a minute or an hour. I looked at my phone and groaned. It had been almost 2 hours since we left the resort. Do you know how much longer? I asked Chloe and she looked up from the magazine on her lap. Alma? She nearly shouted to be heard from the rear. Our guide turned and smiled. Yes, señorita. How much further do we have? 10 minutes. There were a few murmurs from the rest of the group. I wasn't the only one ready to get out. Alma was right, we arrived within 10 minutes and were walking through the rusted, metal gates. I looked for Amber and the rest of the girls, but I got separated and ended up walking with Chloe and Reese. Tulum was amazing. More than just a temple, there were several structures standing. The jungle had been cleared just enough to reveal the buildings and we were given free rein to explore. We wandered through the buildings, followed Alma as he explained each one's purpose and the people that lived here hundreds of years ago. When we reached the temple, we paused as a group. I looked up in awe. How had they built this without machinery? Without tractors and cranes? Grant walked up to us and smiled. Race to the top. Suddenly, all the guys took off in a rush. Chloe laughed. They're going to regret that later. I walked toward the imposing staircase. There had to be hundreds of steps to get to the top. I took a deep breath and started. I tried to ignore the rest of the girls in their cute, matching athletic wear of shorts and crop tops. Madeline and Colby took off racing each other. I soon fell behind the group, losing my breath with each step. My legs were burning, and my heart felt ready to burst out of my chest. I wanted to stop. This was high enough, right? I looked up and saw the rest of the group cheering at the top. Colby was waving at us. This is amazing. I had to keep going. I took another step and paused when Riley appeared next to me. This is the most cardio I've done in years, she said. I laughed, but it came out as huffs. I exercise all the time, but I don't think there's anything to prepare your body for this. She nodded. Then explain them? She pointed at the top where everyone else had gathered. They're professional athletes. And the girls? Superhuman. She blew out a heavy breath, and we kept going. After a few more minutes we made it. There was a sketchy rope and ladder to get to the very top, but I decided that if the climb hadn't killed me, either would this. The view from the top was breathtaking and completely worth actually losing my breath. We could see lush, jungle treetops for miles in every direction. It felt like we were on top of the world. The ruins of the city below us made sense from up here. I could envision people living below, surrounded by this beauty. Our guide walked to the front of the platform and began pointing. If you scan the horizon, you will see small bumps or hills. I looked where he was pointing, seeing a barely noticeable difference. Those are more temples and buildings that haven't been uncovered yet. There's more? Madeline sounded excited. Alma nodded. There are dozens, maybe even hundreds of villages like this that haven't been touched. I shook my head. There was so much history and culture here. So much more to see. I didn't want to go home. I needed weeks here to take it all in. Suddenly, I wished we'd known about this sooner. We could have explored more instead of just hanging out in the resort. Alma motioned with his arm. Now, let's head back. Riley and I looked at each other and laughed. Going down will be easier, right? Sure. We let everyone else go first so we could have a short break. I took my phone out to take some pictures before following the group down. Riley stayed with me, climbing down sideways. I never thought I'd be afraid of heights when I'm climbing stairs. Riley muttered. I looked down the steep slope and nodded. It would have been nice for the ancient Mayans to think about our potential fears when they built this. Riley rolled her eyes. Mock me all you want, but this is the last temple I'm ever climbing again. Don't worry, I heard we can't go on Chichen Itza. Oh really? That's a relief. When our feet touched the grass, she sighed a bit dramatically and walked off to join Amber. Apparently, our bonding moment was over. This place is amazing, isn't it? I looked over to see Grant walking toward me. It really is. He nodded. Nice of Colin to put this all together for us. I narrowed my eyes. There weren't extra spots, were there? His lips twitched. I think I'd be violating bro code or something if I told you the truth. So, this was all a plan to get us together? He didn't say anything. Then why hasn't he said anything to me? I asked. He's pretty much ignored me so far. Grant just shrugged. I'm not going to try to understand that one, but I think he's a little afraid. Of what? Of you. Of making things worse. Of taking a chance and getting shut down. This didn't feel like a conversation I should be having with him. Or anyone other than Colin. He stepped back and waved. I'll see you back at the van. Chapter 14, Colin. I was doing this all wrong. I knew it and my teammates had no problem reminding me. Say something. I ignored Grant, trying to wave him away like an obnoxious fly. Ollie and Emma passed us, both leveling me with a glare. Emma sauntered over, holding her belly. I did not come out to the middle of a jungle in 100% humidity for you to chicken out, Brassard. With a seething glare she turned, and Ollie followed behind, careful not to irritate her. What was I supposed to do? Lucy gravitated toward the other girls. There was no way I could cut in without being obvious. I took my seat in the van, ignoring the disappointed looks from everyone, except Lucy. I couldn't even look at her. What was wrong with me? I'd set this all up, so we'd have time together. I wanted a chance to connect without her being able to run. Now I had it. I could feel her in the row behind me. It was like my body hummed in her presence. I put my arm on the seat behind Grant and turned just enough to steal a glance at her. Her head was against the glass, her eyes closed. Well, I couldn't wake her up. That would be rude. I faced forward and tried to come up with a plan. We were headed to the second temple, Chichen Itza, one of the wonders of the world. It would be the perfect backdrop to our reunion. She would be so stunned and amazed, she would forget everything I'd done wrong. Yes, I would get her to focus on the majesty of the setting and woo her back. I was an idiot. And I'd obviously been watching too many of the women's shows. There would be no wooing. No grand reunion. I needed to face reality. I just wanted us to clear the air. If I could dream, I'd want us to stay in touch. I knew better though. This wasn't a movie. The guy didn't always win the girl. The girl didn't secretly wish the boy that broke her heart would come swoop her up. Not Lucy. She was simple. All she asked was that I love her and stay true. I couldn't do that for her. I wasn't worthy. Reese turned around, glanced at the back row quickly before looking at me. What's the plan? I shrugged. I don't know. What's the end goal here? He whispered. Do you want her back? I wanted to escape this conversation, but short of crawling over everyone and jumping from a moving vehicle, there was no chance of avoiding this. I leaned forward so listening ears wouldn't overhear. I want what we once had. He nodded, and Chloe turned around. You can't. I glared at her. I realize that. You're both different now. There's no point in holding on to the past. Her annoyance was evident in her tone. I know. I bit out the words, earning a glare from Reese. That doesn't mean that you can't have something new. Something different. I leaned forward just in case Lucy woke up. You think? Chloe nodded. You might be able to build on what you guys had, but there's so much there to work through. You both need to get to know each other as who you are now. Remember the things that attracted you to her. The things you loved, but you need to let go of the vision you had back then. That wasn't exactly what I wanted to hear. Back then I'd wanted us to get married, have a family, and grow old together. I couldn't have that now? Why? I asked. Why can't we have what we wanted then? She tilted her head. Lucy isn't a young college student now. Do you even know what she does? I shook my head. It hadn't exactly come up. We haven't talked about it. She's a project manager for a tech company in Silicon Valley. She manages 20 people and gets to use her degree, but the best part is that she actually enjoys it. She told you that? Chloe nodded. She has a life in California. Being together would mean you asking her to give that up. It's not as simple as things were back in college. She's not going to be as willing to follow you wherever your career takes you. That was a lot to swallow. I knew Lucy hadn't been sitting around waiting for me to come back. She had a life and goals and dreams. Once upon a time we had shared those things. All of that changed when I left for the Olympics, though. I hadn't realized at the time all that I was giving up. I don't know if I would have gone if I'd known back then. It was too late now to change things. I had to face the consequences of my decisions, all the good and all the bad. Chloe's eyes softened. You still have a shot. Don't give up just because it's hard. Reese nodded. I've never known you to be a quitter. I leaned back and ran my hand over my face. You're right. I'd been acting like this was going to be easy. Like all I had to do was get her alone and she'd fall back in love with me. I had a lot of work to do if we could make this work again. I knew what I wanted, but I wasn't sure about her. She'd pushed me away so far, but was that because she'd been hurt or because she really didn't care about me anymore? I couldn't let myself even think about the latter option. I had to hold on to hope. The van pulled into a parking lot and Alma turned to us. We're here. We're going to spend 1.5 hours here, then we leave for the cenote. He got out before opening our door and allowing us to file out. I looked back to see Emma wake up Lucy. I smiled in her direction before stepping out. I walked slowly, hoping she would catch up to me. Grant stayed with me until the other van pulled up and Lucy's friends jumped out. Well, hello there, ladies, Grant said. I rolled my eyes and turned as he put his arms around the shoulders of two of the women. Elena walked past me and looped her arm through Lucy's. I stayed far enough away to go unnoticed, but I could hear Elena speaking. What are you doing? You're avoiding him. I didn't hear Lucy's response, so I hurried a bit to catch up. Doesn't even want me here. He does, or he wouldn't have invited us. He hasn't spoken to me. I cringed. She had noticed. My nerves had caused her to think I was ignoring her and didn't want her around. I didn't know what to say or how to shift the focus away from our past to our now. Or building a now. Currently she was closer to the girls than me. I was glad they all clicked. Not all of the girls had meshed so well at first, but I wanted her to spend time with me. Was a mistake. I only caught the end of what Lucy said, but it was enough. I slowed down to let them get ahead. Today was not going as I'd hoped. What had I been thinking? Trying to force her to spend time with me? What's going on, Brassard? I looked over my shoulder to Eric walking up to me. I shook my head. Just enjoying the experience. He laughed. You seem like you are. I'm an idiot. I can't argue with that. Great. As if I wasn't feeling bad enough. I don't know what to do. He slapped my shoulder. I don't want to have a discussion about your feelings. We can save that for the weight room. I laughed with him. It was borderline ridiculous how many touchy conversations happened there. He continued, but I know how much Lucy means to you. There hasn't been another woman since her. This is a freak accident that you guys ended up at the same place at the same time, so you need to take full advantage of it. Stop messing around. You're running out of time. I know. As if that hadn't been going through my mind since the moment I first saw her. I knew time was limited. I knew this would be my only chance. The group was up ahead, so I hurried to catch up. Passing Lucy, who slowed to the back. I needed to give her a chance to calm down before talking to her. She sounded upset, and I knew she liked time by herself before talking about things. Back in college, I'd forgotten an event her college was putting on. It was a dressy dinner and she was getting an award presented to her. Practice ran late, and I made it just as the dinner started, but she had to walk in by herself and a creepy guy from her classes wouldn't leave her alone. She was mad, obviously, and didn't speak to me for the rest of the dinner, or awards, or dancing. It wasn't until we were leaving that she acknowledged me. She needed to decompress. I knew that. I remembered, so I glanced back at her and gave her space. I listened as Alma explained the grounds and the smaller temples as he led us through. I tried to take it all in, but I couldn't help but check over my shoulder every minute or so. Lucy was hanging out by herself. I couldn't get a read on her though. I wished I could read her mind. Well, maybe. Who knows what I would find if I did. Chapter 15, Lucy. By the time we got to Chichen Itza, I was grumpy. I stayed toward the back of the group as Alma led us through an impressive stadium area where the Mayans played Pacatok, a ball game. The detailing of the arena was astounding, and I lost myself in walking along the walls, taking it all in. When I turned, my group was gone. I looked around but didn't recognize anyone in the crowd. I hurried to the end of the field and spotted them walking toward the temple. Maybe it was better that I held back. My bad mood shouldn't ruin the experience for anyone else. I turned to the temple and started taking a few pictures. Hey, Lucy. I looked over my shoulder to see Colby jogging toward me. We're going to see the 1,000 columns. Come on. It surprised me that Colby and Noah noticed I was alone. I caught up to them and we walked toward another, smaller temple. They weren't lying, there were rows and rows of white columns as far as I could see. This is amazing. I held up my camera and took a few shots.
Yeah.
It is. Colby started walking along the columns and Noah and I followed behind her. Everything okay? Noah asked me. I looked up to see Noah's eyebrows furrowed. We hadn't said anything to each other this week, yet he was the one to ask. I almost laughed but stopped myself. This group was pretty special. They took people in without asking questions and made them feel included. I'm just a bit annoyed. He nodded. With Brassard? I mean Colin.
Yeah.
I let out a sigh. Us guys can be pretty dumb. This time I did laugh. I've heard. He smiled and looked ahead to where Colby was taking pictures. We've all made mistakes, but in the end, when time is running out and the puck is ours, we score. We beat the buzzer every time. I stopped and after a few steps he stopped and turned. What? Did you just use a sports analogy on me? He laughed.
Yeah.
I did. I cocked my head to the side. So, you think Colin can swoop in at the last second and redeem himself? He's pulled off the impossible before. He turned and caught up to Colby, pulling her in for a kiss, while I stood there debating whether or not I believed him. Guys. Ollie came running up to us, slightly out of breath. The van is loading up. We're heading to the cenotes now. Great. The part of the day I'd been dreading. I followed behind them and tried, and failed, to think about anything other than having to be in a bathing suit in front of professional NHL players, their model-like wives, and my perfect friends. Maybe I could just hang out in the gift store. They'd have one of those, right? Every other place we'd been to had one. I could say I needed to buy souvenirs for my friends, family, co-workers. I didn't even believe the stupid lie. I had a feeling no one here would let me get out of it. Their mission of inclusion had been nice, up until the clothes come off. The drive was too short. I didn't have enough time to come up with a valid excuse. Everything I thought of, I knew they would counter. The doors opened, and everyone gathered at the entrance. To the right was a gift shop. Ah.
Ha!
I knew it. I took a step closer just as a hand grabbed my arm. Amber was smiling at me, looking tan and beautiful. I was sure I was burned from all the time in the sun. Are you excited? I heard there's different heights we can jump from. I plastered on a smile. Perfect. Cliff jumping in front of everyone.
Yay!
Come on. She tugged me along until we were climbing down the underground stairs toward the sound of splashing. The air felt heavy, damp. The only light was the sun peeking through cracks. This didn't exactly feel safe. There was an open area at the bottom where everyone was stripping down to their swimming suits. Each guy was hotter than the next. Ripped. Like a Greek statue, plus some more muscle. It was ridiculous. They were professional athletes. It's their job to be fit. I sighed and looked at Amber. She'd thrown off her dress and was skipping, yes, actually skipping, to the stairs where a line had gathered. I watched as people climbed the steps to higher and higher points. To jump. I shook my head and turned to leave. I wasn't doing this. Lucy? Emma called my name as she climbed out of the water. I sucked in a breath. Why couldn't they leave me alone? I turned to Emma. Did you forget something at the van? She asked. I could lie. I could say yes, and walk away, and no one would notice I was gone, but something about Emma's expression stopped me. She genuinely cared. I looked back at the group. The thin thighs, tight stomachs, and cute bikinis. I couldn't do this. I blinked back a traitorous tear. I can't do this, I said aloud. Oh, Lucy. She took my hand and moved us out of sight. What's wrong? Can you not swim? Are you afraid of the water? You don't have to jump if that's it. Compared to those things, my fear seemed silly, but it was very real to me. It's not that, but I don't plan on jumping. She nodded, her brows furrowed. Then what's wrong? I hated this. I hated admitting how much it affected me. I never spoke about it. Just went about my life as best I could without acknowledging things. I looked up, blinking to clear my eyes. I don't want to take off my clothes. Why? A short laugh escaped. Emma, I don't look like them. I pointed behind her. You're 8 months pregnant and you look thinner than me. I can't take off my clothes and walk around in front of everyone. You've been in your bathing suit all week. I've seen you. I know. And it's been incredibly difficult for me. But I've been with my friends and strangers, not half of the Fury team. She narrowed her eyes. This isn't about the team or any of us. It's about Colin. I looked away. Maybe it was. Maybe I didn't want him to see me this way. I'm not the girl he knew when we were 20. Things have changed. She took both of my hands and squeezed them. Lucy, you're beautiful. We've all said it. Plus, you've got curves that I would give my left arm for. I wanted to believe her, but my demons were too loud to hear her. I appreciate that, but it doesn't feel that way. When Colin and I were together, I was Amber's size. I was confident and proud. Now, I let out a sign. I feel like a stranger in my own body. Lucy. It's okay. It's just hard when it's not really in your control. She narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Colin was getting out of the water, and my eyes devoured his lean, perfect frame. He spotted me and took a step toward us. I looked back at Emma and retreated. Never mind. It's nothing. I'm just going to run up to the bathroom. I turned and took off up the stairs before she could stop me. I was about halfway up when Colin's voice called out. I wiped my eyes and stopped. Of course, now he pays attention to me. Now he acknowledges me. Lucy, where are you going? I faced him and stumbled a bit. He was right there, staring at me with a concerned expression. I'm just going to the restroom. Why are you crying? It's nothing. He placed his hand on my shoulder. You're obviously upset about something. Please tell me. I looked into his eyes and something in me broke. Keeping it all pent up was exhausting. I didn't talk about it to other people because I felt like it was my burden to bear. The few people I'd shared it with didn't understand. It wasn't visible. It wasn't obvious, so how bad could it be? I'm different now. Things have changed. You've said that before, but I don't understand. Of course, you're different. I am too. It's been 5 years, of course you've changed. I looked up again, willing the tears away. It's hard for me to talk about. He took my hand and led me up the rest of the stairs. He stopped at the top, looking around before guiding me to a bench nestled into the surrounding jungle. He sat next to me, angling so we were facing one another. Lucy, I know it's been a while. You have a million reasons to hate me and never speak to me again, but before everything that happened, we were best friends. You can tell me. If only we were still those kids that thought their world was perfect. I wished I could go back to being that innocent, believing girl. I looked into his eyes and saw a piece of the man I used to know. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to have someone I could talk to. After you left. He cringed at my words. If he was getting upset about this part, I doubted he would last to the end. I got sick. His eyes widened, but I kept going. It was just a cold, but it lasted weeks. I think it had been over 2 months when I went in to see my doctor. It wasn't anything terrible, just more annoying that I couldn't kick it. I was tired all the time and it made getting through my classes difficult. The doctor wasn't sure why I wasn't getting better, so he did a full blood workup. You hate that. I smiled. I passed out that first time. Now I'm used to it. Really? He was holding back a laugh. I smacked his leg. It was embarrassing, and the nurse didn't even take the blood while I was out. I was so mad. He shook his head. So, what did they find out? That I have hypothyroidism. His forehead crinkled. What's that? My thyroid is underactive. It was the cause of my fatigue. So that's it? What do you do to treat it? I smiled, wishing that was all it was. I take a pill that replaces the hormones my thyroid isn't making. That's good. I'm glad they helped you. I closed my eyes for a second. That wasn't the end, Colin. That was the very beginning. He sat back. What do you mean? I should have started to feel better, but I didn't. My doctor spent the next year telling me my hormone levels were normal, so I should be feeling fine, but I wasn't. I finally went to see a specialist. She told me I have Hashimoto's. His eyes narrowed. What? It's an autoimmune disease. My antibodies are attacking my thyroid. He nodded. So, what does that mean? It's been 4 years, and I'm still trying to figure that out. I've been on dozens of diets, seen holistic doctors, specialist, functional medicine doctors. Everyone tries their ideas, but nothing's really changed or improved. My body keeps getting worse. I'm so sorry. I tried to smile but failed. I want to feel normal, but most of the time I'm so tired. I fake it as best I can, but all I ever want to do is sleep and it never feels like enough. Then there's the weight gain. I can't lose weight no matter what I've tried. I hated that part. It made me feel helpless, and there was nothing in the world I loathed more than that feeling. I hated not being in control of my body. 2 years ago, another specialist found something. What? He sounded hopeful. I also have PCOS. I haven't heard of that. It stands for polycystic ovary syndrome. It's another difficult disease with a lot of symptoms and very little doctors can do for me. I remember back then, you had some anxiety. I nodded when he paused. Is it still bad?
Yeah.
It's been made a lot worse with all of this. I let out a sigh. I keep it together 90% of the time, but I'm so tired. Of all of it. I just wish I was healthy. He shook his head. I never would have known. That's the problem with autoimmune diseases. It's the body attacking itself from the inside. People look fine on the outside, but their body is at war with itself. Aside from my weight gain and some temperamental skin, people wouldn't know. Which I appreciated most of the time. I didn't want people to know. I didn't want the judgment or the pity, but sometimes I wish people understood. I wish my coworkers knew I wasn't being slow on purpose, my body was just exhausted. That people looking at me didn't think I was lazy or unhealthy, but that I ate a strict diet and worked out several times a week. That I cried at least once a week at what my body had become. I just wanted them to understand. He reached out and took my hands in his. I'm sorry you've been going through this. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. He looked down at our hands. It wasn't your path, Colin. You were destined for this. He met my eyes. It should have been ours. Us together. That's what I'd always believed, but things happened this way. I couldn't say it was fate, that felt cruel. It just was. Plus, there was one thing I hadn't told him. Something that gave me peace in the end. Colin always wanted one thing more than anything else. Even a hockey career. He wanted children. His own children. With Hashimoto's and PCOS, that wasn't something I could promise him. It wasn't impossible, but it definitely wasn't likely. I couldn't take that away from him. I wouldn't ask him to give that up for me. My body was the enemy, and it wasn't something that was likely to change. I think it worked out just the way it was supposed to. I forced a smile and stood, walking back to the van, not caring if I had to wait there for hours. Colin would go back to his friends then. In a few days he would go back to his life. He might think of me, of this week, for a little while, but he'd move on. Chapter 16, Colin. I went back down and joined the group like nothing had happened. I doubted Lucy wanted me to share what she'd told me. Part of me was dying to get back to the hotel and research her conditions, but the other part realized this trip was a once-in-a-lifetime experience with these guys. I needed to enjoy it. After a diving contest, cannonball contest. And floating on our backs, soaking in the view of the jungle coming in on us, we finally headed back to the vans. Everyone was laughing, smiling, and seeming to have a good time. Great. This was the point of the whole trip. I just wished I felt the same. Funny how this was all my idea, and I'm the one that can't relax. Karma. A huge dose of karma. The drive home passed quickly. I fell asleep with my head against the window and woke as we pulled up to the resort's lobby. I call the shower. Grant yelled the words as he slid open the van door and hurried off. Emma slid out next and waiting for Ollie to get out before peeking her head back in. We'll do dinner in an hour, so get cleaned up and meet at the Japanese restaurant. I nodded, then realized she was looking behind me. I turned to see Amber and Lucy smiling. We'll be there. I got out and caught up to Emma. Was that a personal invitation to them, or was that for everyone? She eyed me. Did you talk to Lucy? I did. Her eyes narrowed. And you cleared things up? I shrugged. I think so. She stopped walking, forcing Ollie to stop too. What do you mean you think so? He asked. We talked. She told me about a lot that's been going on with her. She already told me that she forgave me about everything that happened. I think we're starting anew. She tilted her head while Ollie laughed. You have no idea what's going on, do you? I glared at him. What do you mean? You don't know what you're doing. She opened up to you, and what are you doing with the information? How did you react? Are you taking action? I haven't gotten that far yet. They shook their heads at me simultaneously. Brassard, man, Ollie said, you need to figure things out. I glared at Ollie until Emma nodded. You know we love you, but you're being so stupid, and I don't know what else to say. Stop thinking and analyzing and start proving yourself to her. With that they walked away without looking back. Had all of my friends lost their faith in me? I swear each of them had given me a lecture or glare today. They were right though. I needed to get out of my head and focus on taking action. I headed back to my room and grabbed my laptop. I had an hour to research, then it was time to go for it. The symptoms for both of her conditions didn't sound fun. Weight gain, hair loss, fatigue, muscle aches, depression. Plus, she had PCOS messing with her body. I couldn't imagine not being in control. Everything I ate was carefully considered and planned by my nutritionist, and I worked out every day without fail, so I expected my body to react a certain way. As long as I took care of it, it didn't fail me. How would it be to have a body that doesn't follow those rules? She seemed frustrated when she was talking about it. I understood why. She saw herself with all the negatives first. She saw the symptoms because that's what she was feeling. I didn't see her that way. She's just as beautiful as she was 5 years ago. Sure, she had more curves, but I'd never complain about that, not for 1 second. No man would. How could I get her to understand that? That was my mission. Maybe if I could get through to her, she would believe it. That would be enough. At the end of this week, we may not end up together, but if I could convince her to see herself the way I do, I could leave happy. Brassard, are you coming? Grant was waiting for me, dressed in pants and a polo. Time had gotten away from me. I looked down at myself and grimaced. There was no way I could get away without a shower. Give me 3 minutes. He narrowed his eyes. I'm timing you. Starting now. I shoved my laptop to the side and went to the drawers to grab clothes before rushing to the shower. I lathered, rinsed, and dried in record time. I dressed and combed my hair with my fingers once before opening the door. Grant shook his head and started walking out as I followed. That was impressive. Thanks. You got used to getting ready that fast after practices and games. It came in handy in times like this too. We got to the restaurant and I tried to act normal when I realized that there were only 2 available spots, one next to Lucy and one next to Elena. Almost as if it was planned. I looked around at the two tables, but none of the pride was willing to meet my eyes. I shook my head and took the open seat next to Lucy. "Hey," I said. She smiled and looked back at her menu. The teppanyaki-style restaurant had a limited menu plus a page for sushi. I glanced over it quickly before deciding. She was wearing a pretty red dress that left her shoulders bare. My fingers tingled, desperate to touch her. "You look great," I said. I wanted to look away, but my eyes lingered on her for a few more seconds. Finally, I glanced away. I didn't want to freak her out before I even had a chance. The last thing I wanted was for her to switch seats with someone. Hartman and Kendall were sitting across the two massive flat grills from me, watching. I'm sure they were entertained watching me crash and burn. I hoped they enjoyed the show. I wanted to stick out my tongue or give them a single-finger salute, but I knew better than to give them something more to laugh at. "Thanks," she said. The dress is Elena's, but she swore I could pull it off. She tugged at the fabric over her stomach. I reached for her hand and pulled it away. "You look beautiful." Her eyes connected with mine for a brief moment, but it felt like forever. I wanted her to believe it, but I had no way of knowing if she did. Not yet at least. The waitress came by and took our orders, and immediately after a chef walked out ready to put on a show. I spent more time watching Lucy's reactions to his tricks and jokes than I cared to admit. She was radiant. Sun-kissed cheeks and loose waves. When she laughed, I was taken back to our time in college. Back when she was mine. Dinner wouldn't come to an end. I swear the guys kept ordering things just to prolong my torture. Every time Lucy reached for her drink, her arm would graze mine. When she laughed really hard, she leaned to her left side. Into me. It was such a natural reaction for her that I doubted she even noticed. She did that all the time back then. There were times when I'd have to hold her up while she was having a laughing fit. It was a struggle too, her laugh was infectious. One of those that you couldn't help but join. It was happening now. The entire group, on both tables, were laughing, some with tears in their eyes. Wyatt said, "Lucy, tell us the most embarrassing thing Colin did back in college." I glared at Wyatt, but he didn't miss a beat. "I'm sure there were several, but what's your favorite?" She looked at me with a wide smile. "Well, there are a few." I started shaking my head, but I knew better than try to stop it. It was 16 against 1. I had no chance. But the best one would have to be the time Colin got caught by the dean in nothing but a pair of women's underwear. I groaned and dropped my head to my hands. Of all the miserable, embarrassing stories, she had to go with the very worst. The guys shouted questions while women at the table burst into snickers and giggles. Wonderful. I was never, ever going to live this down. "We need details," Grant said. "So, one night we were hanging out with the team," she said. "One of the guys wanted to play truth or dare, like we did back in middle school." I closed my eyes, willing the earth to open up and swallow me whole. The dares got worse and worse, but it was all topped by one of the players' girlfriends daring 3 of them to run around the dorm building twice. At first it was supposed to be naked, but one of them argued that they could be arrested, so it changed to underwear. Women's underwear. She was laughing too hard to continue. I almost finished for her, but when I looked up her expression stopped me. She was looking at me with genuine happiness on her face. Not just amusement, but like she was remembering. It was the first time I'd seen her talk about our past without sadness or pain. I sucked in a breath and smiled. I couldn't care less if the guys made fun of me for the rest of my career. This moment was worth it. She stared at me, watching my reaction while she finished. The guys changed and left to run outside. We watched from the window. 2 of the guys got in and locked the door behind them, so Colin was stuck outside. He was banging on the door when the dean and our biology teacher walked by. I sighed while she paused to laugh some more. She wiped under her eyes and smiled at me again. The dean recognized him, so instead of getting in trouble, the building manager was called to let Colin back in. Every time we went to biology class for the rest of the semester, the teacher couldn't look at him without laughing. I think my favorite part of college was watching the dean lose it when he announced Colin's name at graduation. A chorus of guffaws lasted for a solid 5 minutes before they started to calm down. "All right," I said. "I think you guys have enough to blackmail me for a while." I stood up and soon the rest followed. Lucy caught up to me, grabbing my wrist. "I hope I didn't upset you." That was just the first thing that came to mind. She was still smiling and there wasn't anything worth taking that away. Not even my bruised ego. I winced. "It's a hard one to top." She nodded with one hand over her mouth.
Yeah.
Laugh it up. "It's a good thing they didn't ask about your most embarrassing story." I raised my eyebrow and she immediately sobered. "You wouldn't." I shook my head. "No, I wouldn't." She finally dropped my arm and I instantly missed her touch. "I do think you owe me now though," I said. She tilted her head to the side. "Oh really?" I nodded. "What did you have in mind?" "Sailing." She looked over my shoulder, as if to think about it. "It's a little dark right now." I laughed while she grinned. "I meant tomorrow." Okay. I wanted to hug her or invite her to take a walk on the beach, but I didn't want to push my luck. "I'll stop by your room at 9? She nodded and took a step back, not turning around for several feet. With a final grin she waved and disappeared into the night. Not too bad. Who would have thought all she needed was a reminder of my most shameful moment to look at me the way she used to? I'd repeat it for the rest of my life to get one of her smiles, but hopefully I wouldn't have to. Tomorrow could be our new start. Chapter 17, Lucy. I was weakening. Each time our eyes locked, the solid wall around my heart cracked just a little. He'd told me what really happened back then. It was a series of unfortunate events and misunderstandings that led to our breakup. I accepted that. The hurt of thinking of that time had lessened over the week. Maybe it was being around him again. Being reminded of who he was. Seeing him as who he is rather than the villain I'd made in my mind. That's why today was a terrible idea. The last thing I needed was more time around him, especially alone. Thinking of him in a better light and moving on from the past was one thing. Letting myself fall again was something else entirely, and I was weak. I always had been when it came to Colin Brassard. My instinct was to love and trust him. I couldn't let myself do that again. Not when there was no chance at a future. "How do I look?" I asked Elena. She looked up from her computer and smiled. "Beautiful." I smoothed the front of my shirt. I thought the shorts Elena insisted I wear were a little much for a day on a boat, but she told me the look was perfect. "Thanks." I checked my phone for the 10th time in the last few minutes. "He should be here." "He will be. Just calm down." Right, as if her telling me that would make my brain listen. I paced the room until a knock sounded. I paused to take a breath before opening the door. His eyes trailed up my body before meeting mine. "Wow. You look gorgeous." I almost closed the door in his face. I felt like a nautical-themed whale compared to him. All he was wearing was khaki shorts and a t-shirt, but he looked like a model. "Thanks. You look good too. Are you ready?" I looked over my shoulder to see Elena give me a nod.
Yeah.
I shut the door behind me and followed him down the stairs and toward the beach. "Thanks for agreeing to come today." "I'm excited." I glanced at him and his wide smile. He wasn't faking. That was another thing I'd loved about him. His enthusiasm for life. He sought after adventure and wanted to bring me with him. I'd never been sailing, so my only expectations were based off what I'd seen in movies. Should we be in Cape Cod or something? Looking like a Ralph Lauren ad? "What's the plan?" I asked. "Just like an hour or two?" "Not quite." He smiled when I looked up at him. "We won't be back until later this afternoon." Before dinner, though, I promise. All right, I guess this was going to be a full day. What were we going to do? Head up to Texas. When we got to the beach, he turned to head to a long dock. A man was waiting for us, standing in front of a long, white sailboat. Welcome. I am Samuel. I'll be at your service today. Our captain, Diego, and my teammate, Sarah, are already on board preparing things for you. I looked around for more people joining us. Come aboard. Samuel waved us toward the boat. Well, at least we weren't going to be in charge of steering. I wouldn't know the first thing to do to even get us away from the dock. Samuel helped me in. Thanks, I said. My pleasure, señorita. Colin got in after me and headed to the front of the boat. Is it just us? I asked. He smiled.
Yeah.
It's all ours today. I focused every fiber of my being on not reacting. I'd assumed we would be alone, as in no one else from his or my group, but not alone as in no one else from the resort. What had he done to get this reserved for just us? Wow, I'm impressed. His grin grew until it reached his eyes. Lucy, I know this whole week has been unexpected and we have a lot of baggage to get over. I held up my hand to stop him. We both moved on from that. He nodded once. You're right. That's why I want us to start over. Fresh. His gaze bore into my soul. Can you do that? I looked around at the glistening water that was surrounding us. Land was growing farther away. I want to, but what's the point? I'm leaving in 2 days to go home to California and you're going back to Utah. Why try to start anything? I wanted him to answer correctly. I didn't know what the right answer was, but I wanted so desperately for him to have it. He took both my hands and faced me. I lost you once, and it was the most terrible mistake I've ever made. I didn't fight for you. I let you go. The second I saw you again, I realized that I might have a second chance, and I promised myself I wouldn't make the same mistake. So, this is you fighting? I nodded my head toward the rest of the boat. He chuckled. I guess so. Can't say you never pulled out the grand gestures. I blew out a breath. My wall just suffered another massive crack. If I wasn't careful, I'd be a crumbled mess by the end of this day. I can't make any promises, Colin. I don't know how things between us would work. I closed my eyes as the persistent nagging in the back of my mind resurfaced. There was an obstacle, seemingly insurmountable, blocking us from having a real future. I tried to tell him at the cenote but couldn't. I don't know. That's okay. Neither of us has the answers yet. Just promise me to keep an open mind for the day, okay? Let's just enjoy ourselves. I nodded as a beautiful woman in a pale blue dress walked toward us with a tray. Welcome, I'm Sarah. The captain has told me we should arrive to our destination in a little over an hour, so please relax. She said with a soft accent and offered us each a drink before retreating. I took a sip of the bubbly juice and smiled. I think I can enjoy this, but just for today. Colin laughed and slipped his arm over my shoulders. My skin immediately burst into flame. The contact was almost too much to handle, but I didn't pull away. I owe you. I can't imagine having to tell them to turn around. Are you going to tell me what our destination is? He shook his head. You'll find out in an hour or so. Normal me would keep asking, but Mexico me chose to relax and be in the moment. We watched the waves disappear as the boat cut through. One perfect day might be enough to keep me going. I could hold on to this memory when I was stuck at work in a few months. Even a few years down the road when I'm at home, eating alone, again. I'll have this time to remember. When the boat stopped, I didn't understand. We were in the middle of the ocean. No land in sight. Where are we? Colin just smiled and nodded behind me. Sarah and Samuel stood there with wetsuits and oxygen tanks in their arms. Are they going somewhere? No, we are. I turned back to him. What? No. I didn't pack a suit.
Ha!
There. He couldn't make me scuba dive without a suit. Elena packed you one. What? He smiled. I had her pack you a little bag and leave it outside your door last night. I grabbed it this morning. I would have to have words with my roomie later about conspiring against me. Why are we scuba diving in the middle of the ocean? Isn't it better by reefs or land? Sarah stepped forward. This is where the shark's migration passes through. She had to be confused. Maybe she got the word for tiny fishes and shark mixed up. I'm sorry. What? Colin laughed. The whale sharks. I narrowed my eyes at him. Like from Finding Dory? He nodded. Exactly. How'd he know I loved that movie? Whale sharks weren't scary. They weren't full of rows of teeth like their demon cousins. So, this is happening? I asked. Each of them nodded. We can't just see them from up here? Sarah shook her head. No, unlike whales, they don't come up for air. Great. So, I was going under to join them. I looked at Colin, but he just stood there smiling. I'm not getting out of this, am I? He shook his head. You'll love it. Trust me. The unfortunate thing was that I already did. He knew me. He knew what I could and couldn't handle. If he thought I'd like it, I probably would. Fine. I accepted the wetsuit from Sarah and went to the room she directed me to. Sure enough, my bathing suit was waiting for me. After we were both changed, and Samuel gave us the shortest instruction on scuba diving in history, we were walking the plank. I mean, to the back of the boat. Are you ready? Colin asked me. I shook my head but got a laugh in response. We won't be going deep. Just stay close. I nodded, and he stepped backward into the water. I looked to Samuel and Sarah, who both smiled and waved me on. Sure, jump, stupid girl, it will be fun. If you survive. I looked at the water, then after counting to 5 stepped backward too. Breathing underwater in scuba gear was a strange sensation. It's like your mind knows this is wrong, but your body is still living. I looked around for Colin and spotted him just a few yards from me. I swam toward him and froze when I realized what was behind him. The whale shark was bigger than I expected. It made Colin look tiny. Another one appeared and opened its mouth. I pointed to it, and Colin turned around. They weren't as cute as in the movies, but they were pretty incredible. I swam forward and reached out a hand. My fingertips grazed the rough skin and I pulled back. I wasn't expecting that at all. I almost laughed, but another swam toward me and I rolled onto my back to watch it glide past. They were magical. Their polka dots looked like someone painted them on. They seemed odd on whales, but adorable. I looked around to find Colin and waved. He seemed just as entranced as I was. We swam around until he pointed to the surface. I checked my oxygen and realized time was almost up. When my head hit the air, I pulled off my mask. That was amazing. Colin's smile was contagious.
Yeah.
It was. I can't believe how close they got. They didn't care about us at all. We swam with sharks. He nodded.
Yeah.
We did. I could have kissed him then. This experience was something I'd remember forever. Come on. He called. He headed back to the boat and I followed, grateful to Samuel for helping me back in with all my gear. He worked quickly to remove everything while I stood there with a stupid smile. Did you have fun? Sarah asked me with a knowing grin. That was amazing. I'm glad to hear it. You guys can go get changed, lunch will be ready when you're done. Thanks. I was still in shock over what just happened. She helped me unzip my wetsuit before I headed back to the room to change. I couldn't believe what we'd just done. It was exhilarating. Unbelievable. After I dressed and pulled my hair into a messy braid, I went back to the deck. Colin was sitting at a small table with place settings in front of him. The plates held tacos. I sat and took it all in. You got tacos? I asked. It's the one thing I haven't had since we got here. Of course. It wouldn't be the perfect day without it. He remembered that I like tacos. I tilted my head. Is that what this is supposed to be? Well,
Yeah.
isn't it? His face held hope that I didn't have the heart to take away. Plus, before today I never would have thought swimming with whale sharks was at the top of my bucket list, but now that I'd done it, I couldn't imagine anything better. It is. Was that a blush I saw? Colin Brassard was blushing? I chose not to point it out, instead I took my first bite of taco. This is amazing. I'm glad you like it. We don't have very many other options. I shook my head and laughed. That would have been a problem, huh? What if I changed? You have, but I knew your one food obsession wouldn't. I sat the taco back on the plate. You think I've changed? He nodded. Of course. We both have. I took in a breath. He was right, but I didn't know if he'd noticed or not. Do you like your job? He asked. As a project manager? I shrugged. I enjoy working on things that can help make people's lives easier, but it's not as fulfilling as I thought. At the end of the day, it's just a job. It's not your passion. He seemed to understand. Right. You wanted to go into research and development for pharmaceuticals. What happened to that? I looked down, a little embarrassed. I got this job offer right after graduation. I wasn't hearing back from any pharma companies, so I took it. He nodded. Not everyone gets to live out their dreams. I made sure to smile, but inside it stung. He got everything he wanted. His job was his passion. He didn't have to settle for something to pay the bills like everyone else. I'm sorry, Lucy. I waved him off. There's nothing to apologize for. It's just a job. What else do you do? Great question. I work about 60 hours a week, so in my abysmal free time, I read or take walks around the city. And your dad? How's he? He's fine. Retired now and moved into a smaller place in one of the 55 and over communities. I think he really likes it. That's good. How's your family? I paused. They're all good. I miss your mom. His jaw twitched. He looked up and met my eyes. She misses you too. She has never forgiven me. Instantly, guilt gripped my belly.
Oh no.
Colin, really? He shrugged. Things have been strained since I got drafted. It's a combination of things. Us breaking up, me getting signed to a team on the West Coast, my brother breaking his leg and ending his career. What happened to Chance? I hadn't known his little brother well since he still lived at home in Massachusetts. But he was supposed to be a better player than Colin. His junior year of high school, he broke his femur. Even after he healed, it wasn't the same. It was too much stress on the leg to keep playing. I'm so sorry. Me too. He reached across the table and took my hand. Thank you for today. I'll never forget it. I squeezed back. Me too. I don't want to say
Goodbye.
His words were barely above a whisper. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't agree. I couldn't make this harder on either of us. It's inevitable. He looked down. I guess. I wanted to yell that I felt the same way. I couldn't tell him how badly I wanted this to work. How much I'd missed him for 5 years. That my heart never got over him. I still loved him. I couldn't say that. I couldn't give him what he wanted, and I wasn't going to be the one to take that from him. Chapter 18, Colin. Time was running out. Each second brought us closer to
Goodbye.
and I couldn't handle it. I needed to do something to drag this out. I waited until a respectable hour before knocking on her door. Elena opened and actually smiled. That had to be a good sign, right? She was happy, so Lucy must be happy. Good morning, Colin. Elena, how are you? Just fine. Although, I can't say the same for Lucy. What? Is she sick? Did she get hurt? I took a step into the room, pushing past Elena, but the room was empty. Where is she? Amber came over this morning, quite upset, and took her somewhere. Why was she upset? Elena pursed her lips for a moment. Probably because her best friend and maid of honor disappeared for the entire day yesterday. We were supposed to get massages and facials. You know, forced bonding time. I tried to cover for her and tell Amber Lucy was sick, but she didn't believe me. I ran my hand through my hair and looked around. I didn't know what to do. I should apologize to Amber. This was her bachelorette party and I'd been selfish. Who knows what plans I ruined when I'd practically kidnapped them for the temple tour. I cringed. I'm sorry, Elena. I'll try to find her and talk to her. Don't be sorry. Amber's just a little crazy. I think she's got cold feet. Hopefully that wasn't the case. The last thing I needed was someone filling Lucy's head with more doubts about love and commitment. Thanks. I hurried out and headed to the main restaurant, hoping they were just getting breakfast. I walked the entire hall but didn't see them. I was headed toward the beach when I ran into the Pride. Colin, what are you doing? Madeline's voice stopped me. I turned and sighed. I got Lucy in trouble. I'm trying to find her now. What kind of trouble? Emma sounded concerned. With Amber. I took Lucy sailing yesterday and apparently ruined Amber's plans. The girls each sighed, groaned, or shook their heads. Perfect. That was reassuring. You've got to remember Lucy's here for her own trip, Chloe said, not to amuse you. I glared at her. I'm aware of that. Kendall shrugged. It'll be fine. You just need to talk to Amber and tell her how you're trying to woo back her best friend. She'll forgive you. I ignored the giggling from the pack. I'm running out of time, though. Lucy leaves tomorrow. I need as much time with her as I can get. So, ask her to stay. Colby said it so matter-of-fact I almost didn't realize how ridiculous that was. I tried to yesterday. I told her I didn't want to say
Goodbye.
but she said it was inevitable. The group sighed. I narrowed my eyes. Did they rehearse this? That wasn't exactly asking her to stay, Chloe pointed out. You need to be direct. Ask her to stay until we all leave. We'll make sure she has a place to sleep and we'll get her flight changed. The girls nodded in agreement with the plan.
Yeah.
Sure. I just have to get her to say yes. I groaned when I heard Ollie's voice coming from behind me. Just tell her how you feel, Brassard. I turned and there were the rest of the guys. Great. They'd heard the whole conversation. I tried. Eric shook his head. I doubt you were clear. You need to tell her in exact words what you feel, what you want, and what you're willing to do to get it. I nodded. If that means I can get more time with her, I'll do it. Good. I think she's out at one of the cabanas. Hartman pointed toward the pools. We're practicing in an hour. I ignored that comment. Practice could wait. I needed to find Lucy. Thanks, guys. I hurried away before I got any more relationship advice from them. I checked one pool, didn't see Lucy, so I hurried to the farther one. There were about 10 cabanas surrounding the crystal blue waters that were undisturbed this early in the day. I walked to each one until I heard women talking. I'm sorry, Amber, Lucy said. I know this is a stressful time and I want to be here for you, but I don't think Ryan is cheating on you. Just because he didn't reply to your text last night doesn't mean he doesn't love you. The service here is spotty, plus it was late when you sent it. Give him some time. I heard a heavy sigh. Okay. I'll wait a little bit longer. When there was silence for a few moments, I cleared my throat and tugged the white curtain back. Good morning, ladies. Oh. Amber sat up and smiled, taking me aback. I was expecting her to be angry. I smiled at her and glanced at Lucy, who had a confused expression. I was actually wondering if I could talk to you for a moment. Lucy started to stand, but I put my hand up. I meant Amber. Lucy looked surprised, but Amber just beamed. She followed me to the other side of the pool where we sat down on loungers. What can I do for you, Colin? She asked. I owe you an apology. She looked confused. What for? I should have checked with you first about going on the temple tour. I'm sure you guys had stuff planned and I kind of took over. Then yesterday, I stole Lucy away and ruined your spa plans. I'm sorry about that. Her smile dimmed a bit. Oh, Colin. That's fine. The temples were amazing. I can't believe we got to see those. I need to thank you for letting us come with you. And yesterday. She waved a hand. I was being a grouch, but I really didn't mind. Lucy deserves to be spoiled. I want her to be happy, and even though, for a long time, you were a source of her pain, you're also the only one she's ever loved. I sat back.
Yeah.
I had caused her pain. Was it too much, though? She said she forgave me, but could anyone really move on from that? Could she ever trust me again? I'm glad you're not angry with me. As long as you don't break her heart, I won't be. I nodded. I don't plan to. I know you know our whole history. You were there for her back then. I made some really horrible mistakes, but I never stopped loving her. Seeing her this week just solidified those feelings. She smiled. I'm glad to hear that. But she's leaving tomorrow. I'm not ready for this to end. She blew out a breath. I know. I can tell she's anxious about it too. One of the problems, though, is knowing if it's real. It's easy to be in love in paradise, but what about back home? When you're training and traveling and living 2 states away? I shook my head. I don't know. I could ask to be traded, but that doesn't mean it would happen. Plus, I don't think I could leave my team. They're family. She nodded. But I can't ask Lucy to do that either, I said. It is a major decision, but she may surprise you. I think you should talk to her. I chuckled. I've been hearing that a lot this morning. Good, so do it. She stood and walked away, in the opposite direction of where Lucy was waiting. I guess she was giving us privacy. I went back and slipped into the cabana. Lucy looked up and gave me a questioning look. What was that about? I sat down next to her and held her hands. I just needed to clear up some things with her. Make sure I had her blessing. She smirked. Her blessing for what? I've really enjoyed these past few days, Lucy. More than enjoyed. They've been the best days of my life, and it's because I've spent them with you. I know we just reconnected. I know there are a lot of barriers in the way, but I want this. I want us to try. She closed her eyes and shook her head just slightly. Colin, what are you asking? I want you to stay. Just 2 extra days. I'll take care of your room and flight back. I just want more time. That doesn't change the fact that at the end of all of this, we're going separate ways. I squeezed her hands. Maybe temporarily. What does that mean? I want us. I want everything we had back, but I know that isn't an option, so I want a new us. I want you and me to be together. She sighed. We live 1,000 miles away. It's a good thing there are cars and planes and phones and cameras. Her shoulders drooped. How long can that last? Colin, I feel like doing any of this will just draw out the pain. We should just appreciate the time we had and that's it. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She was really able to just walk away? Like this hadn't happened? I can't do that. She sighed. It's what has to happen. We have two separate lives. We both know the long-distance thing didn't work for us. I almost rolled my eyes. She was really bringing up the Olympics again. Lucy, I didn't cheat on you. She pulled on my hands. No, I know. That's not what I meant. I was miserable while you were away. I hardly made it through my classes, I didn't live my life anymore. I was just waiting for the next chance I had to talk to you. I locked my eyes on hers. It was the same for me. It was so hard to focus through games and practice. So why do that to ourselves again? You have no time to take off and visit me. My job keeps me so busy, there's no way I could take vacation time, especially not after this trip. I just don't see how it could work. She'd thought about it. Knowing that was enough to encourage me. If she'd thought about it, she wanted a future with me. Even a little bit. I just needed to convince her. Think about it? Please? She hesitated, then nodded. I have to head to practice, but can I see you after lunch? We can go swimming or lay out. I knew I sounded overly hopeful, but I didn't care. I was over my pride when it came to her. A bit of the joy of yesterday was missing from her eyes, but I was determined to make it up to her. Sure. I'll meet you at the main beach at 1. I leaned forward and kissed her cheek, then left the tent before she could call me out for crossing that line. Chapter 19, Lucy. I laid back on the lounger and stared up at the white ceiling. I wanted to give in and say yes to everything he was asking. I wanted us to be together and have a future just as much as he did. I hated having to be the realistic one, though. It was incredibly tough to be the one to stay strong and say no. I had to. Going down this path would only lead to hurt. I didn't want that for either of us. I didn't want to dilute this week with the pain that was to come. He had to see that. He had to know we wouldn't last, so why was he pushing? After a few more minutes of ignoring the world, I left the cabana and went back to my room. Elena was lying on the bed reading a book when I walked in. What are you doing in here? I asked. Shouldn't you be out soaking in every last ray of sun while we still have time? She laid the book down next to her on the bed. I was waiting to see if you'd come back. I put my bag on the table and sat at the foot of her bed. Why? Was Amber mad at you? I shook my head. No, she's just panicking over Ryan. She thinks he's cheating on her. Elena rolled her eyes. I've never seen a man so in love before. There's no way he is. I know. That's what I told her. Hopefully she feels better now. I'm sure once she's home she'll get over it. Elena nodded then looked up. So, did Colin find you? I tilted my head. How'd you know? He stopped by this morning looking for you. I tried to not smile, but it was kind of nice to know he cared. That he wanted me. So, what did he say? I looked out the window at the ocean. He wants me to stay. And? Are you going to? I looked back at her. I don't think so. She threw her legs over the side of the bed, leaning toward me. Why not? Elena, we're never going to work. Why drag it out? She pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes. Won't you spend the rest of your life wondering what may have happened? Won't it drive you crazy? I shrugged. Probably. Then why do it? Why not just see what could happen? It's just 2 more days. What if we have a great time? What if I open up to him and we get closer? What if? What if you let yourself fall back in love? She interrupted. I nodded. I think that chance is worth finding out if there's something there for you guys to build on. It's obvious you guys are attracted to each other. We all know there are feelings there. The thing you guys need to figure out is whether or not there's enough there to fight for. That meant admitting everything. I couldn't go through with anything without telling him. I closed my eyes and sighed. This was why I wanted to leave. I didn't want to do this. I couldn't tell him. Lucy. She waited until I opened my eyes. What's holding you back? I don't want to get hurt again. I don't see us having a future, so extending this fantasy will just make it worse. It will be harder to leave. I expected her to leave it, or at least understand. You're holding back. My eyes shot to hers. What? She tilted forward until she was only a foot away from me. You do realize I'm surrounded by journalists every day. I can tell when someone's not telling the full story, so spill. The part of me that wanted to keep my secret had been shrinking this whole week. Maybe it was being surrounded by other women, or realizing we were becoming friends, but I actually wanted to tell her. I have a secret. She sat up straight. I knew it. What is it? Are you married? Have a kid? Oh. Is it his kid? I cringed. No, nothing that dramatic. She shrugged. Probably for the best. I swallowed. I have some health problems.
Oh no.
She grabbed my hands and nodded. You can tell me. I tried to smile but failed. It seems silly compared to your guesses. I shouldn't have said any of that. Your health is important, and if you haven't told him or us, it must be major. It's nothing terminal, but it is chronic. I have an autoimmune disease, Hashimoto's. She nodded. Your thyroid, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you know it. We have a doctor that comes on the show once a week. He's talked about thyroid disease a few times. Well, I have that, and I have PCOS. She squeezed my hands tight. Oh, Lucy. I bit my lip. This was different than telling Colin the other day. Elena was a woman, she knew what it meant. On their own, each condition can cause problems with infertility, but together, I trailed off letting her fill in the blanks. Difficulties getting pregnant. High risk for miscarriage. Her voice cracked. Lucy. I sniffled and tried to ignore the lump in my throat. I was so grateful I didn't have to explain everything. She knew. From the moment I met Colin, all he wanted was a hockey career and a family. He wants his own kids. She looked down and nodded. There are other options. Surrogacy, fertility treatments, adoption.
Yeah.
But each one is expensive and emotionally draining. I don't want to put anyone through that, especially not someone who knows he wants kids. So, you don't think you're good enough for him? I leaned back. No. She looked me in the eyes. Yes, Lucy. That's what you're saying. I pulled my hands away. It's not that. I just don't want to put anyone else through this. These conditions are hard to manage. I struggle with anxiety and depression as well. I can't handle the thought of dragging someone as great as Colin through this too. She shook her head and stood up. I'm surprised you think that little of him. She picked up her bag and headed for the door. I'm sorry for what you have to go through. I really am. If you ever want to talk about, even when we're back home, you can always call me. But I can't talk to you about it anymore right now. You really need to trust Colin enough to tell him. Let him make the decision of what he wants and what he can handle. She shut the door behind her. The silence in the room felt suffocating. I never expected her to react that way. I thought she'd be more sympathetic. I was saving Colin from this. I couldn't give him the one thing he wanted. A fundamental part of being a woman, a wife, and I was defective. I fell back on the bed and let a tear slip out. This was so hard. I let out a shaky breath, fighting to keep my composure. I didn't want to lose it now. The last thing I needed was to spend the last day here crying. I forced myself to get up and change into my suit. My tummy control one piece. I wanted to throw it away, but this was my reality. I wasn't the woman I was in college. I was flawed. I had problems, plenty of them. I changed and pulled on a dress before grabbing my bag and heading out. The path only had a handful of fellow resort guests, allowing me space to think. Did I really think I wasn't good enough? Was I sabotaging myself on purpose? Sure, I had insecurities and recognized I wasn't as beautiful or thin as other women, but that didn't mean I wasn't good enough. Right? Colin cared about me. I knew that much. Maybe I should let him decide what he could handle. Lucy. I turned to see Kendall and Colby approaching. Hey. Colby carried an armful of beach towels. Where are you going? I'm not really sure. I haven't decided. Kendall grinned. Then come with us. I didn't bother asking where they were going. I was just grateful to not have to think. Okay. We headed past the pools, parallel to the beach. Did they know of a secret spot? I was about to ask when I looked beyond to the aquatic center where they housed the dolphins. They had sessions you could buy to swim with them. Are you guys going there? I asked. Colby turned. We all are. I smiled and shook my head. After the sharks yesterday, dolphins seemed easy. Okay. We walked through and were led to a waiting area. I looked around. Where's everyone else? Kendall plopped down on a bench. Colby sat beside her. It's just us. I raised an eyebrow. Really? Colby giggled. As shocking as it may be, we do actually separate occasionally. I finally relaxed. No one else wanted to do this? Kendall shrugged. We asked the other girls, but Emma can't. Madeline said something about animal rights, and Chloe's leading the guys through their training. What? Colby blew out a breath. That girl's insane. She's making them do one of her normal workouts. Last time she did this, 3 of the guys threw up and 1 didn't finish. That didn't surprise me. Of course. Kendall nodded. So, it's just us. Colby swung one leg over the bench, straddling it. So, did you talk to Colin? Are you staying? You guys knew about that? I guess my shock was a waste. There didn't seem to be many secrets in their group. Of course. So, what did you say? I looked at Kendall and then at Colby and blew out a breath. I'm not sure. I don't think it's a good idea. Kendall waited a beat then broke the silence. You know. I was, well I still am, a fan of the Baltimore Harbor. I nodded. You'd mentioned that. Kendall beamed with pride. Wyatt and I did not get along. There was definitely no love at first sight with us. It took time and a lot of mistakes on my part for us to end up trusting each other. We never should have ended up together, but sometimes the universe has other plans. Sometimes we don't know best. Things don't have to make perfect sense. And when all else failed, have him donate a kidney to you. Colby laughed while I stared at them. Wait, what? Kendall pulled up her tank top and pointed to 2 scars on her stomach. I needed a kidney transplant, and Wyatt donated. He didn't end up being a perfect match, so we did an exchange thing, so 3 people ended up getting kidneys that day. I couldn't believe it. You guys went from pranking to literally saving your life? She smiled.
Yeah.
So, don't think anything is impossible. Colby wagged her brows. And just so you know, Kendall said, smiling, we all want you to stay too. We've rearranged things, so you could room with us. Could I turn them down? After how accepting they'd been of me. Okay. Colby jumped up. Really? I sucked in a breath.
Yeah.
They both threw their arms around me, squeezing in a bear hug. When we finally stepped back, Kendall was smiling. I promise we'll do everything we can to make sure you don't regret this. Thanks. I knew they would. They'd already proven that they could be trusted. All I had to do now was break the news to Amber and Elena. They would understand, and I would see them again in a few weeks at the wedding. Chapter 20, Colin. When word got to me that Kendall and Colby got Lucy to agree to stay, I was stunned. I couldn't believe they got her to change her mind. I needed to learn to not underestimate those women. Lucy was going to spend the rest of the day with Amber and her friends, but tomorrow she would be all mine. I had a day and a half to convince her to give us a chance. I could not screw this up. I sat on one of the dozens of white loungers and stared out at the waves crashing against the sand. "What's the plan?" a voice called out. I looked up from the sand I'd been staring at to Eric and Wyatt watching me. "I'm not sure yet." "No more excursions." Wyatt insisted. "Why not?" He shook his head. "You need to get personal." I rolled my eyes. "Not everyone can donate an organ to win over the girl." He smirked while Eric squatted in front of me. "You need something good," Eric said. "Something big. Like a proposal?" The idea sounded preposterous as it came out of my mouth, but when I thought about it, I changed my mind. That would be perfect. She would see how committed I was. It was something I'd wanted to do before the Olympics, so why not? "No. That's a terrible idea." Eric made a sour face. "You want her to know you're serious, not crazy." "Then what?" They turned to each other and rattled off a few ideas that I quickly turned down. Dinner was too boring. Horseback riding didn't give us enough of a chance to talk, plus she had a faster way to run from me if things went wrong. "You need to get sentimental," Eric said, almost to himself. "Recreate a date." We all looked to our left to see Chloe walking toward us. "Really?" Eric asked his sister.
Yeah.
"It proves you value those memories. It will take her back to the time she loved you. She'll remember all the good things about you." Wyatt narrowed his eyes. "It's genius." "I'm aware." Chloe spun and walked away as quickly as she appeared. "That woman's abilities sometimes scare me." I muttered, not wanting to offend Eric, but he was nodding. "Just be glad she's on our side." "Poor Reese," Wyatt said, and then turned back to me. "So, you needed to recreate a date. What are you going to do?" "I don't know." Eric slapped my shoulder. "Think about it. What was an important date for you?" "There's our first date. The first time I took her to the arena." Wyatt scoffed. "Pass." I glared at Wyatt but kept going. "The time I asked her to be my girlfriend." "Sap," Eric said with a chuckle. I shook my head. These two were making this harder. "The first wedding we went to." I paused. "The first time we said I love you." "That." Eric clapped. "Really?" I hesitated. Wyatt nodded. "Definitely." "Guys, it wasn't the most romantic setting." Eric ignored me. "That's great. It will prove you remember, which means a lot to women." I nodded. I remembered every moment of our time together. It was burned in my brain and heart. "What are we going to need?" Eric asked, looking eager. "A blanket, 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and someone to play the guitar." Wyatt laughed. "You're right, that isn't romantic at all." I shrugged. "We said I love you eating lunch one afternoon on campus. We were laying on the grass and there was some guy playing the guitar. He started playing Love of My Life and she told me how much she liked it. I told her I did too." Eric laughed. "Then you said I like this song, but I love you?" I almost threw sand at him. I was a bit smoother than that. They both narrowed their eyes. "Seriously? That's not what happened." "I hope not." Eric shook his head. "We'll get the blanket and sandwiches ready, but who can play the guitar?" "Grant." I offered. "Really?" "Perfect." Wyatt said as if that was enough. My shoulders dropped. "But he didn't bring one here." "You know what, I'll figure it out," Eric said with confidence. "You just ask Grant to play and plan out what you're going to say."
Yeah.
Just that. Just the most important conversation I'll likely ever have. No big deal. Thanks, guys. They nodded and turned, leaving me alone. This was really happening. I was getting my chance to win Lucy back. Something I'd thought about for years. I'd rehearsed in my mind what I'd say if I had the chance thousands of times, but now that it was here, I had no idea what would be enough. How could I make her understand what she meant to me? What she had always meant to me? This wasn't going to be easy. I'd always imagined having to beg and grovel for forgiveness, then she'd agree, and that was it. All I needed was her forgiveness, but in this scenario, I had it. She was willing to let go of the past. It was the future she was apprehensive about. Why did she think we were so different? We might have aged and changed a little, but at the core we were the same people we always were. I couldn't imagine anything major enough to keep us apart. That was enough to give me hope. I'd tell her there was nothing that would make me stop loving her. Nothing was big enough to keep me away. How could she say no to that? How'd I become this person? Insecure and doubting everything about me? In every other aspect of my life I knew what I was doing. I was confident. I was in control. But not with Lucy. That's what made this 100 times scarier and harder to plan. She threw me off kilter, but she also centered me. She reminded me of what mattered most. She made me believe that if I woke up tomorrow unable to play hockey ever again, I'd still have an amazing future because I'd be with her. How could I get her to understand that? If only I were able to open my heart and allow her to see everything. My doubts, my fears, my dreams. That was it. That's what I had to do. I needed to open up and show her everything. Let her in and let her know everything. I couldn't hold anything back. This wasn't the time to care about my pride. There was too much at risk. With newfound determination, I stood and walked back to the resort. I wanted to write this down. Get my thoughts together so I didn't end up rambling or forgetting something. I also needed to hunt down Grant. I didn't think he'd have problem participating, but he might have to learn the song. In less than a day. I chuckled to myself as I approached our room. Wouldn't that just be the ending this needed? I get everything together, and he doesn't know how to play the song. I blew out my breath. I'd managed to make it this far. Nothing was going to stop me. If we needed to bring out speakers we could. I opened the door and Grant opened his eyes and yawned. What's up? Can you play Love of My Life? Queen? I nodded. It's been a while since I tried. Can you learn it? He chuckled. Sure, when we get back home, I'll learn it and serenade you. No, I need you to learn it for tomorrow. His eyes bugged out. What? Can you? I don't have a guitar. Eric's getting you one. He finally sat up and grabbed his phone from the nightstand. I'm sure I can figure it out, but why? Lucy's staying. I need to pull out all the stops to get her to realize that we belong together. And that involves this song? I nodded. I'm recreating the first time we said I love you to each other. Huh? What? Nothing. I'm just impressed. Would it make more sense if I told you it was Chloe's idea? He laughed. Yes, it would. Eric and Wyatt are helping me put everything together, but I need to plan what I'm going to say. Good idea. I sat on the bed across from him. You don't think it's stupid? No way. It can come from the heart in the moment, but this is your only chance. You cannot screw this up. That was comforting. Right. I'll give you some space. Guess I should go try to find Eric. Thanks. Don't worry about it. I'll call you in for a favor eventually. I didn't doubt that. Once he was gone, I opened my laptop and stared at the blank document. The cursor blinked at me. Mocking me. I almost shut it, but I couldn't quit. I needed to do this. It might be the most important thing I do. Once I started, the words flowed. I poured every emotion, desire, and pain out on the keyboard. I recalled how we met. The first time I saw her and the first time I knew I loved her, before I told her. How every day with her had been a miracle. How incredibly lucky I felt to have that time, even though it ended. I knew some people would never know a love like ours. I didn't take that for granted. I wrote about the breakup. How devastating it was. How I had to pretend like I was okay. How I had to function through it all. How the night of the draft I was miserable because I just wanted her there. How my accomplishments felt empty without her with me. How I felt seeing her again. The shock after all these years. How she hadn't changed, yet she was completely different. How much that scared me. The hope I'd felt at having another chance at spending even a few minutes with her. I thought that would be enough. Just one conversation, but it wasn't. I was an addict. One dose of her and I relapsed. All I wanted was for this to continue. I wanted to be with her. Forever. That was all it came down to. I wanted her in my future. I wanted us to be together. I wanted to marry her. I knew the guys told me proposing was out of the question, but I was ready to do it. I knew in my heart and mind that she was the only woman for me. I sat back and read over the words feeling overwhelmed, but excited. I couldn't wait to tell her all of this. Now that my mind was made up, and I was sure, I needed her to want it too. The morning passed in a blur. I didn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I was too full of nerves. The girls knew to get her to the lawn on the edge of the resort at noon. Grant had been practicing all morning and actually sounded really good. I was hopeful. At a quarter till, I walked alone to the blanket on the grass. The sandwiches and some other snacks were waiting. Grant would arrive after Lucy. All I had to do now was wait. I checked my phone clock at least a dozen times a minute until I saw her walking down the path toward me. She was here. A tiny voice in the back of my mind questioned if she would show. Like she might have changed her mind and ran. She stopped in front of me, with too much space between us for my liking. Hi. She looked so beautiful. I froze, just staring, then finally said, "Hi." I snapped out of it and kissed her cheek. "Have a seat." I helped her down to the towel, waiting to see how she reacted. What did she think this was? Did she recognize it? "How are you?" I asked after clearing my throat. I was about as smooth as a teenager. She smiled sweetly. "I'm good. A little nervous." Nervous? Why? I was the one sweating through my shirt. What did she have to be nervous about? She looked flushed, but her big honey eyes tore right through me. "I'm not sure. I just feel like I should be." I shook my head. "You have no reason to be." I needed to break the ice, and fast. I took one of the sandwiches and offered it to her. She accepted it then set it aside. "Are you not hungry?" I asked. She blushed. "I'm sorry. I guess I should have mentioned it sooner, but I didn't know this was a whole lunch thing. I'm gluten intolerant. Side effect of my thyroid condition." "But you didn't have a problem back in college?" "Actually, I just didn't put two and two together. Do you remember all the migraines and headaches I would get?" I cringed. They would make her so sick, sometimes vomiting, but usually she just had to sleep them off.
Yeah.
I do. Well, that's because I was eating gluten. It doesn't make me sick to my stomach like it would if I had celiac disease. With an autoimmune disorder, my body is in a constant state of inflammation. Gluten causes even more inflammation, which triggers migraines. I looked down at the bread. Who knew something so simple could do so much damage? "I'm so sorry. I didn't know." She smiled. "Don't worry about it. I try not to make a big deal about it and eat what I can when I'm out with people, but since you asked." She trailed off and I sat back wondering what else I didn't know. I'd researched her conditions, but obviously there was still so much I didn't know. Any other foods? I limit dairy and no almonds. Almonds? She smiled wryly.
Yeah.
That was a crazy thing to figure out. I thought I was safe switching to almond milk, but it was a no-go. Her easygoing attitude about this made me feel worse. She'd been going through this alone. The testing, the trial and error, and appointments. I'm sorry, Lucy. I still should have checked. She shrugged. She picked up a strawberry. I watched, mesmerized, as she took a juicy bite and licked her lips. I could lose her after this? I shook my head and looked down. I couldn't let this be the end. Lucy? Her eyes met mine. I was serious about everything I said before. I want us to have a second chance. I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen. I'll request to be traded. I'll fly to you as often as I can. I'll fly you over when I can't, as long as it works for your schedule. I promise, we'll make this work. Her smile dimmed just slightly. Colin. That sounds nice from here, but I don't think we can really live like that. I'm not going to let you transfer teams. These guys are your family. I sat back and sighed. This wasn't working. I needed to be clear, direct. Lucy, I still love you. She froze, just staring at me. What? I realized I never stopped. This week has felt like time hasn't passed. She stayed quiet. I'd have given every penny I had to know what she was thinking. I'd never felt so exposed, vulnerable, and each passing second felt like an eternity. I know this is a lot to dump on you, but I can't hold it back, I said. We're running out of time and I can't let you leave without me saying this. I paused and waited for her to give me some signal she was listening. Finally, she nodded. I have loved you for years. I've envisioned my future with you since our first kiss. There was movement behind Lucy and quiet music began playing. She turned around and gasped. Our song, she said, her voice shaky. I nodded. I want us. I want to make this work. I want us to get married. A wedding in the mountains. I know the perfect place in Park City. We'll move into a house. You said you always liked colonials, so we'll find something like that. We'll have kids and spend the rest of our lives together. I held my breath, listening to the song play, hoping it was affecting her as much as it did me. Her expression changed. I could see her shutting down, her arms crossed off over her chest. She was protecting herself, but why? Colin. Her voice cracked. I can't. She jumped up and ran past the grass onto the sidewalk and out of view. Grant stopped playing. I sat there in disbelief that she'd reject me after I just opened myself up to her. Chapter 21, Lucy. By the time I made it back to the room, I was sobbing. My chest burned with each unsteady breath. I rubbed my hands over my eyes, trying to clear them enough to make out my suitcase. I needed to get out of here. I needed to leave. I never should have stayed. This was a terrible mistake. I never even should have talked to him. I should have avoided him like I'd wanted to from the beginning. I knew exactly how this would end. I knew how much it would hurt, but I didn't listen to my brain. I followed my stupid heart and now it was breaking. I'd have to walk away. Again. I grabbed my things from the bathroom and threw them on top of my clothes. Hopefully this was everything. I closed the lid and tried to zip it, but the stupid thing kept getting stuck. The sound of the door unlocking made me pause. Lucy? Colby called out. Crap. I thought they'd be off at the beach all day. I sniffed and turned to her, not bothering to hide my tears. There was no point in trying.
Yeah.
What are you doing? She took a tentative step closer. I'm leaving. Why? Chloe joined her, looking concerned. It was the pride, full force. Did something happen? My shoulders drooped, and the sobs started again. I sat on the bed and let the tears drench my shirt. Oh, Lucy. Colby rushed over, sitting down and wrapping her arms around me. I took in a shuddering breath. What did he say? Chloe looked stern, her jaw tight. I rubbed away the tears and tried to calm down. Nothing. It's not his fault. It's mine. What do you mean? Colby asked as she rubbed circles on my back. He wants a future that I can't provide. Honey, we want to help you, but you need to tell us everything. Chloe had relaxed a little bit and sat across from me. I blew out a breath and sniffled. He wants to get married, buy a house, and have kids. Chloe looked at Colby then back at me. Okay? I bit my lip, but it did nothing to stop the tears that returned in full force. I can't have kids. The second the words left my mouth, it felt like boulder had been lifted off my shoulders. I'd never meant for it to become a big secret. I just didn't like talking about it. It hurt knowing that the odds of me being able to have my own children were slim, very slim. I'd closed that part of my brain and accepted it. Now I was forced to face it. What do you mean? Colby leaned in close to me, somehow knowing I needed her support. I have health problems. PCOS. They both nodded. Chloe put her arm around my shoulders. I have a friend with PCOS. She has 2 kids now. It's not easy, but it's possible. I nodded. I know there's a chance, but I also have a thyroid disease that makes it harder. I've been to specialists and they've all told me if I'm able to get pregnant it will likely end in miscarriage. I accepted it years ago, but Colin keeps talking about how much he wants kids. He knew he wanted them back in college. They're not something I can give him. How can I be with him knowing I'm keeping him from what he wants most? I took a deep breath, exhausted. How do you know that's what he wants most? Chloe challenged as she leaned away. He talked about the future he wanted when we were together, and he just said it again today. That doesn't mean he doesn't want you. Her voice softened. You might be the thing he wants most. All of you. The ups and the downs. Whatever may come. That sounded all well and good. Ideally. In a perfect world. But this was the real world. Chloe, I can't take that away from him. My voice cracked. You haven't told him this? Colby asked in barely a whisper. I shook my head. You need to, Lucy. She pleaded, don't go until you have. Don't make a rash decision and run. You need to talk to him. This wasn't news to me. Elena had said the same thing and I knew they were both right. Maybe I'd been building it up in my head the past few days and it felt bigger than it should. I just needed to get it over with, no matter how hard it may be. I nodded. I know. Chloe pursed her lips and was silent for a moment. Can I call him? Have him come over? You guys really need to talk. There was no point in delaying it. The sooner the better, I guess. Get this over with. I barely nodded, and she made the call. Within minutes, Colin was at the door and Chloe let him in. Colby gave my shoulder a squeeze before she and Chloe left. Lucy. What's wrong? Please talk to me. He knelt in front of me and took both my hands in his. He looked like he'd been pulling at his hair. It was sticking up in 1,000 directions. I took a deep breath and tried to steady myself. There's something I haven't told you. It changes things. His eyebrows pulled together. There's nothing you could say to change how I feel about you. I held on to that and hoped it would remain true in a few minutes. You want the wedding, and the house, and the kids. He nodded. I took a deep breath. I want that too, but I can't promise you all of it. Why? Because my body is ruining my life. He leaned forward. Don't say that. You're beautiful. Perfect. I shook my head. It's how I feel sometimes. It sucks. I know there are people that have it far worse, and I should be grateful for all I can do, and I am. I'm so grateful I can walk and talk and sit here with you now, but there are things I can't do. Like eat bread? The corner of his mouth twitched like he was trying to not laugh at his own joke. That, plus more. He nodded. What else? I'll be on medication for the rest of my life. That won't change, unless there's a breakthrough in thyroid research. Okay. Sometimes I'm tired. So exhausted, and for no reason. There are days that I'm not up for going out or even running errands. He nodded. That's fine. I understand. I get headaches too. Not as frequently as before, but sometimes I just have to lie down in a dark room undisturbed. We'll buy blackout curtains. I winced. Stop trying to fix everything. I want you to be happy. I'll do whatever it takes to make you comfortable. Those are the minor things. There's something else, a consequence of the conditions I have. I wished I could stall forever. He didn't say anything, just sat with an unwavering stare. There's a very slim chance. I paused and looked at the ceiling. The tears were back. I couldn't say it. This would be it. He'd leave me and move on, and I'd be stuck alone with my broken body. Chance of what? Tears streamed down my face and fell on my chest. That I can get pregnant and carry full term. He sat back on his heels and sighed. I waited for him to say something, anything. For him to come up with a quick solution. I wanted him to tell me it was okay, and that this didn't change anything. Colin? He blinked and met my eyes. This is why you can't be with me? Why you said we don't have a future? I nodded. You really think I would leave you over this? I closed my eyes, squeezing out the tears that blurred him. I know how important having children is to you. I didn't want to take that away from you. So, you plan to leave first? He nodded and stood up. I thought he was going to sit next to me, but he began pacing the room. I didn't want you to have to choose. He let out a sad laugh. You deserve someone that can give you everything, I added. It made me nervous, watching him pace like a restless tiger. He was silent for another moment before facing me. How many times do I have to say it, Lucy? I love you. All of you. Your problems, your flaws, your accomplishments, your dreams, your body, your mind. I love it all. That means every problem that comes up. Every disappointment and every joy. I want it all. I want to face it all with you. Even if I can't. Even if everything comes burning down. There's nothing, absolutely nothing, that could change my mind. He cut me off and strode across the room toward me. He offered his hands, pulling me to my feet before him. Do you believe me? I didn't understand it. I couldn't fathom how anyone could love me like that, but when I thought about him, I felt the same way. There was nothing that could make me love him less. I do. He finally smiled and reached up, grazing his fingers along my cheek. I love you, Lucy. Something in me seemed to click into place. My hands pressed against his chest, needing to feel him. I love you, too. His eyes watered as he shook his head. I've been waiting for 5 years to hear you say that again. He pressed his lips against mine and held me close enough that I could feel his heart racing in his chest. In an instant, my doubts and worries disappeared. We were together. Despite it all, we'd found each other again. I pulled back and looked up at him. How did I get so lucky? He smiled. I've been asking myself that since we met. Even when we were apart, I thought I was lucky to be able to say you were once mine. I can't imagine how horrible the odds of us getting back together were, but we beat them. I nodded and kissed his jaw, trailing kisses from his chin to his ear. I love you, Colin Brassard. He beamed and turned his head, possessing my lips. This was it. This was perfection. Chapter 22, Colin. I wanted to live in our happy bubble forever. I didn't want to leave the room or the resort to face real life. I rubbed my knuckles up and down Lucy's bare arm as we swayed in the hammock on the deck. It was perfect. The ocean below us, the sun shining down, and the woman I loved, back in my arms where she belonged. I'm getting a little bit hungry. Her voice broke the silence. I'll call room service. Her laugh vibrated against my chest. We'll have to leave eventually. I shook my head and kissed the top of her head. No. I'll buy the room. Technically it's Colby and Kendall's. They'll be back soon. I groaned and threw my hands up in the air. They ruin everything. She tilted her head up and looked at me. They're the reason I'm still here. They're the reason we're here like this right now. I rolled my eyes. Fine, they didn't ruin this. She pushed up and kissed me again, taking away every stray thought in my brain. When she pulled back, her cheeks were rosy and her lips, thoroughly kissed. Let's go get food. If we must. I rolled over and kicked my feet to the ground. I stood then helped her up. Do you feel better? She looked up through her lashes and nodded. Better than I have in years. Good. I kissed her forehead, took her hand, and led us off the deck and out of the room. Do you want to see if we can get into any of the restaurants or just go to the buffet? The buffet is fine. I didn't get to eat lunch. She was smirking when I shot her a look and burst out laughing. Oh sure. Laugh it up.
Ha!
The big romantic gesture I planned was a disaster.
Ha! Ha!
She squeezed my hand and pulled us to a stop. I do really appreciate what you did. I can't believe you remembered the song. You're the love of my life, so it's not hard to remember. She rolled her eyes and kept walking. You're digging yourself a grave. I laughed, realizing I hadn't felt this good in a long time. I didn't want it to stop. Hey, guys. Emma and Ollie were on the path coming toward us. Hey, are you heading for some food? Lucy asked. Emma rubbed her stomach.
Yeah.
I'm starving. Ollie laughed.
Yeah.
She hasn't had anything for 2 whole hours. Emma smacked him. Next time, you have the baby. He held his hands up and took a step back. I love and admire you. You are a goddess and I'm not worthy. And? She eyed him. And you get more and more beautiful each day. She nodded once then turned back to us. Someday he'll remember the full thing. Lucy giggled. Come on. We've got to feed that baby. Emma grabbed Lucy's arm and tugged her forward. Finally, someone understands. I watched Lucy for a reaction. I didn't know how she felt about being around pregnant women. Did it make her sad? Did she think about it? When she laughed, I finally relaxed. I'd have to talk to her about it later. So? Things went well? Ollie asked. I shrugged. My big plan was a failure, but we talked through everything and
Yeah.
we're good. Ollie patted my back and we followed the girls in. I'm happy for you, man. Thanks. But who's going to be the grumpy bachelor now? Grant? Ollie laughed. He's too much of a ladies' man to settle down with one. Eric was way worse, and he proved us wrong. You're right. Nothing's impossible with these guys. We walked in and found the girls already seated with the rest of the group. It never ceased to amaze me how we ended up in the same places at the same times without communicating. Maybe it was from being around each other so much, or maybe Chloe had somehow brainwashed everyone. That wouldn't surprise me. As I neared and pulled out the chair next to Lucy, they all began clapping. I shook my head and sat down. I checked to see how Lucy would handle the attention, but she just glowed. I guess you all know already? Lucy asked. Colby nodded. We knew if you two arrived together then things were fine. If he came alone, we'd have to go up to the room to check on you. You're very kind, but thankfully we talked and decided that despite it all, we belong together. She looked at me and smiled, making me feel like king of the world. Hartman held his glass up and we said cheers. Congratulations, you guys. We're all very happy for you. Lucy and I got up to get food, and by the time we were back with full plates, the topic had changed. I leaned over and whispered in her ear. We're already old news. She stifled a laugh. I'm completely okay with that. I've taken it easy on you guys. You're just getting weak. Chloe was glaring at her brother. I can't twist at all, Chloe. My abs are destroyed. Her lips twisted. You guys need to up your training then. If you can't handle a little Pilates, I'm really concerned about this season. Hartman seemed to take offense at this. Excuse me. Our training program was developed by experts. Madeline snickered, and Hartman turned his attention to her. What's so funny? She cocked an eyebrow. Just that you don't want to take advice from a woman half your size. If she knew what she was talking about. Don't you dare say what I think you're about to, Hartman. Chloe was waving her finger at him. Should we break them up? Lucy whispered and I shook my head. No way. 1, this was entertaining, and 2, this was normal. You're the marketing director, Chloe. Not a personal trainer. Eric shot back. But she does have one. Reese pointed out but quickly went back to eating. You think you're so tough because you're better at your form of exercise? When we get back, how about you try to train with us for one day and see how high and mighty you are? Chloe narrowed her eyes at Hartman. I'll have my skates ready. Fine. He huffed as Kendall tried to get him to calm down. He wasn't normally one to get upset or let Chloe get to him, but when someone challenged his ability as captain, he fought back. Well, that was fun, Emma said, and the rest of the group laughed. Noah pointed at me and Lucy. So, how is this going to work? What do you mean? I asked, confused. Oh boy. Colby, I thought we told you to have that talk with him months ago, Eric joked, making us all laugh. Noah rolled his eyes. I mean, you live in California, right? Lucy nodded. We're going to try the long-distance thing. Oh. Noah sounded doubtful. I would have kicked him under the table if I could, but the idiot was too far down the table. Lucy turned to me. I guess us deciding to get back together was only one obstacle. Hey, don't let that ruin your day. Kendall tried to sound optimistic, but it was like a dark cloud had taken residence above our table. I put my arm around her shoulders and squeezed.
Yeah.
We'll make it work. Lucy nodded. But for how long? We can't do it indefinitely. I looked around the table for help, but everyone was magically minding their own business for the first time in their lives. Thanks for the help, guys. I want to say we'll figure it out, I said, but I know you want more. I don't know what we'll do for sure. We have options and we can look into them, but for the immediate future we'll take turns visiting each other. She sighed. I knew this wasn't a love story. I searched her face. How could she say something like that? What do you mean? She looked up. We're a tragedy. Destined for peril. I was not going to let this happen again. I wouldn't let her slip back into that mentality. Hey, things might be hard at first, but we're going to figure something out. I promise. She nodded and leaned against me. Okay. I'll trust you. I let out a sigh and rested my chin on her head. I wasn't sure what we were going to do, but there had to be an answer. I'd already told her I would request to be traded, but I wasn't sure how that could work. It's not like Coach would approve. I'd probably have to take it up with management and our owner. Could I do that? Could I leave these guys? I looked around the table as my chest tightened. They were my family. We'd played side by side for years. But there was Lucy. She was everything to me. I couldn't lose her again. That would be worse than leaving the team. Fine. I'd do it. I'd have to find out the proper channels to ask, but I'd at least try to get traded to the San Jose team. I cringed at the thought of wearing another team's jersey. This would be the hardest thing I'd ever do. Well, next to letting Lucy leave me. The back and forth in my brain was exhausting. There was nothing I could do about it now, though. I pushed all the worries out of my mind, for now. Chapter 23, Lucy. We're having a sleepover, Emma announced later that day at dinner. I looked around the table, but no one argued with her. Okay, I said. It wasn't like I could say no. I was at the mercy of these ladies. She looked around the table and the rest of the group agreed. Will you guys drag in a mattress for us? Kendall asked Wyatt, batting her eyelashes. He rolled his eyes. Fine, but if we get yelled at again, I'm directing them to you. She shrugged in response. We're leaving tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. I guess we're never coming back to this resort. Colin joked. Let's head back, Madeline said, yawning. We can have dessert sent later. We'd been hanging out in the restaurant talking for hours. I was surprised we hadn't been asked to leave yet. I'd been resting against Colin, enjoying being a part of this group. Are you tired? He whispered, but Kendall heard. No. She's not. Right, Lucy? I sat up. I'm fine. Kendall smiled. See, we have a long night ahead of us. I almost groaned. I'd had an emotional few days and needed to recharge, but I guess that would have to happen on the flight home tomorrow. I had a feeling there would be very little sleeping tonight. Emma stood first, then soon everyone was up and heading toward the exit. We walked back to the rooms as a group, shouting back and forth at each other. Reese called out, Hey, Eric, wanna sleep in my room? We haven't had brother time in a while. No messing around tonight, guys. Hartman was shaking his head. We'll be at the arena within an hour of touchdown tomorrow. Colin leaned his head against mine.
Bye.
Vacation.
Bye.
Freedom.
Bye.
Relaxation. I replied. He sighed. Back to real life.
Ugh.
That means production meetings and spreadsheets for me. That sounds terrible. Not as bad as whatever Wyatt has planned for you guys. Ollie laughed behind us. Smart girl. She's already got this figured out. I looked over my shoulder and smiled. I was already part of the group. I loved it. When we got to the rooms, Colin pulled me away and stole a kiss. I leaned into him, reveling in the feel of being so close. I wanted to soak it all in for tomorrow when we separated. When he stepped back, he was smiling. I'll see you in the morning. I nodded, 2 days to speak. He led me to my room and laughed before walking away. Come in, lovebirds. Emma grabbed my hand and pulled me through the open door. We've got cake to eat. Still smiling, I settled on the bed I was sharing with Colby. You two are so sweet, Kendall said. Just looking at you makes me feel like I'm getting a mouthful of cavities. She pulled the couch closer to the bed. I sighed. I'm not sorry. The rest of the girls laughed. What are you guys going to do? Madeline asked. What do you mean? She looked around the room. I mean, a long-distance relationship is a short-term fix. What are you planning to do to make it permanent? I'd been running through scenarios in my mind and nothing worked. I couldn't solve it. Not without one of us giving something up. One of us is going to have to move. Chloe's head shot up and her eyes met mine. You mean, you have to move? Whoa, Chloe. Retract the clause. Emma shook her head. Relationships take compromise. They have to consider what is best for each of them. Well, it's not like Colin can pack up and move. He's got a contract with the Fury. He could get traded. Colby shrugged. Happens all the time. Chloe narrowed her eyes. Not when he's a top player. Not without costing the other team dearly. Hearing them arguing about it was making me sick. We'll figure something out, I said. I don't want Colin to leave the team, so don't worry about that. Colby tilted her head. But you have a great job. You don't want to leave that, do you? I shook my head. I really don't want to have to start over somewhere, but I have less to lose. There was a knock on the door and Kendall popped up to answer it. She walked back carrying a tray of cakes. Geez, who ordered this? She set them down on the table between us and looked around. They all pointed at Emma and she just shrugged and started cutting the red velvet cake. Lucy, what's the company you work for? Chloe asked, ignoring Emma's offered plate. A cream. She nodded and pulled out her phone. Colby reached over to the table and cut into the chocolate cake before offering me a slice. It's flourless. Thanks. I took a small bite and moaned. It was just what I needed. You're a project manager, right? I looked up and nodded. What was Chloe doing? There's an opening in the Lehigh location. That's just south of Salt Lake. I sat up. How far south? Maybe 20 minutes. Madeline clarified. I looked around the group and we seemed to all have the same idea at the same time. I could move there. Chloe nodded. You can at least apply for it. Excitement coursed through my body. This was it. This could be the solution. I wouldn't be working on the same projects, but it might be fun to change things up. It's not like I was leaving anything else. No close friends. Just my dad. He wouldn't leave the house though. He had his golf buddies. Maybe I could convince him to move eventually. I'll email my manager. I jumped up and moved to the nightstand where my phone was waiting for me. One email could change everything. I explained the situation and requested the transfer. Hopefully, she'd reply in the morning. Done. The girls cheered and Chloe stood up, giving me a hug. You won't regret this. I closed my eyes and decided to believe her. Today was the end. We would be heading to the airport in just a few hours, and it would be time to say
Goodbye.
The thought was enough to make me feel sick. I didn't know how I would be able to go through with it. But I would change things. I'd be forever grateful I had friends that convinced me to take a chance and tell Colin the truth. They changed my life. I sat up and looked around. Kendall and Colby were still sleeping. I slipped out of bed and pulled on clothes before quietly letting myself out. I wanted to find Colin and spend every remaining second together that we could. All of their rooms were on the same floor, so I headed down to the room Colin was sharing with Grant. I was just around the corner when I heard voices. I stopped and listened when I recognized Colin's. So, I need to talk to Coach first? That's where I'd start, but are you sure you want to do this? I was pretty sure that was Wyatt's voice. Of course, I don't want to. It's something I need to do though. I want to be with Lucy. In the same state as her. If that means moving to San Jose, I'll do it. Guilt poured over me, feeling like 100 pounds of lead. I get that, Colin. I do. If Kendall had to go back to Baltimore, I'd want to go with her, but you've got to think about what's best for you and your career, too. San Jose hasn't won a championship in over a decade. You might get more playing time, but you'd be carrying the team. I hadn't followed hockey since the breakup, but I'd heard from others that our local team wasn't anything worth bragging about. Evidently, the San Jose Sailors were in a constant state of rebuilding. At least, that's what their fans said. I'd never let Colin do that. It would be suicide for his career. Everything he'd worked his entire life for. I reached into my pocket and checked for new messages. Nothing yet. That was fine. There was still time. Coach isn't going to like this, Wyatt said. You know he's probably going to try to talk you out of it. Then I'll go above him. Direct to management. Don't do that. Don't disrespect Coach like that. If you can get his blessing, then move forward, but listen to him first. I will. We'll get this figured out. I'll support you with whatever happens. Thanks. That means a lot. I heard footsteps and ducked back against the wall, but no one came my direction. I waited for another moment before turning the corner and knocked on Colin's door. Hopefully, he hadn't left too. He opened the door and grinned. Lucy, hey. You're up early. You too. He shrugged. We had practice at 6. I stepped into the room and looked around for Grant. Are we alone? His smile grew.
Yeah.
I nodded and sat on the closest bed. We need to talk. The smile vanished. I don't like those words. I held out my hand and tugged him to sit next to me. I really appreciate that you're willing to get traded. That means the world to me. You heard that? His brows pulled together. I didn't want to tell you until I thought it was a real possibility. That could have caused a major problem. Why? I'm trying to get us closer to each other. I smiled. I know, but so am I. What? The confusion on his face made me laugh. I emailed my boss and put in a request to be transferred to the Lehigh office. It's about 20 minutes south of Salt Lake. I bit my lip as I watched the transformation from confusion to understanding to shock. You did? I nodded.
Yeah.
I like my team and the projects I'm working on, but I love you and the Fury more. I can't take you away from them. I paused, a little self-conscious. And I want to be around them too. I really like them. He laughed. So, you're moving for them? I nodded. Yes, that's it. He wrapped his arms around me and drew me in. Thank you, Lucy. I tipped my head up enough to kiss him. After a few seconds of dizzying bliss, I pulled back. I love you, Colin. You're what matters most. I love you more. I shook my head and burrowed into him. Now I just needed my boss to approve my request. I doubted there would be any issues. Lehigh had an opening, and this was the first thing I'd ever asked for. It would work out. It had to. Chapter 24, Colin. I was doing everything I could to drag this morning out. I was slow to pack, slow to get down to breakfast, and slow to accept this was it. Perk up, Brassard. We're heading home. Hartman walked back and smacked me in the back of the head as he took a seat at the table. The plate of food in front of me sat untouched. Not even the bacon could tempt me. Why aren't you eating? Lucy sounded concerned. He's lovesick. Eric said with a laugh. I glared at him but turned to Lucy. I'm a little nervous about leaving. Why? Her eyebrows knit together. What if you get back to your real life and you change your mind? She smiled. What if you get back to yours and realize you're better off without me? That's crazy. That's not going to happen. Exactly. She winked and took a bite of watermelon. I leaned back, giving up on eating, which was not something I normally did. I'm going to miss this place. I got a few nods in return. Emma looked around at the table with a content smile. This was a really good idea. Thanks for making us all come. The others said thanks, but Grant just rolled his eyes. If I'd known you'd leave with a girlfriend, I might have put my foot down. I don't like being outnumbered by you guys. Kendall cocked her head. By us girls? No, by guys I mean relationships. What happened to all the bachelors on the team? That's what we used to be known for. He shook his head. Now we're the family team. Reese laughed. Why is that a bad thing? Ollie nodded. It hasn't hurt my endorsement opportunities. Or mine. Eric squeezed Madeline's shoulders. I've gotten more. Companies think I'm more dependable now or something. Chloe rolled her eyes. I believe one of them used the term lower risk. Grant shrugged. I don't want any part of this. I'm not ready to settle down. Ollie laughed. Famous last words, my friend. It was true. Even the most stubborn of us, including me, who'd sworn off women, was now in a relationship. Anything was possible. I'd always thought relationships would cause more drama. Just give me another thing to worry about, and I was busy enough. I didn't want nor need the added pressure of worrying about someone else. I looked over at Lucy and smiled. I wouldn't trade having her back in my life for anything, though. This was the best thing that could have happened to me. My life felt fuller. Like the missing piece was found and I was whole. She was the love of my life and I couldn't wait to see what our futures would bring. We should get back to the rooms and start bringing our stuff down, Chloe said. The vans will be here in half an hour. I groaned, annoyed. Chloe was always so on top of things. I wanted to forget about getting back. Why couldn't we stay here and start a hockey team in Cancun? That seemed reasonable. We were walking down to the lobby, me pulling Lucy's and my luggage behind us. The sooner we get back there, the sooner we'll live in the same zip code, she said. Have you heard back from your boss? She shook her head. Not yet, but I feel good about it. I nodded, but I wouldn't feel good about things until she was in my arms in Salt Lake, as a permanent resident. The rest of the group gathered together, and Chloe ran out in front of us. We need a group picture. A few of the guys groaned, but I knew better than to fight it. Chloe found some victim to be our impromptu photographer before posing everyone together. She rushed back and stood next to Reese. We posed and tolerated this while the poor soul clicked away. Okay, I took a bunch, so there should be a good one. The woman handed Chloe her phone and hurried away. You know, I think this should be an annual thing, Noah suggested. I turned to Noah and nodded. I think you're right. To my surprise, everyone else agreed. Sure, there had been some moments of drama and times we got on each other's nerves, but this had been a great experience for all of us. Madeline chimed in. I think it's a good idea for all of you to take a break and relax. Check out for a little while. Well, the doctor said it, so we have to listen. Eric joked as he put his arm around his wife. I'm not a doctor. She rolled her eyes. You cured me. That makes you a doctor. She opened her mouth, but two black vans pulled up. Here's our ride. Chloe called out. We loaded up and before I could say
Goodbye
to the resort, we were on our way to the airport. Our group moved as one mass through the baggage check line, then to security. I kept Lucy by my side, stealing kisses as frequently as possible. We made it through security and walked directly into an overly bright and colorful store. Did I miss something? Reese asked with a pained voice. I looked at him. What? I don't remember walking through a store entrance. He sounded legitimately concerned about his sanity. Chloe laughed. This is forced last-minute shopping. We have to go through this store to get to the terminals. And with that the women dispersed. Lucy squeezed my hand. I've got to get to my gate. I'm boarding in just a few. I nodded and looked around. Do you want to say
goodbye
to the others? I already did. Plus, I'll see them all soon. We followed the path through the store and made it safely to her gate. I looked at the screen that said SFO. This is it. For 2 weeks, she assured me. What do you mean? Did you already book a flight? No, I think I have more than a carry-on's worth to bring. I narrowed my eyes. What are you talking about? I got an email just before we left the resort. My boss arranged for the transfer. She paused and gave my shocked brain a chance to catch up. I'm moving to Salt Lake, Colin. You're serious? She grinned, and I pulled her into a tight hug. You're squishing me. Her voice came out in a gasp. Sorry. I just can't believe it's all coming together. I know. We both get to keep our jobs, and we get to be together. I leaned in and kissed her without a single care the rest of the world could see. Thank you for doing this, Lucy. She kissed my cheek and smiled. Don't make me regret it. Even though she was kidding, I knew there was a real threat to her words. I promise I won't. The announcement to board her flight came over the speakers. It's time, she said with sad eyes. 2 weeks. She brightened. Can you help me look for a place? You can move in with me. I couldn't believe I was having to tell her that. Didn't she know? Not yet. We're still a brand new couple. Let's get to know each other again before moving in together. I looked at the ceiling and she laughed. You'll survive. We need some time to adjust to things, then we'll see what happens. Fine. I love you, Colin Brassard. I kissed her. I love you, Lucy Royston. She took her bag and stepped away, not breaking eye contact. When she got close to the gate entrance, she blew a kiss and turned away. I watched her go until she was out of sight. 2 weeks. I could wait that long. I went to my gate and found the rest of the group. Is Lucy gone? Colby asked. I nodded. I'm going to miss her. I tried to hide my smile but failed. What are you hiding, Brassard? Hartman asked. Lucy got the transfer. She's moving to Salt Lake. Before I got all the words out, everyone was on their feet. Some of them clapped and patted me on the back while Colby and Chloe smothered me in a bear hug. This is so exciting. Colby was bouncing in place. I need to find her an apartment before she moves, I said. I want to have everything ready for her. Chloe nodded. We're on it. Colby agreed. We'll make it perfect. I had a feeling I wouldn't be involved in the process at all. Not that it mattered. I was getting what I always wanted. Lucy was in my life, and we'd have a long, wonderful future ahead of us. Thank you for listening to Buzzer Beater, a Utah Fury hockey romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2018 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner.